Well, well, well. Can anyone hear me? Let me know if everything's working just fine. All right. So, here's the deal. I've been yelling at Brad for the past 20 minutes and he hasn't responded yet. I'm hoping he'll come on a bit later. So sadly, we'll have to go Bradless for maybe a little bit. But we can get started on developing for this project. So, if you haven't heard, Brad is doing a river race, or river race or river run. Basically, we're going to start on this river here, and we're going to race down this whole length here and get to the end, while keeping it below about 400 meters. There's no Brad, unfortunately. Not yet. Listen, I've tried my best. Hopefully, it's not the old one. Hopefully we don't have to go Bradless for too long. I have pinged him way too much. Anyways, so this is the challenge here. We're gonna be going from here to here, and we're gonna be trying to do this without only using SRBs. Now, I'm hoping that we can do this in maybe 1 or 2 stages, but we'll have to see. Yeah, wow, that's a lot of space junk actually. That's just junk from the other missions. Anyways, the river I think is like 700 kilometers long. It's actually really long. So, I'm not gonna lie, I played with this a little bit. I didn't do very much testing with this. I did a tiny bit. And I got some pretty promising results. So let's go through this. Obviously, for something like this, we want the most efficient SRB we possibly can. And of that, the Clydesdale offers the best. I think 210 is the best of all the SRBs. And yeah, I mean, we can double check this, but yeah, 210 ISP is about where we're going to be at. So we're going to see if I ran through a little bit of it with an SRB plane already. I think we should be fine there. Yeah, it's not good. And we're also going to take our thrust limiter and set this pretty low. I think I found 7 was good. So this is going to burn for like 20 minutes. So that's a pretty long burn time. And then of course we need wings. I think for now we'll go with the fattest wings, just to lower the part count. These are pretty ugly, but we'll make do. We're gonna see how well something like this works. We need to get Brad in here. Where is he? All right. I don't know how I'm gonna do this without Brad to guide me. And we're also going to have a tail fin, because I found that was important. Yeah, we're going to have this is kind of an odd time, I will admit. Does this kind of weird time work for anyone? I mean, obviously the people who are here, it somewhat works. And we'll go ahead and do this. So this is an ugly plane. This is a very ugly plane. It's not good style, I will admit. It's definitely not good style. But we don't care. It just has to work. I am gonna do pretty Brad without him. Okay. So just to see where this gets us, like, oh, here's another nice thing about SRBs. Like, look at how the center of mass moves. Like, it doesn't move very much, which is kind of unrealistic. But yeah, we'll see where this takes us. Yeah, this is a We're not going to have any landing gear. We're just going to cheat it there first. And let's put this on. So we're going to cheat it there first, and then we'll see how far we can get. Let's see how feasible this is. And I need to remember, or I need to get the coordinates of this. It was, I believe, like, am I going to remember this or not? It's like 33. Okay, I'm not going to remember this. 33.89. I'm just reading the document here. Minus 74.41. All right. Yeah, look at this. Uh-oh. I put it underwater. Look, no, we're good. It's kind of underwater though. Let's start it at like 400 meters. And we'll hack the gravity just to get it started. Yo, what the heck? Oh. Here we go. So yeah, we got an exceptionally low thrust. So this is just testing. We'll give this thing an actual, like, we'll probably drop this from like a cargo plane to start this. But we're just gonna see how this works. And the thrust is exceptionally low. That's true. But I'm thinking this will work. Do you have to like tilt it along the right way? I think we'll let it get up to like 100 meters per second or so, and then we'll enable the gravity again. And we definitely want to be like within the course ceiling. So we're gonna keep it below 400 meters. That's the plan. It is gonna be slow. This is a really long thing. Yeah, there is staging. We might need to do staging. But I just want to show you how far it can get like on its own, because it's actually kind of surprising. All right, I think we're good here. Let's go. This could potentially be enough. I'm hoping this is enough to maintain altitude. But obviously this is going to be tricky. The max altitude is about 400 meters. I think this is actually I think this is enough. I think we have enough thrust. Yeah, we do have enough thrust to keep ourselves level. So this plane will like putter along for quite a while. So we have an interesting issue here. As we burn, like, so as the full versus dry mass, this thing is quite a big difference, right? So I have a lot of wing area right now to help it when it's fully laden with fuel. But of course, as it drains, it's gonna weigh a lot less, and we're gonna start picking up some insane speed. This thing shouldn't be going fast enough for the hairpin turns to be too much of a problem. We could stage the wings actually. So let's take our first corner, and we're not going to crash it. So yeah, we're starting to pick up some more speed now. All right, let's go. There's our first corner. Now, as Brad said, we need to take these turns pretty wide, because the larger radius turn we take, the less we lose to, the lower our acceleration can be, and the less we'll lose to drag losses. So we want to take as gentle turns as we possibly can. Brad, there you are. Oh my gosh. Get in here. Well, I think we got him. Hi.
My bad.
Hi. You're 10 minutes late.
I literally got distracted eating chicken.
Oh my god. For a second I was scared because I thought you might have read this as 8 p.m. your time.
I have to mute the stream. That's terrifying.
What?
I was hearing you twice because I didn't have the stream muted.
Oh yeah, mute that. We got Brad! This is gonna work. So
hold on. Should I be watching the stream direct from you though?
Yeah, you should be watching the stream.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I've improved the design since I last played. As I said earlier, this wasn't my first attempt at it. I actually showed Brad like one other SRB design, but I made some improvements from it.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm repeating what you've said, but so the first go at this, it had way too much wing area, which kind of surprised me.
Hold on. Am I talking to myself? Hold on. Can the stream hear Brad? Okay,
I can
good.
Hear you.
Okay, good. Continue.
It definitely had way too much wing area the first time, which was a surprise, and too much control too, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
So this is probably good.
Yeah, I think the big problem was actually the wing incidence. Because while the higher wing incidence helped at first, it started to become a liability later on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
do we have the node included on the end of this?
No, we don't. That might be an issue.
We should do that.
Yeah, I think I'll do that for the next. Let's see how far this gets.
What's the thrust at on this?
It's at 7%.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
so one of the things here is that there's kind of a balancing point, because going faster, especially if you're minimizing drag, at least to a point, will actually decrease the impulse done against just forward drag, because you're spending less time in it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go faster, you're losing more delta V on the corners, because you have to do more change in velocity to actually get around the corner.
Right.
So there's some tipping point of speed, but the issue is that as you drain fuel, your speed's going to change. So pretty much we're guaranteed to be going too slow at the beginning and too fast at the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like this is especially a big problem with the SRB, because as we drain fuel, the acceleration's gonna probably get a little bit ridiculous at the end.
And it's probably even worse than that, because we're probably not going to go that much faster as we drain fuel, but we're still going to be using up delta V faster. So
yeah. Let's see.
However, I do think my original thought was that this wasn't going to get very far, and even the first attempt, which with all its problems, did pretty good.
Yeah, so we're gonna see. Like, I actually have quite a bit of hope for this. I definitely need to occlude the node. And have I violated any regulations so far, by the way? Or is this good?
To talk a little bit about the challenge, and don't worry, I'll yell at Strats if it's not. It is in the description. I don't have anything to yell at you about. So the unlike the other course, this course has nothing in the river that's going to require you to go higher. So the course ceiling is 400 meters. There's also a low altitude course at 200
meters. By the way, that was a pretty nice low pass, I thought.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. And you are super close to the wall. I love it.
Yeah, anyways, continue.
Uh-oh, we're gaining altitude.
We're good. I think I kept it below 400.
So 400 meters for the normal course, 200 meters for the low altitude course. And in some parts of the canyon, the walls are low enough that you could fly right out of the canyon without going over the ceiling. So there's kind of a bit of a fuzzy rule that you kind of have to stay in the canyon. You can cut the corners a bit as long as you're not over the walls.
Mm-hmm.
I do think we gotta get different wings on these. These just look bad.
Yeah, we probably should.
But they're convenient because it's less parts to bother.
Yeah, I shouldn't be worried too much worried about part count right now. Honestly, like if I can't do this in one stage, I think 2 stages would probably do it.
Henry, you make a really good point. I do sometimes think about how delinquent I am with that.
Wait, what?
He asked about my gravity assist.
Oh, yeah.
My excuse is, and I recognize this is an excuse and not a good reason, it's just going to take a lot of effort on my part, and if I'm not really feeling it, I just don't think I can get it done. So I'm trying to do some self-care and not force myself to do it.
That's a good point. Like,
you know what you should do? If you humor me, put the G-force readout up.
Oh, it disabled it. What?
It does that by default.
It forgets it.
Yeah, it forgets it.
Hold on.
KER has a really cool feature that I actually only discovered when I did the last Canyon challenge. It not only will give you a readout of your G-force, but it also has the maximum G-force that you've achieved while having that up, which is really neat because you can go through a whole run and see like, okay, what's the max Gs I've had? Which is especially useful if you're planning on doing this run with pilot G-force limits, which I really recommend if you want a challenge. I guarantee you that adds so much more difficulty than you think, because then you have to start thinking about slowing down. Because normally you could just pull more Gs until you could do the quarter, but it doesn't work if you
there we go.
Can't exceed. What is it? 15, 20 Gs? What is the pilot G-force limit?
I don't know.
Anyone know off the top of their head?
Like, I thought it was like 15?
I think it's 15. We're going to say 15.
15 sounds like a number. Because that's where the G-force gauge maxes out.
I think it's a game setting.
Yeah, it's like a game difficulty setting.
Someone should fact check us here.
Yeah, someone should. We could just be spouting nonsense.
9G sounds like the IRL limit.
Yeah, but like yeah, like it shows the red zone on like the G-force meter at 9. Ooh, this is tight. You'll probably see that coming up soon.
Yeah, this
definitely lost too much altitude on that turn. You can see that. But yeah, this is flown like a surprising amount of the distance.
Yeah. So
still,
one of the things you'll notice, and this is a little more relevant if you go faster, but if you're going down the course fast enough, it kind of turns the whole thing into a corner because a good racing line is going wide on the straights. And if you're doing that, the way you control your altitude isn't actually pitch, it's roll. Because by rolling a little more, you're always pulling up to do the corner. And if you roll more, that vector is closer to horizontal, so there's less of it that's up. So if you're going too high, you just roll further to the side. And if you're going too low, you roll a little bit back to horizontal.
Right.
And that's more dramatic of an effect the faster you're going.
Right.
Orbital weight record. So there's 2 ways that you can beat records in this game. This is kind of a general rule. You can either just be more precise about it. So I'm sure you can be more precise about it. I didn't do so many attempts that there's like no way to make it more precise. The other way is to think of some like different way to do it. And it's kind of hard to rule out that you haven't thought of something. So short answer, yes. I'm sure it can be beaten. I'm just not sure how.
You know, Brad, I think it's better to fly higher. I'll say that. I think over the course of the run, I think flying at like 350 meters is better than going low.
I think it's better to fly higher too, because if you imagine that you push it even further, like imagine you just turn down the atmosphere so there's just less atmosphere. In theory, that should be better, right? Because it doesn't cost that much mass to like add more wing, and then you're doing a lot less work.
Yeah, and plus the ISP got almost 2 seconds higher.
No kidding.
I can't. I gotta look out for the 400 meter.
It's 400 meters.
Yeah.
And while I'm very chill with like letting people do this course like with what they want, I last time I tried to be really strict about the 400-meter limit because that's kind of one of those things that if you're lenient with it, it's then okay. Well, now the rule is you can exceed it once in a run. So I'm trying to treat it like it's like the water. You hit the water, your run is over. You hit 400 meters, your run is over. So my advice is like don't fly at 380, right?
Yeah, we'll fly at like 300 or something. I think that's reasonable.
And it seems like 400 is a good number.
I should seriously use my joystick for this.
All right. Strats can back me up on this. I guarantee you this is harder than it looks, by the way. What? Like, especially at this speed, it looks really easy to stay between 0 and 400. And I assure you that it's harder than it looks.
Yeah. No, it is.
And the faster you go, the harder it's going to get. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, this is probably better to do a boat on, other than the fact it's really long, and you're going to be boating for a long time.
Yeah.
Then again, boats can be fast. So it's not 700 kilometers. So let's say you made a really fast boat. You're doing maybe 100, 150.
How long is it, Brad? How long is it?
700 kilometers, about.
Okay, gotcha.
So if you're doing it 100 meters per second,
the chase cam on.
That's going to be about 2 hours.
It's not bad.
Awful. Yeah, it's not awful. Actually, I think I only had one boat submitted the last time. Well, Henry, it's fine if you contact the water. It's just generally if you fly a plane into the water, it's going to end your run.
Yeah.
Like if you want to... Actually, I should say there's no course limit at 0. If you want to go underwater, that's fine by me. It's just, if you hit the water at high speed, that's probably...
Personally, I think swimming the whole distance with the Kerbal is a better idea.
You can swim it the whole distance. There's no rule against that, but we did calculate this earlier, and we determined that it would take about 10 days of real time.
So
to swim the whole thing.
So who's going to do it?
It's possible. The deadline is more than 10 days away. It's not till November 1st. So.
Oh, there's a deadline? Oh shit. I better get this.
Well, I mean, but I should mention this. My goal is that I'm going to take 10 of my favorite submissions. That number might change, but around 10. And I'm going to make a video, just a short video featuring them. So
shit, I better make this good.
I might move that deadline back. I might not. I definitely won't move it forward. That's without physics warp, Henry. So that's a good point. You could physics warp and swim it faster.
Oh, yeah, that would cut it down by 4 times at least.
Yeah, that's a good point. Or if you used some of the time control mods, you could probably make it less than that.
Yeah.
I'll also note I'm pretty open with like modding or doing this in unusual ways. Basically, the one rule is make it interesting and accurately describe what you did. Like if you do have mods, like let us know.
The joystick's a lot nicer. You guys probably appreciate me not mashing my keyboard.
Yeah, it's a good point, Henry. But if you could physics warp 10 times, that gets you down to 1 day. And if you were doing other things like doing work or schoolwork or like some other game on your computer while you were doing that, it might be tolerable. Although I will say, I can't in good faith recommend that anyone swims this. Like if you want to do it, go for it. But like
that's a guaranteed feature. That's kind of like in all things considered. Like if you do that, you're gonna show up in Brad's video.
Yeah. Another rule: you can get to the start line however you want. Like edit the file, hyper edit, cargo plane, whatever you want to do to get to the starting line. I don't want people to have to waste time getting there. Like if you want to fly there, that's fine. But however you want to get there is fine.
I don't know. Is this going further than last time? I don't.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
This is about 20 minutes of flight time, I'd say.
Not dramatically so, which is kind of alarming because while this is going pretty far, we do need a pretty dramatic improvement to get this the whole way.
Yeah. So.
Okay. I mean, at some point we could like move this to 2 stages, but I'd like to exhaust what we can do with this first.
Yeah, I want to see what kind of endurance definitely, I did not occlude the back node, so that's definitely not helping.
Yeah, that should be occluded for sure.
Yeah.
Another thing I was thinking is to be able to shield some of the wing surface later in the run.
Potentially. Do you think that's worth it?
Yeah, because our weight is decreasing and we're probably going a little bit faster. So we want, like, if we could just have wings like disappear throughout the run, that would be great. That'd be ideal.
We could stage the wings off and say we still technically
Yeah,
did it with one
that's staging
SRB.
though, right?
We still technically did it with one SRB.
It is staging though.
Yeah.
That definitely fits the definition of staging.
I'm not looking forward to cramming like a shit ton of winglets into a cargo bay though.
Yeah. Well, we'll do other things first.
Yeah. I want to avoid the lame solutions first.
Even if you can't make it to the end, it would be interesting just to see how far you can get in one stage.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
You know what's interesting? You know why this is interesting to me is that this is going to require like engineering choices that you don't normally make. Like, is this the best SRB to use? Like, actually, I'm not knowledgeable enough about SRB stats to know that.
I think so. This one has the highest ISP.
Yeah, well, that's probably.
But it might maybe a lower drag SRB would be better because this thing is like incurring a lot of drag, like just a lot of skin drag, and
would it be worth it to just wrap a fairing around the whole thing?
Maybe, I don't know. I think.
Well, you know what could be done is you could wrap a fairing around a lot of SRBs.
Yes, that's true.
But let's try to do it without trickery first.
I don't like fairings, man.
Cosmic, I love that idea.
Oh, am I about to violate regulation here, by the way, if I cut this corner here?
All right, so this is a good chance to talk about like what the rules of cutting corners is. I mean, this might be a little gray area, but I would say that you're still in the canyon there. Okay. So,
shit, we're out of fuel. Let's see.
I'm okay with that, although I will say it's like right on the line.
Yeah, so now that we're out of fuel, we could probably glide like a pretty far distance. That's the thing.
Yeah, we can glide really far. I'm gonna reveal right now that I wasn't following as much as I should have to the actual flight. You're not to wrong way fork, right?
No, I don't think so.
Can you hit map real quick without like dying?
Yeah.
Just so we can see where we're at.
Yo, we're really far. I still got half. I think maybe almost halfway.
Nah, this is not halfway.
Is it not?
Because if you look at, there's a lot of twist up ahead.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe about.
If you get F3, is it actually how far does it think you've gone? Although I know that's like not really.
It says like 700 kilometers. So it's definitely not right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Whatever. Well, hold on. We've been going about 200 the whole time. How long has it been?
20 minutes. So it burned 20 minutes for the whole thing.
Okay, so we've gone like 240.
Yeah.
250.
I think, honestly, lowering the thrust of the SRB and adding more wings might be the solution.
Yeah, I really think this is going to be one of those things where probably slower is better.
Yeah, because we're losing so much drag to the SRB itself. And I'm going to see...
Is it...
I want to see how much I can milk out of this. Like, this is going on quite a far distance.
Well, I guess ultimately the important metric here is it lift to drag? No. It'd be lift.
It'd be like power to... There's like
lift over drag multiplied by the velocity you're at would be the...
That's power to drag, isn't it? I remember... I took an aeronautics class. I should remember this.
No, so the important metric here is the speed we're at multiplied by the lift we're getting over the drag. Because what that's going to do is that's going to give you delta V over distance covered. And we want to maximize the distance we're doing on delta V.
Okay. So we've gone pretty far.
So if we go twice as fast, as long as we're not having our lift to drag ratio, we should be able to, in theory, cut the wing area. Let's cut wing area. I think we have way too much wing area. I think that's the secret.
All right, we'll give that a shot. But so, how far do you think this is? Like, give me an estimate. Chat, what do you think? This isn't halfway?
No, we can get a really good estimate because we look at the time we went. We went for about 22 minutes before we ran out of power. And we were doing about 200. So that's a little over 1,200 seconds. So that's it's about 250 kilometers. So chat's estimation is actually really good. It's about 35%.
All right.
Yeah,
I'd say if we can get like halfway through. So if we get halfway through, then that means why is it full right? My freaking
I think
B&B
with the
is full
coasting,
right.
we got up to over a third. So
yeah,
Chad,
okay.
I'm proud of you. Those are some quality estimates there. Like no one had a bad one.
So let's occlude the back node, and we're gonna do with less wing area, I think. And we'll throw this thing into the erase a bit faster.
Does my math make sense there? Because I'm thinking that we're trying to minimize the impulse we need relative to the distance we're covering. So if we're going twice as fast, we're covering twice as much distance per second. So as long as we don't have less than half of the lift to drag ratio, that should be more efficient. However,
you're getting on the right thing. Like...
there's another point there though. As we go faster, we also lose more to turning. But with the speed we were at, I don't think we were losing that much delta V into turns.
No, we were definitely... I don't think we're limited to the turns yet.
I think the key here is to go as fast as possible without seriously losing delta V due to the turning issue.
All right. So Brad, I took off half the wings. Do you think that would be better? This could be a good place to start.
Oh, yeah. I think this is going to be better.
What do you think about wing incidence now? Would sticking a bit of wing incidence on be a good idea?
I would say 2 degrees.
All right. We'll try roughly. 2 degrees. I think that's a good idea.
By the way, I think based on what we've seen so far, absolutely can say this is definitely doable with SRBs. Like if you allow staging, like it wouldn't be easy, but it could absolutely be done. And someone should give that a try because it'd be fun.
Oh, I'm doing it.
But trying to do it with either one or a minimum amount of stages is, I think, the goal here.
All right, I completely guessed what kind of angle that was. It's probably...
Hold on. Do you notice if even when you have it on the analog adjustment, it's still digital?
Yeah, no, it still is.
Yeah, so I just drag it up 2 ticks. I'm pretty sure that's 1 degree.
Really?
Either that or it's very close to 1 degree.
You think so?
So when I say 2 degree of incidence on the wing, I'm talking about like 2 of the digital intervals you get when you have it on analog. That's usually what I go
tiny, dude. Look at this. You think that? That's minuscule. Like
it's usually enough. It's usually enough.
Like that's... Yeah, there is like...
Although at slower
you're
speeds, the optimal wing incidence at slower speeds changes.
That does not look like 2 degrees.
It's going to be pretty subtle, and the wide front of this is going to make it look like.
All right, you know what? We'll try it. We'll try it. I've moved it 2 ticks.
I don't think the wing incidence is that important. Like, really, we could probably bother with this later.
Yeah,
you think about it, all it's actually doing is decreasing the body drag you get from the SRB. Actually, that might be significant, though, because as this SRB, I know, generates, like, massive body drag.
Yeah. That's 2 ticks. What do you mean? Oh, come on, Brad. It's got to be more than this.
All right. All I'm saying is that
So you're saying when you do this, like with this thing, right?
All right. If you saw the video
you're saying like this?
intro that I gave for the challenge.
Oh, Brad. Do you click on like the red ring and then move it? Because this looks like better ticks.
Oh yeah, I move it using the red ring.
But if you like move it all the way over here, you get suddenly much finer. You'll probably see that in a second.
You see how it has the digital movement even when it's on analog?
Yeah.
So I just move it 2 ticks up of the digital.
Fine. We'll try that.
You could give it 5 degrees and just see what happens.
No, 5 degrees is too much, I think. That was way too much.
Actually it is, yeah. And also, if you're going at slower speeds, usually subsonic speeds, the optimal angle of attack for lift to drag ratio is less than what it is at higher speeds. Which if someone who knows more about actual fluid dynamics can tell me if that's how air actually works, that'd be great. But at least that's how it seems to work in Kerbal Space Program.
All right, let's do this. Yeah, I should get the editor extensions mod. That would make
anyway, the plane I used in the intro for the challenge had 2 degrees on the wings, and that had only 2 wing area per 10 tons.
Okay.
So really not a lot.
Yeah, for sure. So now we've got occlusion on this. We're going to set position. We're going to set it to like 33.98 and
Hold on.
minus.
What's the mass on this?
It's a lot. This thing weighs like 144 tons.
144 tons. So
this we're gonna have Brad math.
So that's like 4.5-ish tons per wing surface area.
I'm gonna change the heading actually. Which one would this be?
I think that's gonna be pretty good. That sounds about right.
All right, so I'm gonna start this. It's gonna need I think it's gonna need a pretty good run up actually. Maybe I should give myself some more room.
I mean, technically, according to the rules of the challenge, you could let this thing pick up full steam and then refuel it right before it crosses the start line.
With the only hype Reddit, yeah.
The only rule I specified for the start is that it shouldn't be flown into the course faster than it can reach under its own power. And I probably should add on level flight there.
Okay.
Because I don't mind if someone has a cargo plane that flies it in or has extra fuel tanks, even if it's a single stage run, as long as those are gone before you actually enter the course. I just don't want someone throwing something in at 4 kilometers per second when it can't actually reach that.
Could have a mass driver shoot it in there.
Again, as long as it's not faster than it can actually reach under its own power. See, on the other course, that's kind of irrelevant because the first corner is so tight that if you throw it in fast, you're good luck.
Kraken drives.
I mean, you could do a Kraken drive.
Make the lowest mass plane possible.
If it's interesting.
I think that could be interesting, actually. Try to make it as low mass as
there's
possible.
some Kraken drives that could be interesting. Sure. Although, I mean, if it's just ladder force or something, that's a little bit played out. But I don't know. It could be interesting. Depends on how you do it.
I'd be interested to see how you control that. Okay. This thing's puttering.
You could have six different Kerbals on all axes. You can ladder force in any direction you want.
All right. Yeah. Okay. No. We're still getting.
Leo's got you. You're outside the course parameters. That's okay. We'll just drop.
This is a test. We're gonna see how far we can get. Then we're still technically cheating it in here.
All right. I'm someone head over to Formula One, get one of their court marshals, and we're gonna send him to Strat's house and let him know what's up. Send him through the pits.
I don't know. Is this okay? I still think I need more time on the hack gravity before I can get it.
Did you turn the thrust down, or is it just taking?
It's still on 7. Yeah. I think we just it needs to be 200 meters per second first. That's the thing. Yeah. It takes a lot of time for this thing to get up to max speed. If I drop it in here at 200 meters per second from a cargo plane, for example.
But remember, it's going to get lighter over the course of the whole run. So really, we want just enough wing to get this to work at the beginning.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
In the document, I gave the coordinates for where the start point of this is. Let me actually just bring that up so I'm not.
Oh, I think we're at the point where we can make this work. I think it has just enough power to stay level.
Now here people can hear my keyboard.
Yeah, prepare to get judged. Judge chat is coming in. Ooh, we're I feel like I'm really tight on these turns. This thing's turning circles sucks.
Well, I will point out this is definitely not a racing line. So if we can't pull off this corner, I would suggest a wider entry. In fact, I'd suggest a wider entry anyway, because I think we're losing more velocity than we have to here.
I cut off.
And you're not really making the course that much longer by going a bit wide.
Yeah, no. I have to get past that mentality. It's the child mentality. Oh, it's got to be as short as possible. But yeah, let's take this nice and wide.
See, you only did slightly over 1G. It's like nothing. So maybe that was fine.
I think I'm tilting the wings too much, potentially. I should be trying to be gradual.
What do you mean?
Like I'm banking it pretty hard.
Yeah, you could make this a lot wider radius than you have to. Because that thing on the right up ahead, you can overfly some of that, even in the low altitude course.
Okay, gotcha. So we reduced our speed. We reduced our speed. That's not good. Hold on, we gotta go back up to faster. Yeah, we definitely want to bank. Like, we don't want to use the rudder for all this.
Yeah. Rudder turning is bad news. You never really want to turn with the rudder. Like, there's really no point for the rudder other than like a little bit of stability. Yeah, you could do a staging approach if you want to. Single stage is also, could be an interesting way to add some difficulty or just keep it as a simple run. But basically, however you want to do it.
I definitely want to stay high up.
Yeah.
A plane that only has propellers as wings. Aren't you describing a helicopter?
Well, technically, that sounds a little more like a, quadcopter at least. It's kind of odd, right? Like if it has 2 rotors, it's still a helicopter. But if you have 4, then it's quadcopter.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's.
I guess technically, is a 2-rotor helicopter a bicopter?
I don't know.
Chat, can you fact check me on that?
I feel like they've always been called helicopters. Like, it's probably like the technical name would be a bicopter, right?
Yeah, someone Wikipedia bicopter and tell me if that's a real term.
This could be a fun video. We'll see what happens with this. You see, if we add electric motors, we don't even need the solid rocket fuel anymore. So I want to avoid that.
Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like bicopter is a real term that's used, but it's generally used to refer to like smaller, like RC stuff. I think you should probably be. I mean, it might not be worth bothering with now, but definitely here you want to be all the way over on the left side.
Yeah, I started scooching over.
Yeah,
yeah,
because this is a pretty tight S corner up here. So the idea is if you go wide on the entry of this, you can turn early. So you're trying to turn into the right side because then you have room to do the next one. Though we're really not going that fast, so it makes all of that a little bit less less important.
Ooh, we are actually going decently fast.
Yeah, so Root Beer Goat, there's a couple of reasons to make a bicopter. Usually with big helicopters, it has the advantage of...
Uh-oh. Jeez, this is a tight turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see, now you're on the wrong side of the canyon, right?
Yeah.
Because we're about to go left.
Don't worry, we can.
This left is actually tighter than the right hand you just did.
Come on, baby, you can do it. I feel it in you.
Oh God, there's more land up there.
Oh no, please. This isn't good.
No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Keep turning. You'll be fine.
No, this is not good.
Oh, that's right. I'm behind you. So.
Oh shit! All right, this is.
I'm hearing about Stratz's problems in the future.
Oh crap!
By a little bit. Oh no.
Okay, that's a tight turn.
Yes, it is. So yeah, I think we're fine. I think this thing absolutely has enough turning. We just needed a better racing line.
Okay.
So if we're all the way on the left side on the way in, we should be fine.
Yeah. Okay. F's in chat for that run. We'll try this. We'll try this one again.
Yeah. This will work.
Let's do this.
And the next, it's a long time until we get to anything as tight as that. So by that point, we'll be a lot lighter.
Yeah, but we've got an interesting. Yeah, you'll have to. I should go wide into it and then like do the turn. Yep. You're right. 30. Let's actually. I don't like the gravity cheating. Let's just drop it from a high altitude and then pull up. I think that'd work.
Yeah. And again, you could, without breaking the rules, like start it a little bit further away from the start line.
Yeah,
and
let's
just turn off fuel or just refuel it like before you hit the start line.
That was the wrong way. I'll move it. I'll do 175. Oh, and then we'll move it. I think a little bit. Was this south? So.
Well, Henry's just determined that the Kerbal swimming could be done in 16 hours.
All right, and let's drop this.
If in fact 15x physics warp is actually speeding up 15 times. I'm a little bit skeptical of that, but maybe that's the case.
And we'll drop it at -90. So we'll drop it straight down. Let's do this. You think it'll pull up? We need to find out.
No, it'll be fine. Yeah, you have enough turning radius to do that. Absolutely.
Let's do this.
Yeah, Dank, you can do Kraken drives if you want. Just, if it's make it interesting.
Oh yeah, we can do this. Like, look
someone
at this.
talked about Sepratrons. I don't think anyone really successfully got this to work, but there was an idea going around about making a craft that was just like all occluded in a fairing, have Sepratrons pointed in every direction, leave them empty on fuel, turn on infinite fuel, and then try to fly the course at like 5 kilometers per second. Good luck with that. You might want to use some automation for that. Hey, I'm sorry if I butcher your name. Arif Kramer is here, who actually got the grand prize on the last challenge.
Oh,
he made at least totally subjectively, what I thought was the most interesting submission on the original one.
Dang.
He made it. It was if I remember correctly, it was a KA-50 replica, which is the helicopter, turbine powered. Had the 2 counter-rotating rotors on the same axis. It looked good. It actually completed the full course, which I was really impressed by because I know those turbines are pretty hard to get to work reliably. Anyway, it was really cool.
I think I remember that. That is very cool.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we need to be...
a course violation about to happen here.
No, come on. Dive.
There's no way you're going to dive in time. Don't worry about it. Just keep going down.
All right.
It's a test run. Because the biome is already saying shores.
All right.
Technically, we're already above it.
All right. So cool. We have to do this better. That's all right.
Okay.
So now we're actually coming in with a good amount of velocity. I think I'll start the motor now. So now we're actually coming in at 200 meters per second, which should be better.
Yep. You should also start. I think it's worth to try to stay on the left side on the way in.
Yeah.
You see there's that spit of land sticking out, and I was usually trying to aim right for that, like be right off of it. Because then you can start turning really early, right? Because since you're starting on the outside, you got room. So by the time you're in the corner, you've already done most of the turning. I think we've got enough pitch authority. It's...
I think I went into that turn, like I lost too much speed in the turn, and then so I lost, like, I was taking it too tight, so I lost too much speed, right?
It just wasn't a good line.
Yeah, it just wasn't good.
I didn't really do it for this course, partly because this one's longer, so there's so many turns on it. But for the other course, the short one, I named a lot of the corners after like real life famous corners on racetracks. And I tried to pick actual corners that are pretty similar in terms of like the line you want to take through them.
Complete nerd.
And
listen to this nerd.
No, I think it'd actually be instructive. Like the corkscrew on the other course is based on the actual corner on it's that racetrack at Monterey in California. And it's the same idea. You want to go wide on the outside and make it as gentle of a corner as possible.
How does this look, Brad? That's better.
Yeah, a bit.
I definitely, I could go in wider and then,
Yeah. I don't think we're losing. Yeah, nominal. Yeah, which I think is the, well, at least one of the best racetracks on this continent for sure. Yeah, it's a pretty cool track. I've been there. I've not actually driven on it IRL. I've driven on it in a lot of games. In fact, you can use this corner taking tactics to actually drive your car IRL, but you probably shouldn't because you should really stay in your lane.
I can't be losing delta V on my turns, man.
Yeah.
I gotta
How many
preserve
tight corners are there? Okay, so there's near the beginning, there's 2 tight S corners. And then it's like straight with easy corners for a while. And there's a couple more S corners. And then the wrong way fork. There's a really intense S corner after that. In fact, for whatever reason, all the tough corners on this are sequences of corners.
Of course.
And they all seem to go right left. So there's a lot of like right turn, left turn combos here.
The booster plume is like tiny because I have the thrust limiter set to 7%.
Okay, so here's how I was doing this corner. And this was when I was doing it faster, but I think the same principle will hold. So I tried to aim, you see where the land comes out to the left?
Yeah.
Like try to aim for that like as terrifyingly close as possible.
Oh, is this the same corner that killed us last time? I think so.
Right, this is, yeah.
All right, cool.
So,
we're not going to let it defeat us again.
And then you want to start turning as early as you dare.
Okay.
And, but not too early. Because if you imagine if you
start
turning,
I passed the ceiling. I wasn't paying attention.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. This
All
is
right,
a test run
we moved 5 meters.
So
all right, we're still testing.
If you start turning too early, you hit the apex of the quarter too early, which means that you're going like too straight, right? You haven't turned enough yet.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time we hit the apex, we want to be most of the way through the corner because we want to like stay on the right side of the canyon because the left turn after this is actually the tighter corner.
Yeah. Okay, so
it's not really that it's like that the radius is less. It's just that the corner, like the canyon loses a lot of width in there.
All right. It's hard
That'd
to keep
be
track
great,
of it.
Root Beer Goat. I think the problem with that is that because we're trying to do this single stage, you can't toggle off and on the SRBs. So you'd have to have like a separaton for each time you did that, and you'd have to keep it attached empty for the rest of the run.
Yeah, that sucks. You don't want to have...
So Juicy Bites, this is an interesting idea. The thing is that the best way to turn is pulling up because then you're using wing surface area that you're already using. And like what makes a good corner is also lift to drag ratio. So it's really the same principles as just generating more lift. It's really just, you need more lift to turn. It's kind of like turning gravity up essentially. I mean, that's what the G-force means. Like the more G-force you need for a corner, the more lift you need. And if you imagine the sum of the lateral acceleration, the vector sum of the lateral acceleration and the lift needed to counteract gravity, that's why we're turned at an angle. Because now the lift we're getting off the wings is that the sum.
Dude, I think I did this a lot better this time.
I think so. I think the one thing I'd say is that actually no, this is good. This is fine. I think yeah, just try to stay all the way to the right side, and we want to try to, hit the apex, right? Like it right on the inside. Wait for it. Wait for it. All right, turn. Oh, no, wait. I'm way behind you.
Yeah.
Mate, don't listen to me. It looks good, though, so far.
Yeah, we did it. No problem.
Yeah, it was fine. So
that was easy.
See how much easier this seems? Like when you hit a good line?
Yeah, no, this is great.
Yeah.
I'm learning a lot.
In fact, you actually could have gone a lot wider on the exit.
Yeah, I could have. I was just kind of spooked about this one.
Yeah.
Since it got me last time.
No, I'm glad we all saw that. Actually, that did even better than I thought it would. That was great.
All right, let's keep going.
Hey, you will notice someone mentioned a barrel roll. Well, not technically a barrel roll. I did a couple aileron rolls in the like that trial benchmark run, just because I don't know. I came out of a corner. It just seemed to make sense. Although actually a barrel roll can be good if you're if you're getting near the course limit, I mean, technically in Kerbal Space Program, you can just push the plane down with negative pitch. It feels bad though. That's kind of unrealistic. In reality, the ability of a plane to do negative pitch like that is not very good, both in terms of how the wing works and also a pilot will red out faster than a blackout. So it's better to have the blood draining out of your head than rushing into it.
Okay, Brad, what is this corner coming up?
This is not as bad as it looks. It's really fun.
Cool.
It just looks rough. You'll be fine.
Awesome. I like the sound of that.
There's no tough corners for a while, so
yeah, and I think we'll be going we'll have drained quite a bit of fuel.
Yeah, so a barrel roll is actually when you're using pitch to do the roll, and the reason they called it a barrel roll is because it looks like you're flying like a spiral on the inside of a barrel. So it's like an aileron roll is your actual movement is just in a straight line pretty much, and you just roll around. Whereas a barrel roll, you're pulling back and letting yourself go all the way up and around. I'm struggling to describe what a barrel roll looks like. You'll just have to take my word for it or look it up.
It's just like a barrel roll.
Yeah, actually, negative G's are the real nightmare. And if you guys are into roller coasters, like any Matt Lown fans here, I don't know what it's like in Planet Coaster, but in real life, the max G's that roller coasters do, they always make sure that it's positive G's, like where the vector of your acceleration is like right up through the floor. Like I know there's some drop rides that will tilt the riders all the way forward, so you're like looking at the ground while you fly towards it, but they rotate you back up so your feet down before they stop the drop, because you really don't want high G's any other direction than that way.
Brad, you ever heard about that kill coaster concept, where it's just basically like
a series of with
loops?
the tighter and tighter spirals?
Yeah. We fun to build in KSP.
Yeah, I guess one of the good news about fighter jets is the way the fighter jet is designed. It's pretty much easy to design the jet so it's really good at doing G's in one direction, up, which is exactly what's good for the pilot too. So the barrel roll will shed a lot of speed in the corner. Yeah, I know one of the reasons the barrel roll was used early on is that if you imagine you're a fighter pilot and you've got someone on your tail and you want to get behind them, well, one really good way to do it is be able to slow down and also fly a greater distance over the same, like unidirectional distance. So a barrel roll is a good way to get behind someone who starts out behind you.
I'm still
the
technically
worst
within the canyon.
G's is when opponent doesn't say GG after round. I don't know about you guys. I do still sometimes play some StarCraft 2. I'm a big fan of Parting, who streams StarCraft 2, and he is known for a rather dramatic reaction to opponents that don't GG. I can't say it on this stream because we'll get demonetized, but it's quite dramatic.
Yeah, we've exceeded so now we're reaching a higher top speed than what we did before.
Yep.
So as expected, we're up to like 250.
Well, we haven't changed the thrust, so the faster we're going, the better we're doing.
Yeah, but the thing that's kind of concerning is we weren't going faster in the beginning. I wonder how much faster this is going to get.
I think a wider line through the corners early on would have helped a bit with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, I think a lot of times it might just be a little bit of impatience. I think you're turning more than you have to.
Yeah, I've got to get to that here. Right
now I'm looking at before the islands. I think instead of turn and straight, you kind of want to make as much of the course as possible a turn. So a really wide corner where you're just slightly turned over.
Yeah, I might have to figure out how to make get the SAS off, because I think it's screwing with it. Yeah.
Also, turning on fine controls for a lot of this.
I wonder if I can fly this without SAS. I probably can. And it's probably going to be better if I don't. Because I do have a joystick, so So you're saying like a gradual turn like this, like if I just take this whole turn like this.
Yeah. Well, what I'm looking at right now, I think you're actually rolled too much.
Really? I still have to do the turn, man.
Oh well, we're a little bit out of sync here, so I'm trying not to give like real time input.
Oh crap! I went too high. Oh, I did not go too high. I did not go too high.
No, we're good. You know, I struggle a little bit with whether or not I allow it to show 400 itself.
Yeah.
I know on my runs I try to avoid it like rolling over to 400 because then it's just kind of easier to tell. Like, you know, if you see it go up to 400, you know you got a problem.
Yeah.
I think I will allow. I'm probably not going to DQ anyone unless I see 401. But I will be pretty tough with that because again, like at some point you need to draw a line. Like if you allow people that like accidentally go up to 410, well now the limit's 410, right?
It's just gonna keep climbing upward, yeah.
Right. So the limit's 400. You know,
it's just like deadlines. You have to set the deadline.
You got to
set
a deadline somewhere. Yep.
Or else they.
Henry made it about 20 minutes into the 16 hours. Henry, you only have to do that 48 times.
Yo, we're going fast. We're starting to go pretty fast. I'm kind of spooked.
No, Bulb. It's Ezreal game.
Okay, definitely taking off the SAS has helped, I think. Because now now the rudder's not fighting me for no reason.
I usually did these runs without SAS. I did use SAS during the demo run, but that was really just because I didn't take a ton of time to refine that plane. I wanted to just keep it simple.
So, like a gradual turn like I'm doing here is good, right? Because we're maxed out like 1.1 Gs. That's not too much.
This has looked beautiful. This is looking better. Yeah.
I think we made it for this is where we made it last time. We have a third of our fuel left, and we're now going faster past where we were last time.
More in this direction is good. Like I think maybe we could.
Yo, we're at like almost 300 meters per second. We still have a third of our fuel left. We're doing good.
Ben, I did put the coordinates in stream before. You can also check out the document. Is the document for the challenge in the description?
It's in your video description, but it's not in the description.
Okay, well, if you go to the video in the description for this stream, in that video, there's a description that has a document with like all the information you could ever need, and it like tells you how to get there and everything.
Brad, is this turn?
Because there's 2 courses you can do. This is the long one, and like there's definitely neither course is better because the short one is pretty epic.
Yeah, it's cocaine. The
short one is really intense and twisty and difficult. I don't know which one's harder. They're hard in different ways because this one's long enough that you have to be really consistent. Like you really can't be taking risks on this. I should have talked about the corners. There's some like S corners in here. They're not really that tight though. They look tight, but they're not.
We're booking it.
Yeah.
Okay, what about... So I want to get on the left side for this one.
The short one is the original Monte Carlo course. So I've left the name as that. It's the Monte Carlo course, which might be a little bit confusing because that's also the name of the challenge. But, what are you going to do? You know, like Monte Carlo, but with a K, like the Monaco course. It's kind of like the Monaco course. It's short, it's really twisty, it's tight, and super dangerous. This is the River Kyle, so this is the long one. And I don't want to say it's not as difficult. It's certainly longer. I would say it's not as difficult like per corner, but the length of it makes it tough.
Man, I'm concentrated so much on... I'm glad you're handling the chat right now, Brad.
Like in the demo run, and I didn't build something that would like max out how fast you can go, but I still flew pretty quickly. And I used up all my fuel, so I'd actually have to redesign to go faster. And that took me about 20 minutes. So if you can do this in 20 minutes, I think that's very impressive in itself.
Okay, we exceeded 400 meters right there.
Explosive decoupling. Yeah, you can use KOS if you want. Just make a note of that. I think KOS would be useful for a lot of things. Like, well, I'm not sure how useful KOS would be as like a complete like solution for how you're going to fly. Because there's basically two ways you could fly with KOS. One would be to have like logic in it, where it's actually trying to like figure out how it should turn based off of what's going on. And I think that'd be tough because it's just going to be really complicated. There's a lot of factors here. The other way to do it would just be to give it like a preset instructions, like, turn at a certain time. And I think then you deal with cumulative error over time. The Iron Man reference, yeah.
What do you think, Brad? Is cutting this like corner here
Yeah,
good?
this is fun. Just you can overfly the inside of this. Like that's legit.
Nice.
Hey, if you want to do something fancy like parasite planes and everything, field drop tanks, go for it.
Parasite plane, what's that?
A parasite plane is a plane that's carried by another plane.
Oh, weird.
Like the Russians had a really elaborate parasite plane design in the like pre-World War II era. They had this giant bomber-like aircraft that carried, I think, 5 smaller fighters. And they had this idea that it was going to be kind of like a flying aircraft carrier. And it worked, but the issue is reliability. And I think it did eventually crash because I think it was like an air show and someone flew into the wing. Yeah, the TB3. That's pretty wild looking. I loved that when I was a kid.
Oh, Brad, is this the false fork? I don't think so, right?
Nope. You got a little ways to go.
A false fork is near the end. If I saw that, then...
85. Is that the Goblin? Because the U.S. had an idea. It was a bomber where it would had a little bit of a bulge in the like what used to be the bomb bay, and you could just get this tiny jet into it.
Dang it!
But I know they're having trouble with pilots for that because you can only get someone who was like 5'8" in
it. Weird. We're getting up to the speed of sound. Actually, we're starting to see some like Mach drag from this.
KSP on the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, how actually I don't know this. For kind of a more standard like fighter jet, what are they designed for in terms of the limits of how tall the pilot can be?
This is tight.
I mean, you'd think they'd have their choice of like who becomes a fighter pilot, so you wouldn't have to make sure that everyone could fly it, right? Like you should. Oh yeah, there's some slightly tighter corners, but there's nothing like what we had earlier. This is just going to be a question of like trying to fly efficiently.
Yeah.
Like none of these corners are as bad as they look. So.
Yeah, I think I'm still getting too spooked by it.
Yeah, you're getting too spooked. I will tell you when you hit a tough corner. There's not a lot of like really.
Well, we're out of fuel right now, so we definitely made it a lot farther than last time.
Yes, we did.
So this is definitely better.
But if this is gonna work, we need like one more something else we're not thinking of right now.
Do you think? Well, I'm gonna see how far I am.
What about a couple different SRBs so we can fire them at separate points? Does that make any sense?
Like to extend the burn time?
Yeah.
Interesting idea.
Did I miss a question? Andrew Restrepo, did I? What do I think about a KSP port in the Switch? Okay, well, I don't know if that's a joke, but I thought that was a joke. Honestly, I don't know much about the Nintendo Switch. You guys will have to teach me. So,
I don't think the hardware is good enough to run KSP very well, at least.
Also, I feel like KSP is pretty dependent on the input devices, and I don't know how good the input is. Although I guess you could say the same thing for the Xbox version.
Ugh. Imagine playing KSP on consoles.
You know, that was my first reaction, like, how could you play KSP on console? But ultimately, it brings the game to more people, so I say that's dope.
I guess that's cool. I've seen some people make some pretty cool stuff on consoles. You know.
Yeah. So
thinking
Root
about
Beer
it.
Goat apparently suggested before that you put like a booster on each side and use the outer two to start and the inner one to finish. Something like that would probably be a pretty good idea.
Huh. I have not touched the consoles.
Yeah, I don't own the console anyway, so unless someone wants to, if someone sends me one, I will try it out, and then I'm probably going to sell it on eBay. So just a warning.
How much can I milk out of this? Dude, this thing has a really low stall speed.
Wait, hold on. Are we thinking about this wrong? What about an SRB boat?
No, I don't think so. I think the water.
Yeah, there's no way. The water. The
Maybe
water
the
is essentially the
hydrofoil.
same concept. Would you be trying to achieve a good lift to drag ratio? And
Maybe it'd be like more efficient on the straights, but I can't imagine turning. That's going to be the big problem.
Well, I don't think it would be more efficient on the straights unless you know something I don't, and it's possible to get like really outrageous lift to drag in the water.
Yeah, maybe not. All right. So we've
or
splashed
like buoyancy
down.
to drag or
All
whatever.
right, before I show this, what's your guess at how far we are, chat? I think we did a pretty good job actually. And like, look at this thing could coast like a decent amount. Separatrons are not good to carry because we have to carry them the whole way. Huh?
All right. Our chat is way too smart because I think their guess is really good.
All right.
Two guesses at 50%.
Yeah, we'll
that
wait for...
matches what I think. I'm thinking about half.
All right, let's see. I'll wait for this thing to stop. It's not going to make it much further. Let's see where we
are.
Yeah, look at that.
I'm really excited to see some prop runs.
All right, so that's where we are. We still got a ways to go. Do you think that's half?
Well, I was just looking at, what do you think the average speed we were at was? Like
it's hard. It started at like 170, and then it climbed to like 330.
Well, if you put in 24 minutes, which I think we flew like about 24 minutes, and an average of 250 meters per second, that would give us 360 kilometers.
So that's more than halfway.
Then again, I will say my estimate of 700 kilometers was pretty napkin math, like a very rough estimate. So it could be more or less than that.
Gotcha.
So and like looking at the course, that doesn't look like it's half to me.
Yeah, not quite.
Because you see how twisty it gets.
Yeah, I'd have to.
I feel like this course is more than 700 kilometers.
This is a long course.
I'm glad I didn't put that in the document because looking at this, I'm pretty sure it's more like 900.
Yeah.
Maybe 800. I'm gonna say 8. I'm saying 800 now.
Okay. I think like we could do this with 2 stages, but let's see how far we can get with 1 stage. I think the idea of having 2 solid rocket boosters on here that we fire, because that's how the SSTO worked, right? We had, like, when you built that SRB SSTO, did you fire?
Yeah. So it was 2 main stages, and then they to get to orbit, and then like a couple separatrons to like deorbit.
So okay, let's put on more boosters. That's the solution.
It is actually more boosters. Should we inline attach these for less drag?
Yeah, you're right.
Let's do it. Why not engage in all the trickery?
Yeah, we'll get the. It's not this. I'm saying this isn't that bad.
Oh yeah, DLC. I love DLC. So I mean, certainly if someone wants to say, "Hey, I wanted to do my run no DLC," then it's another way to increase the degree of difficulty. But personally, I like it. So
yeah, I'd say the DLC is pretty cool.
Oh, guys, I was so tickled with this. I forgot that the NBA game is tonight. I don't know who cares about that. But, oh, it's actually over. I will not spoil it because I'm planning on watching it later. And here's a challenge. I won't be too upset, but if chat can manage to not spoil the game now that I've mentioned it, I'll be really proud of you guys. I'm just going to throw that out there. And again, I won't be that salty if you do spoil it. But
all right, so now we have more boosters. I think we'll stage the first, like the 2 outer ones first, and then the last one to carry it through. And then we do, like, as part of the aerodynamic trickery, I guess we do have to have a nose cone on. Excuse me, pick up the. I have to have a nose cone on the back of this one.
Yeah, I haven't heard any. Actually, I think here's a potential spoiler. I don't hear any fireworks, and I don't know how many people here live in California, but people here are fond of setting off fireworks for no reason, especially during like fire risk season. So,
oh, you don't have high hopes, do you?
Well, I'm going to stop talking about it because otherwise someone's just going to accidentally spoil it and it won't even be their fault.
Okay, so we do need to have more wing air. Oh, this is weird. Yeah, we have to do this. So
again,
since we have...
I do. This might be the bearer of bad tidings, but I really feel like reducing wing area as much as possible is really going to be the way to go here.
All right, we'll do like 5 sets of wings. We'll do 10 wings. That's a little bit less
because
than
the vast majority of this course we're not losing much due to wing area.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. Now we have a bigger plane. As for what should be the thrust limit? The same thing. We need to figure out what our thrust ratio needs to be.
Well, like look at what it was before. I would say that was pretty close to good. My guess is less is probably better.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Actually, maybe. What is better? Is it better to? It might be better to, instead of reducing wing area, to try to reduce thrust, right?
Potentially.
Does that make sense?
Like, we want the boosters to last as long as possible, right?
Okay, well, again, I'm pretty sure, and no one...
I'm pretty sure, like, so Brad, at the end, when we were getting up to, like, 330 meters per second, we're losing a lot to getting to the transonic region. So,
right.
Like,
that's a good point.
I think
so.
I think the idea of having more boosters is a good idea.
What we're trying to do in a straight line is maximize lift times velocity over drag, because that's going to give us our impulse over distance.
So now we have 40. Like now we have like 40 minutes of burning here.
So the idea of this is a response to Walker Andrews. The idea of burning them at different times is what would really be ideal would actually to have an SRB that burns with less thrust over time, because our mass is going down and we don't really want to speed up over the run. So we'd really want thrust that decreases with the mass, but we can't do that because SRBs just burn at a constant thrust. So having them separated lets us like decrease the thrust over the run.
Yeah. Oh, come on. You didn't save my position. I'm upset. It's 35 and then...
By the way, a couple people mentioned gliders. I think a really fun challenge for you guys to try out would be to see how far you can make it with a glider in here. Like launch the glider into the course really fast and see how far you can make it.
I did not put the appropriate precautions on that one.
Actually, I might make a glider class challenge because I think it'd be useful to like standardize how fast you can launch into the course. Although watching people try to navigate the first corner at outrageous speed might be pretty funny.
You could like ditch the wing. Like the glider could be staged. That could be interesting.
Yeah. Actually, we were having this conversation yesterday about whether it's better to use the set position or hyper edit to maneuver there. And we determined that pretty much the set position is better for everything except for the fact that hyper edit does save the coordinates you put in.
Yeah. For some reason, this does not save it.
I use hyper edit because it's fine. It does have some errors sometimes, but it's usually close enough. And
let's do this.
It saves the coordinate.
Okay, you know what? I should really be I should set this at -90.
No, you can. Heavy Metal Fan says you can use the Cal controller to control SRB thrust. You absolutely can.
That feels wrong.
But no, it is wrong because like one of the big challenges of this is that SRBs are, I don't want to call them bad. They have their role, but with air quotes, they're a terrible engine, which is what makes this so hard. I mean, if you could throttle up and down and just be like a liquid, it'd just be like a low ISP liquid fuel engine. Oh yeah, tweak scale would be interesting. Like if you want to fly something
Whoa, I think
enormous
this
down
thing's
the
falling like a
canyon,
brick.
that'd be pretty funny. Or something tiny. I don't know either.
I think I
What'd you do?
miscalculated something here.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
It's having trouble pulling up. It might just be that how many G's are you pulling here?
It was I think I need to like have more control surfaces. Or bigger ones. We'll put bigger ones on.
Actually, I think this was fine. Like, because you're mostly vertical and it was giving you like 0.9 Gs. So because you're mostly vertical, you're not getting much against gravity. So actually, no, that's not good. You want to be able to put more Gs in that.
So more. I think you should have more wing area. Maybe
Hold
one
on.
more. Okay, no. Fine. No. I'll just shoot this in.
Maybe one more.
One more set. Then it will be the same ratio as last time. I think the ratio last time was good, though.
Yeah, Root Beer points out we have way less pitch authority. But
let's see.
You don't like quote need high pitch authority. Like really, if you have the center of mass really close to the center of lift, you in theory there's no like minimum of how much pitch authority you need. It's just the wing area. However, having more pitch authority I have found does make it fly better. Like in the that like clipped jet I made, it does have a ton of pitch authority on it, which does seem to make it fly better.
KSP, what is this? My wing was not changing the center of lift at all.
So Grant, that's a good point. But as mass decreases, the amount of lift we need decreases, and most of the work we're doing is against gravity. Ultimately, I mean it's work done against gravity divided by our lift to drag ratio, but still,
it'll be fine. All right, we'll do this. I think this is good. Here.
So we don't need nose cones in the side SRBs because we're using like a linear attachment. So the SRBs are actually attached to the back of the ones to the next to it. So as far as the game is concerned, the front of these are going to generate zero drag. And that might sound like a trick, and it is, but it's a fun trick. Makes things fly fast.
Yeah. Whoa! Hold on here. KSP lied to me about the center of lift. Lost control.
It does do that sometimes.
What is it doing? Like, so seriously, watch this. Watch when I offset this wing. It thinks it's like in the bearing or something.
Sometimes when you're dropping something directly, its stability is different.
No. Look at this. Look at this.
Prograde.
Look at this. You see us on stream? The center of lift is barely something.
It is lying to you.
Crazy.
It's like dirty.
It thinks it's occluded in the bearing or something. Whatever.
Wait. Hold on. Do you have the other wings like rotated at all?
No. Well, they're all.
When you put angle of attack on wings, the game
they all have the same like.
Okay, but even so, when you do put the angle on wings, the game gets really bad.
Oh wait a minute! It was angled downwards. That's why it was acting funny. Okay. I fixed it. It's because I was picking up the other side and it was angling it downwards. And when it angled downwards, it must have been like angling it directly into the stocks, like simulated angle of attack. Because that's how the stock game does it. It like simulates a -1 degree angle of attack on your wing, on your aircraft, and then calculates the center of lift from that. So if you angle your wings downward like 1 degree, the center of lift will get very confused.
It's just confused in general.
We're making an SRB plane, and we're hoping to throw this quite far.
The thing about a biplane class is that while changing the wing design in KSP looks cool, it doesn't really matter where the wings are.
Yeah. A biplane will perform the same as anything else.
You know, this might be a hot take, but I'm kind of okay with KSP's aerodynamics being a little bit like bad, because fluid dynamics are so hard to model that I feel like trying to make them more realistic is kind of a fool's errand to some extent.
I fully agree with that. Actually, I think making it like going for real or like trying to model it is just gonna allow even more crazy exploits in the end. Like you can find holes in any simulation. So I'm
So
glad they picked a simple
yeah,
one. At least they made it simple.
yeah, root beer goat. I try to avoid mods as a general principle. It's not like I hate mods. It's that like I feel like it's nice to produce videos that are like relatable. People can understand like the ideas of what's going on, and mods make that harder. So to use a mod, I generally need a really compelling reason. Like I haven't actually made any RSS videos, but I might at some point. Like yeah, it seems like an interesting thing to do.
Okay, am I gonna be in the am I gonna be in regulation this time?
Probably not. Don't worry about it.
Dang it, yeah. The shores are closer than I thought.
Yeah, so the shores extend outward from the land in all points. So if you imagine you're actually hitting them before you're like really in the river. But hey, that's realistic, like, right? Like rivers, especially if there's a lot of water flow, the fresh water will sometimes like extend outward into the ocean. Like if you look east of the Amazon River, there's an extremely large area of ocean that's actually fresh water because there's so much water flow going out of it.
Right, interesting.
However, if you live in New York, the Hudson River, which flows south and empties into the Atlantic, well, it flows south, not even all the way. It's an estuary uh, all the way up north past like Poughkeepsie and Kingston. So the water flows both ways depending on what the tide is.
That's pretty
However, in Kerbal Space Program, the this river actually is just sea level the whole way. So it's really more of an arm of the sea. It's like a really complicated fjord. But then again, the rivers like the Hudson are sea level for not quite 700 kilometers, but at least 100 miles.
Brad, does
So
this little
maybe
turn
this
look
isn't that
good?
outrageous.
Oh geez, we're
Go
losing
ahead.
speed. What do you think about this turn?
I think you should be much more towards the outside, but this is fine because it's not too tight.
We're just losing velocity like crazy. That's what's kind of spooking me about this. Yeah, we're going really slow. I need to try and take this as gradual as possible. I'm getting the heebie-jeebies from this.
All right, so I'm updating my estimate of the river, Kyle, to 800 kilometers. Um, it's kind of hard to measure this. Probably the best way to measure it would be to just do a run of it where you tried to maintain constant speed and then just measure how long it takes. But measuring the distance of routes is like in real life is a lot more complicated than it might seem. Especially if it's like a trail or like a rally course. Anyone who's done hiking will know that even like official measurements of the distance of a trail are often horrific. Um, if you go to New Zealand,
This
there's a
is
tradition
bad.
in New Zealand where trail lengths are measured in time, which really threw me off when I got there. Like you'd be hiking a trail and there'd be a sign that would say like, 2 hours to this, like 40 minutes to this. And I was like, what the heck? Doesn't that depend on how fast you go? And it does, but like people there have an idea, like if it says 40 minutes, I'm a fast hiker, maybe that means a half hour. Oh man, someone sent $5.
Yeah,
Great.
amazing. Yeah, thank
Thanks.
you, Zarta. Am I even pronouncing that right? Okay, we crashed.
Oh,
We
I
have
was oops.
we have this. We had okay. Um,
So
I don't know if we
base
like.
sorry, go ahead.
This is so. There's two ways. We can either go more wing area and less thrust, or more thrust and less wing area.
Yeah.
I think more
I
wing
think
area might be
going
better
I'm not sure.
because it'd be going slower.
I'm not sure. I think this design is fine. Is
Dude,
what
I don't know. I was struggling to get any speed
Nah,
from it.
going fast is good though, unless I think you made a good point earlier. Basically, I think as fast as possible without going transonic.
Yeah.
Like probably like 250, 300 is probably pretty ideal.
Yeah, I think.
because that's when lift to drag starts dropping pretty outrageously fast. You know, here's a good point though. You go lower, we can go faster without hitting Mach speeds.
I
So
mean,
maybe how about this? As the run goes on, does it make sense to start going lower
that
to
would be
keep our
really
Mach speed
weird.
down?
That would be very strange.
Do you see what I mean now?
I see what you mean, but if
Can
that
we
actually
maybe
works, that'd be weird.
let's do can we do the next flight with the lift to drag
Yeah, we
ratio
can
up?
do that.
Let's do that.
We can do that. All right. Okay, so I added 2 more wings. I added 2 more sets of wings to it.
So Boom Shuckle, who actually had 2 entries in the top 10 in the last challenge. Actually, Boom Shuckle's the guy who did the SRB run in the last one, right? Am I getting that right?
Yeah, he was. He was.
Yeah, Boom Shuckle's the OG SRB River Canyon challenger. But so the idea is if you add more wings, that doesn't actually improve your lift to drag ratio that much. And if it does, it's because you're flying slower. And if you just fly purely in a straight line, the only metric you'd have to care about is lift times velocity over drag. So I think the 2 ways to get that high are A, fly really slow with really low thrust with a lot of wing area, or fly faster with less wing area with more thrust.
See,
I'm not sure which of those approaches does it.
I have a hunch. I think the lower thrust is going to be better because that's going to extend the burn time significantly.
I think lower thrust, less wing, faster. Well, I'm kind of kidding, but at the same time, like we do want to make sure that this thing is barely flyable at the beginning of the course.
I think it was a little bit too close.
If it's easy to get this around the first corner, we're not pushing the limits far enough.
Yeah. There is a.
All right, someone asked a really good question earlier, and I wanted to answer it. I just didn't get around to it. Someone asked, how do you reduce drag in this game? So if we're talking about like tricks to reduce drag, which I think is what was meant, the most straightforward way to do it is to not have any nodes on the back that aren't occluded. So what I mean by occluded is if like you just throw like a solid rocket booster on your plane, the back of parts in this game, if you can attach something to it and there's nothing on it, it generates a ton of drag. So if you slap a nose cone on the back, it generates a ton less drag. And if you wanted to generate even less drag, you take all your parts and you attack them in one big long line. And therefore there's only one node on the back at all to worry about. And then you just use part offset to drag them where they're supposed to be. Which is definitely kind of an abuse of how the game works, but it makes things fly fast and it's fun. So, you know. All right, you see that little ridge on the left side?
Yeah.
I really feel like you should just barely miss that. Like, if you look at the demo run I did, I like almost hit that.
Okay, you got it.
So I was like aiming for that, like a target.
All right, well, we'll start our.
You see what I mean?
Turn.
Like you don't have to aim for it now, but like that, the sharp, the first of the darker ground there.
Yeah, we're gonna take a nice shallow turn this time.
And that also kind of informed when I started turning too. All right, other ways to reduce air drag. Well, kind of the ultimate way to do it is to do what Dave said. Dave, DAV, Strength Rexham. Put everything in a fairing. Yeah, that's kind of the ultimate way to reduce drag, and also the most abusive. But again, it makes things fly really fast and it's fun. Yeah, Isaac. Actually, I have to say this. I had to like convince Strats to like stop doing this with a keyboard. I'm like, take the time, go plug in the joystick, do it properly.
Oh, dang,
you can do this with a keyboard. It absolutely works, but it is a lot more difficult because like the whole idea of this is you want to fly really smooth. And if you're trying to do this with a keyboard, like even if you use like caps lock, you're probably going to have to like tap the keys a bunch. Now you can fly with trim. Flying with trim is probably the way to do this if you have just a keyboard. Actually, if you remember, Squiddy did a challenge for the last River Canyon run, and he did it with a keyboard, and he is the smoothest keyboard flyer I've ever seen. And actually, I have to check out how he did that because I know he did it with a keyboard, but and you can tell it wasn't as smooth as a joystick, but how he did that with a keyboard actually kind of confused me.
Keyboards, man.
Keyboards, man.
Oh, come on. I think I'm turning enough for to miss this.
Yeah, you'll be fine. And you can actually overfly that a little bit.
The problem is I'm losing altitude.
That means you're rotated too much then.
Pull
up.
I can't pull up too hard. I need to get some speed. I'm like losing too much speed on the turns. Like it's fine. It's like okay during level flight, but during the turns, it's like I'm running into this problem where the speed is getting cut too much.
I mean, the more you turn, the more you have to pull up.
Yeah.
I think Squiddy still plays KSP. I think he just doesn't produce as much content, which I get. I actually have to force myself sometimes to play KSP without the objective of ever turning it into content, because sometimes you kind of get away from just enjoying the game.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and I've enjoyed the streams a lot because that's like the time where I get to just screw around and make something I wouldn't.
Yeah, like build something that's like you didn't actually like try to optimize everything, and it's just sometimes it's nice just to slap a pair of wings on an SRB and just launch it somewhere.
Yeah, just like this. Oh, we need to start getting some more speed back. This is so spooky.
Shape of fairing doesn't matter that much. It kind of matters in that, like, if you make the fairing really big and it's not pointed directly prograde, you'll start to get a lot of body drag. But generally, big picture doesn't really matter.
Brad, please blow on this freaking thing to make it go faster.
All right, this is another question. So we want to. You see the point coming out from the left? You want to aim for that, like just barely miss that.
Yeah, that's what I'm definitely. I'm losing too much speed. I feel like I'm getting on the wrong side of the lift to drag curve right now.
Yeah, but we're getting lighter, and like this is the last tight corner.
I don't know if it's gonna happen. We'll see. We'll see. Because like you see, if I start getting any.
Also, altitude, I feel like you're gonna play this too safe. You should be more dangerous, close to the wall. And right as I say that, I realize it's actually reasonably close. Also, I mean, this is, I guess, personal, but I think that flying with locked on helps me to kind of keep track of like how much roll I have going on.
Yeah.
I think locked camera is the way to do this.
Just trying to like.
Which also, that is one thing I'd like about flying in IVA is it's kind of like a locked camera. It is a locked camera. Like you know, the camera, the way you're looking turns with the plane, which I think is good.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm just watching the horizontal speed just go down and down and down.
You know, we could get a little bit abusive and like launch this thing into the course really fast. I know I kind of said not to do that.
That's what I did because I dropped it from like a fairly significant height.
Yeah. Although that's not really going to help us that much, is it? Because some of the tight corners are right at the beginning, so it's not like you can just carry a bunch of speed in.
Yeah, like that's the problem. I lost like all the speed I had going into it, and I'm finding this thing's not gliding.
Although like, I will say, if you want to do an IVA run, we'll either use the bubble canopy where you can see everything, or like do a run first, because like if you use the MK1 cockpit, it's kind of hard to see like where you are.
You know what? Actually, our angle of attack isn't too bad right now.
Now, if someone could do a run in the MK3 cockpit where you like can't see anything, that'd be impressive.
So
man, that cockpit is terrifying.
You know, like since we're going a lot slower through this.
Oh man, this is a beautiful line you're taking through here. I'm not going to comment on real time, but so far it looks pretty good. I'd say the one thing you could do is have kept turning and make it more of an S turn. I think we went straight for a little longer than we needed to.
Yeah, you're right.
Because the beginning of the corner, I think, was just about perfect. And also you started turning too late. But, you know,
whatever.
What are you going to do? Whatever.
I think we're going to... Yeah, we made it around the second hard turn.
Yep. then it's
Oh,
all
I
pretty
just need some more power. Please, SRBs, grant me some more power.
This is good though. I mean, it should be just barely flying, right? That's kind of a sign that we're around the
We're on
right
the right
point.
track, yeah.
What
At
are the
least the
stat
body drag from
differences?
the
Like,
SRBs
I
is
think
going
you
to be
make a
pretty
good
low.
point because we have plenty of thrust. Well, is the wet to dry ratio different on SRBs or is it about the same? Does anyone know this? Someone go to the information and pull us up like some info in an SRBs.
I just need more speed. We've just been losing speed on every single turn, and it's been giving me anxiety. I don't know how this thing's still flying. How is it still flying? Oh, I need to pull up. Pull up.
That's a good point. Maybe we need more thrust. Do we actually need more thrust? I think we
How
do.
is it? I'm really amazed that it's managed to keep like enough speed to keep flying through all this because it's not. It's like not enough.
We are getting lighter. Should be getting lighter.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm getting spooked.
Well, okay. So this will be interesting though because
No, I think
we've
we're on the
really
wrong side of the lift to drag curve right now.
we've really gone slow this run. It'll be interesting to see how far we make it. I think that'll be very instructive. My guess is that this run actually isn't going to do that good.
I don't think we're gonna. I think we're gonna crash. We're gonna
Like you think
run
we're
this.
not going to stay in the air?
Look! Our speed just keeps going down.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep it.
Maybe just turn the thrust up a bit.
Yeah, maybe we just need a little bit more thrust.
But keep flying it. I think it's we're either going to crash pretty soon or we're going to reach the mass where we can actually keep flying.
Good grief! I just give me some more speed, game. I should activate the middle booster, maybe.
That is an interesting idea.
I think we might need it. We're gonna need the extra power, like I think right now.
Yeah. Yeah, hit it.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
All right,
We're
so
literally
middle
gonna
booster's
crash. Hit it.
activated.
Hit it.
I think. Ah, okay. Now we're gaining some speed. Now we're gaining speed.
Praise the booster.
Oh no! I left. Pull up. Okay, here we go.
Up.
There we go. Oh, we almost hit the water.
50, 40, 30.
We got this. All right, let's get some altitude now.
By the way, based on a conversation the other day in my Discord, I looked up what the world record is for STOL, so short takeoff and landing of a like a wing lifted prop powered plane. So what they do is they add up your distance it takes you to take off and land. They do let you do it in a headwind with like ideal conditions. Chat, take a guess. Don't look it up. What do you think the record is for the shortest takeoff and landing of a plane, where you're adding the takeoff run and the landing run? So this is a wing lifted prop powered plane.
0.
Well, Zacatec's got it. It's 9 feet 5 inches.
Wow, that's actually pretty close to 0 if you think about it.
So obviously that's with a headwind. It's done at this very particular like runway in Alaska, which helps with a lot of things. One, they have a steady sea breeze, so you always got a headwind.
All right, we'll put it to locked actually.
The cold air gives you thicker atmosphere, a little more lift, and probably the engine runs better too, I think. Yeah. So I think it's what is it? It's like Valdez, Alaska, I think it is. There's some really interesting YouTube content for people doing like plane hobby stuff. There's like a whole scene of people who put like giant balloon tires on like Piper Cubs, and they can land them like right on a hillside. Usually in California where there's nothing but like grass on it. Yeah, I'm always shocked what people can land on.
Yeah, so am I.
You know what else I was interested by? It made perfect sense when I thought about it. Someone mentioned that to, Yeah, someone just said tail sitter. To do short takeoff and landing, you want a plane that's a tail sitter. So that's where the tricycle landing gear has the single gear in the back, and it kind of sits down rather than having like a tricycle landing gear. It's like two in back and one in the front. And I was thinking, what difference does that make? Well, if you have a tail dragger, that means that you can get more pitch without breaking the without doing something bad to your landing gear. So
don't tell the
they
course marshal
ground.
about what I just did. All right, 218 meters per second. Okay, this is better.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Let's tell it's like going to the right here.
Yeah, you could use the cowl controller to adjust the thrust of the SRBs. That absolutely work. The thing is that I think the whole challenge here is struggling with the limitations of SRBs. So I don't think removing those limitations makes this more interesting. Although you could argue that, I think one argument for that being interesting is in real life, you can design SRBs to increase or decrease in thrust over time. In fact, they generally do that because you generally want your SRB to decrease in thrust over time. However, in Kerbal Space Program, by default, I think the intent is that it has constant thrust. So yeah, Boom Shaka, we're trying to see how far we can go in one stage. And I would like to say, I think we're doing pretty good here, right?
Yeah, honestly,
this is certainly making it further than I thought it would.
We definitely I think we've got a little bit too much power right now, though. Because of that, if we just increase the power of the side boosters a little bit more.
Hey, Ranga, if you want to like use Cal overclocking and do a run of this with like outrageous thrust, go for it. It'd be funny. I want to see it.
I broke 400 meters again.
I mean, I probably won't do it, but maybe I will because flying down here at 4 kilometers per second, you'll probably have to turn off heating and everything for that too. But that'd be pretty funny. And Strats can confirm this. If you fly really fast, it gets outrageously hard.
Yes,
like laughably outrageously hard.
It is very.
You will be cackling with glee the whole time.
Okay.
So I hear people use staging a lot of different ways. Like the technical meaning of it is you're not detaching anything from the plane other than fuel. There's kind of some debate over what exactly counts as fuel. Like if you take some part you're not using anymore and eject it out the back really fast to get some additional impulse, does it count as fuel then? Well, maybe. But generally, generally fuel is just something you use the engines for, and any parts that you detach would generally be considered staging.
I feel like I'm checking this too tight still, right? Should ease up on it. Oh, now it's starting to get fast.
Otis says, what about offsetting 20 plus rapiers into each other and hitting almost 2,100 meters per second at sea level? So, Otis, you will be interested in this perhaps. I actually I released the craft file for this. I have a clipped rapier jet that is outrageously fast for the Canyon Challenge. Now, it's not designed to hit maximum speed in a straight line. It can get to about 2,000. But it's designed to have the wing area and control and stability to, be a canyon racer. Because really, it's the turns that is the most important part. And it'll do this canyon at probably an average of about 1,800. But if you could actually keep it off the walls for the whole run, but it doesn't have enough fuel to do it. You'll definitely run out of fuel pretty fast.
Just give it more fuel.
Well. Generally, if you use a part for anything other than reaction mass at any point and then detach it, I would consider that staging. So like if you're using like decouplers for impulse, and the parts you're decoupling are like literally used as nothing other than dead mass, then maybe you could argue that that's not staging. But if like you used an engine and then figure I don't need this engine anymore, I'm going to eject it out the back for reaction mass, that I would count as staging.
The engine's fuel, though.
I get that there's actually some ambiguity in that you're off of the course. Hire the course marshal.
No, I was. It was only a smidge.
Send him through the pits.
It was only a smidge.
All right, I don't know how many people care about this, but I do find it amusing in racing how like picky the course marshals get sometimes. And one of the funnier ones I saw was a guy like just barely lost a race on the line. And then the court marshals gave him a relegation and gave him a time penalty on top of that. And I felt that was like absolutely savage. Like the guy already just lost the race, and they still like threw the book at him and gave him a time penalty.
Uh-oh, this is not good.
Yeah, this isn't good. You're gonna be fine. It's not that tight, but yeah, this is probably not the best way to do this.
Oh, I'm also exceeding the. You're supposed to go like out for that one, right? And then pull in.
Yeah, we needed to cut the inside a little more, and it would have been fine.
Oh, I see.
Hey, anyone have any opinions on Bernie from Formula One? I should specify. People are gonna think I'm talking about politics. Who was into Formula One in the '90s and the 2000s? I guess he was around for a while.
Dang, like I'm getting too much hype. Tone this back.
This section is not as tight as it looks. It always looks like
I'm so spooked. You have to understand. I'm also just exceeded 400 meters again.
No politics. Practice. I was talking about the former director of Formula One. Yeah, Eccleston is an interesting man. I don't really know what to think about him other than he's just a very odd man. Yeah, at this point, we really want the boosters to cut out. Like, we're going too fast right now. We're starting to get into the transonic speed.
Yeah, but these are going to cut out soon, so don't worry.
Quick, do some S corners to scrub speed.
No, this is scrubbing a lot of speed right here.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
So, in general, the ideal corner, and you can watch pretty much any racing series and see this because they get really good at this, is they're all the way on the outside of the track before they head in the corner.
Yeah,
they hit the inside of the track, used to that. Right in the middle of the corner. Like where you want to hit that point depends a little bit on the geometry of the corner. And you go all the way to the outside on it. And what that does, it kind of uses the width of the course to increase the effective radius of the course while also still giving you a short line through the corner.
All right, so
we kind of
our second set has burned out. Our second set's burned out now. Let's see how far this one's going to take us. So now we should be better.
No, you don't have to do the single stage. Single stage is one way you could do it. I think it's an interesting way to do it. Certainly on the really long course, doing it at a single stage adds an entirely different element of engineering challenge. But I think it would also be fun to do it with a bunch of staging. Because if you go really fast, you have to do more change of velocity laterally to actually do the corners. And because of that, you're going to need more delta V to complete the course. So the fact that it's really long, if you do it single stage, that kind of puts a limit on how fast you can actually fly it. And going fast is fun. So you either are going to have to do a run with like fuel hacks or use staging. And using staging would probably be a more interesting way to do it than just turning off fuel.
All right.
Yeah. So if you check out the video in the description of this, that has all the information linked in it. Yeah, Otis. So decoupling wings as the speed increases would be great. That would definitely improve performance. And it would also definitely count as staging because the wings are absolutely something that's used for something other than reaction.
But what if you put them on a centrifugal launcher and just shoot them out the back really quick when you're done with them?
Yeah, but the thing is that if you already used it as a wing, that's
All right, I think this is going good. I'm getting two different delta V readouts. The stock one's telling me I have 1,700 meters per second left, whereas Kerbal Engineer is telling me I have like 900.
So
I
I
think
haven't done.
I think stock is wrong.
Yeah.
Brad, what's this? What should I prepare for here? Be my rally driver.
Oh, this is a. All right, 2 clicks left. Double caution.
Am I
Triple
gonna
caution. Samir, you're not paying attention. Guys, if you want to joke,
Samir, I'm breaking the car.
Look up Samir rally driver. It's this guy called Samir driving a rally car, and his navigator is like losing his cool and like begging him to stop breaking the car. It's one of the greatest things I've ever seen. I guarantee you will not be disappointed. I think it might be fake, but it's pretty great content regardless. Samir, you are breaking the car, Samir. Yeah, someone's seen it.
Samir, you are breaking the car.
Samir, you are breaking the car.
Okay, it's a left here. Yeah.
Yeah, but you really want to be wide in this because this is like S corners. So if you like aim for the apex now, you're going to be too far to the outside.
All right, so we'll do this. We're going to come in here.
You know, Benjamin, we actually thought about this, is using the SRB to like store the momentum in like an impulse battery, which would be like something spinning, and then use that. But man, you'd need to store a lot of impulse for that to really do anything.
I'm trying to keep the turn.
Although
like the G-force is actually really useful. Like I want to keep it around like 1.1 G's actually.
Because I think this is a long corner. If you stay off the apex until later in the corner, it gives you a better exit. This is flying is a little bit different than racing a car. Usually, if you're racing a car in a racetrack, what you want to do is you do a lot of braking, actually more braking than you need to do to get through the corner at the beginning, and you go really far before you start turning. And what that lets you do is it moves your apex further in the corner, which lets you get on the gas sooner. And it gives you more speed coming out of the corner, which is more important than braking as late as possible.
Yo, we're making it further than last time. This is where we died last time. This is where we ran out of juice, and we still have like
really well.
We're still about a quarter left in the tank, so we're gonna keep going.
That means the low thrust flying slower strat is probably pretty good.
Yeah, I think that might be the way to do it. I just need more. I actually think I need.
How far are we actually? Can you don't mind hitting the map real quick?
Yeah. Oh, fuck. I'm spooked. Hold on. Let me turn on SAS for just a second. This is where we are at. So we are further than last time. Okay. Get out
By
of here.
By the way, rally car drivers are outrageous. I respect everyone in that sport. Would never do it. It's really dangerous. It must be not as dangerous as it looks, because it looks like suicidal.
Yeah, for sure. So Brad, I think we just need more thrust on the two outer ones, and this amount of thrust on the center one worked.
Yep, I think this definitely improved it.
I think it's proved it quite significantly.
Yeah, so Group B was actually just too fast. If you look at race cars in general, they really haven't gotten faster for the most part recently. That's because they're really as fast as you want them to be already. So in general, as people come up with new techniques, they just tighten the rules to counteract that. Group B was rallying, but they got rid of most of the rules on what you could enter as a car. So you had people with like 50 pounds of boost generating like 900 horsepower from a 1.5 liter engine. It was practically a Formula One car, but you're racing them down totally unprepared streets that the driver wasn't familiar with.
Oh, this is beautiful, actually. I'd like the sun setting now. This is actually quite nice. I think I'm
One of
getting
my other
the gentle turn.
rally clips is a driver rolls the car and just the car stops rolling and he just keeps driving.
Oh, Brad, I think this is a false turn. Which way do I go, left or right?
You go right here.
Okay.
It's not actually a false turn. This is just like a point to the left. I guess never mind. It is a false turn if you don't know which way to go.
To the right?
Watch me be wrong, but yeah, it's to the right.
Okay.
I'm gonna say to the right, and if I'm wrong, you can blame it on me.
Okay, I should have taken this one.
Actually, I think that actually is like a tributary to the left, but it's not the one you want. Generally speaking, the wrong turns on this are pretty obvious. Like you'd have to turn like more than 90 degrees to get onto a wrong turn. So, especially if you're going faster, you usually don't even notice the wrong turns. With that one exception, the wrong way fork, where it's actually kind of hard to see the turn off that you want.
Nice and gentle. There we go. I'm getting better at flying this, I think. Took a little bit of getting used to it, but I think I've gotten the joystick down.
Electric rally cars. What kind of range do they get on those? I mean, presumably not a lot when they're going full gas, or I should say, full voltage.
Bradley,
I do know.
is this corner
I do know
good?
they used a electric car for the Pikes Peak challenge, which is a pretty ideal usage of electrical power, because A, it's not that long of a run. B, one of the biggest disadvantages you get on a course like Pikes Peak when you top out over 14,000 freedom units is
Brad,
you have less air to
right.
combust with.
I see two ways, or is this actually?
No, this is not wrong way fork yet, but I don't actually know which way this goes. Crap.
Left or right? Shit. Map. Left. Oh, I'd have to turn pretty hard to go right.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yes, this is another one of those forks. It's funny, at higher speed it's kind of more obvious which way you turn.
Yeah, it's gonna be left.
Yeah, one of the issues with describing wrong way fork is you take the fork on the right, but you're still making a left turn because they both turn left. So you're taking the right fork, but still turning left.
Yeah. This actually has gone quite a bit further than the last one.
Yes, it has. You're actually just running out of gas, so.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, curb your expectations. This is not going to complete the whole run. You already know that.
For sure.
We're seeing how far it goes.
Yeah. We've made it pretty far.
Yeah, so anyway, what I was to say, yeah, they're really good for Pikes Peak because you don't lose power like you would with a combustion engine due to the thinner atmosphere. And you benefit from less drag.
Yeah. Do you think we made it past halfway?
Oh, definitely. I think we were right around halfway point last time. And
all right, chat. Like, feel free. Like, we still got coasting power in this thing.
Although it's going to be harder to estimate distance because I was using average speed and time, but I have no idea what our average speed was this time.
It was like, okay,
all right, someone's going to have to write down our speed every minute and then give us the estimate.
So given how bad like the start was, like, all things considered, like where I almost fell out of the sky because I was going too slow.
And then towards the end of it, when we were burning all three, we were well into the point where I think we were really losing efficiency.
There's still optimizations to be made here, and this is, you know what? I actually think this could be possible in one stage.
All right, so gyro run. I do a demo run in the description for the challenge. I've only actually done one full run of it, but yeah, we know where it goes. So we just know we're not going to get towards the end of it right now.
Potentially, like,
and there's enough turns on it that's pretty easy to forget.
Yeah, but we'll glide as far as we can.
Actually, here's a recommendation for you guys. Have a picture up of the route while you fly. Everyone's going to need to get a second monitor. I'm shilling for the monitor industry right now.
Dude, the monitors, like, I have 2 monitors. It's not enough. I need another one.
There's never enough monitors.
Yeah, it's just...
See, this is why I use a big IKEA table as my desktop instead of something that's designed to be a desk, because you need more room.
Oh, is that the false fork up there? What is that?
Let me see. I'm still.
I just see this thing creeping around.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yep. Can we make it to false fork? I don't think so.
No, I don't think it's got enough juice. But
not.
You said false fork is getting closer.
We're pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it right there. Yep.
We see false fork on SRBs. That's not bad. That is not bad.
Press F if you want Strats to get out and swim to the fork.
No. No. To be here forever.
Everyone wants to see it.
No. Like, you see how far that is? Also, I could have glided a little more. I think I got
that actually. We'd be here for a while.
We're not going to be it. All right, chat. How far did we make it this time?
Hey, if someone wants to fly this at a constant speed,
thank you, Garrett.
Tell me how far it is. That'd be great. Oh, thank you, Garrett. I'm saying thank you for Strats right now.
Yeah, no, this is. I do really appreciate this. It warms my heart. This has been a good stream. Actually, this has gotten some pretty good viewership. I didn't expect many people to be online at this time, actually. I'm using a joystick, yeah. Like, dang, folks. All right, let's see. So we got our guesses in. Let's see where this is at. Oh, dang, look at this. That's still a long way to go, actually. Wait a minute, false fork? It's this one, right? You see that, Brad?
Yeah, that's the one. Because if you go left, obviously it ends pretty soon.
Yeah, but look at that.
That's definitely more than halfway. Yeah, not a lot over halfway.
Oh, it's spooky though. We still got a long way to go.
However, there are a couple more twisty corners in there. Like right after false fork is probably the hardest turn on the.
Yeah, that looks scary right
now. Though it's arguably easier because you have less feel by that point. But if you're staging, it might be just as hard. And that corner is really tight. So that one is really important to be wide on the entry. And also to deliberately hit the apex late. So you want to really wait to turn and then be turning hard the whole time. You don't want to wait until you hit the apex to turn hard. Otherwise, you're going to lose all your velocity.
I see. Gotcha. Well, I think, looking at this, I thought we were closer than we actually were.
Hey, we're already more than halfway. Now,
yeah,
I know that might sound bad, but like I think this might work. I think there might be a way. I'm gaining hope.
I'm gaining a little bit of hope too.
Now, is there any SRBs that have better performance? I know it has the highest SRB, but if one of them has a lot better dry to wet mass,
I'm gonna see. Honestly, I think this one's the best, but we can compare the other ones.
All right, I'm gonna look at that real quick. And let's see. All right,
the thoroughbred is also a good contender.
And I'll let you know.
$13 boosters. Nah. We need more thrust on these.
All right, so the flea is just over a ratio of 3, which is not that good. Hammer's a bit better. That's it's about 4.7-ish. And
9 on the outside might be better.
And the Clydesdale's almost 7. But the thoroughbred is 7.
Is it that much of a difference?
Hold on, let me calculate the actual difference here. I mean, I guess we can just look at what's giving us more delta V. That's the only thing that really matters.
Yeah, hold on. I can compare these, but like the thoroughbred's a good contender. I think the hammer and the flea are like too low on the ISP, but to be useful.
It's not that much of a difference. So the Clydesdale is 6.86.
What about the Pollux actually?
And the thoroughbred is 7.
What about the Pollux actually? So this is a slimmer profile. I think this is 1.25 meters, I think. Or no, it's the one that's between, it's the 1.875, the Pollux. What do you think, how does that one compare?
Let me just look at the ratio real quick.
We might get lower drag from that, which might be better.
Ratio doesn't look that good.
Oh, it's not?
6.44.
Gross.
That is significantly less.
Thoroughbred. Okay, well, hold on. Let me just compare the delta V of them just on their own, like in the atmosphere at sea level. So at sea level in the atmosphere, the Pollux has, I mean the Thoroughbred has 3,912 meters per second.
But Otis, it's really in this case, like how much mass is engine doesn't really matter to us. We're not using anywhere near the thrust that it's capable of. So really, there's the only things that matter are the ISP, the wet to dry ratio, and I guess how much drag it generates too.
I think the Clydesdale edges out a little bit in terms of delta V, actually. It has a little bit more.
Yeah. Right.
I still think the Clydesdale might be better. Like this is still the same profile.
Or it's got a little more ISP, yeah.
I think the ISP is good.
I don't think anything else has the ISP to make it relevant.
Yeah, hold on. Let's go back to this one. I think this is the best.
What about the Sepratron? We can do this at 118 ISP.
Yeah, exactly. That's great. What the Shrimp? What the heck? The Shrimp doesn't have a bad ISP of 190.
Yeah, but it's also its ratio is pretty bad.
Is it bad?
Looks like. Yeah, it's bad.
Oh shit.
I will tell you how bad it is in a second, but I know it's bad. Yeah, 5.65. That's awful.
Gross. It looks like this is the way to do it. All right, so I've how about more wing area? What do you think about more wing area?
Yeah, I think more wing area and a little bit slower might be a good idea.
Let's actually keep the let's keep the SRBs at 7 and just increase the wing area.
I don't know how much more wing area we need because we definitely just didn't have enough thrust last time. Like I know that getting thrust low is good, but I think we had it too low last time.
I guess if you look at this, it's how much?
Yeah, imagine calling 195 seconds not bad. Well, it's on the scheme of SRBs, it could be worse.
All right, 0.12 is what we're 0.12 atmospheric thrust.
Hey, if only you could pack solid rocket fuel into wings, that'd be great. That would really help.
Yes. See, we've got a lot of interesting challenges with these SRBs.
Use the boosters as wings.
No. It's like if we allow like crazy part clipping, right? The Thoroughbred's still good in terms of delta V, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. We haven't even gone to the full hacker mode.
Why don't we try hackery? Let's
putting everything in a fairing.
Let's try
put everything in a fairing. Yeah,
let's get the fairing hackery out.
I think
do this.
We're gonna need to pull out all the stops for this. Let's put everything fairing. It's fairing time. Let's do this.
Let's see. I think it'll fit in a 2.75 meters.
You know, Alejandro, you make a good point. They should have better ISP because SRBs are fun. I think it's fun to have to deal with this, the limitation of not having a throttle.
What do you think's the smallest fairing I could stick this into?
It is disappointing that they're so underperforming.
All right, let's see. Is this going to shield it? This might shield it actually. I don't know how the fairing logic works. I'll just make a fairing that fits it.
Drupus the Snoots wants to do the challenge, but he's going to set the course ceiling to 70 kilometers.
This is shielding it actually.
Even more.
This fairing shields this. Let's see if I can make it smaller.
Hey, if you do the course at a geostationary orbital altitude, you'll really make it a lot longer.
The real question is, what's the smallest fairing that I can occlude this with? What do you think about that?
I don't know. I think they'll do it.
Let's see.
I bet that works. With
I think it will. I don't know how the occlusion logic works.
Yeah, it's odd. My guess is this works.
I honestly don't know. Duckweed probably. Okay, this doesn't include it. This isn't it. It's not it, Chief.
Huh.
I think.
I think one of the good arguments for leaving ISPs unrealistically bad is that because Kerbin is scaled down, if we have realistic ISPs, it'll like really make it easy to get places. And I don't think we need to make it easier to get places. I think it's okay to play it a little bit low on the ISP.
Let's see. I think this will work. Then we can just clip them all together and then fire them one at a time.
And also, I think having the KSP engines have kind of bad TWR also could be argued to make sense, because really there's a lot of things that have to go in a rocket that you kind of don't have to worry about in Kerbal Space Program.
Right,
like, you know, structure.
All right. Okay, this seems like the smallest fairing that I can include this with. I haven't optimized it all the way yet, but this seems good. This included it. I guess it doesn't really matter how much the fairing weighs anyways, because we're not going that fast. And also we can just add more SRBs to like account for that. All right, this works. So Brad, why don't we just like... Here's an idea. How about I add a ton of SRBs in here, like 20, right?
No,
with like a low like thrust to weight ratio, and then we fire them to get the thrust to weight ratio we need at each point of the mission.
Right.
Like if we're running out of thrust, like at the start, we can fire them until we have enough thrust. Right?
Or
you see where I'm going with that?
We could pre-calculate them.
We don't do calculations around here.
You know, I think it would be worthwhile to allow the user to preset the thrust curve of an SRB. Like, you have to time it to say, like, I want it to burn with, you know, not a lot of thrust at first and then more. Or just maybe not even make it a procedural. Just have it preset to generate more thrust at the beginning and less as it goes, because that's really what you want, and that's what's actually done with them.
Okay. So here's my diabolical plan. We're gonna have a bunch of rocket boosters in here. I think around like 10. Like I have a thrust limit of 10. And I think we're gonna stick a lot of them in here. I'll stick a bunch of them in here. And then we can fire them.
I say 8. 8's a good number.
8's a good number, yeah.
8's a good number.
So this has like 0.25 thrust weight ratio, but we're gonna like separate them. So we're gonna stage them as we need more thrust. Oh, come on. KSP, please. You see where I'm going with this?
I do.
We're going to separate them out. So we're going to have more fine control over how much thrust we have. Yeah. So it's like 0.3 at the bottom is definitely too little.
Can't turn them off.
No, but we like...
By the way, here's a question, if anyone knows. In real life, is there some kind of technology that would allow you to turn off a solid rocket booster? I feel like there would be.
You can have a hybrid solid rocket.
Someone, let me know if that's the thing. Is it possible to have a solid rocket booster that you can actually turn off? Well, I guess you could probably design it so it, yeah, you chop it in half. Yeah, fire extinguisher. But it seems like it would be possible to stop the stop the combustion. 16. Actually, extinguish it might work. Yeah, it seems like it would. It is a thing. Someone tells me it is a thing. Phobos says it is a thing. All right. It seems like it would
Phobos. Be. Phobos is trustworthy.
Yeah, that makes sense, because I know detonation is what they do to de-ignite like oil fields that have ignited. Does that make sense?
So, Brad, what thrust to weight ratio do you think we should shoot for initially?
Well, we know last time that we had slightly less than we really needed, so just a little bit more than that.
All right, I think I'll do like...
Do we know what the mass was last time?
It was I don't remember.
Did we save it?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, I might have overwritten it.
Let's go take a look at it, because that would have been useful, because we know we had just a little bit less than we actually needed last time.
Saved it. Did I save it?
Add like 20% to that, and you should be good.
I saved over it.
No, wait, don't
Shit.
you have the autosave from launch though?
No, hold on. I can remake it. Wasn't that bad.
Do we not have the autosave from launch? Oh no, you launched this as a test. Never mind.
Hold on. No. I'll just rebuild this. I know what it was. I know it was initially. It was like a Clydesdale set at like 7. It was like, and then it had 4 wings on it, I think.
You can reverse thrust in SRBs. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you just gotta duck the thrust in the right direction. That makes perfect sense.
So this was.
Here's another question for chat. How many G's do missiles
I think
pull? I imagine a lot, right?
0.14. We'll do 0.14.
Like how many G's does a missile pull? Like 100?
Probably.
I guess 100. Someone let me know.
Oh, there it is. No, we still have it. Okay, so we had 0.112 thrust to weight ratio with this plane at launch. So I think we'll do like 0.14. That should be a good place to start.
What I mean, like an air to air missile, because I feel like that would need the most G's.
That'll do that.
Okay, AIM-9 pulls about 10. Wouldn't it need to do more than that? I mean, if you're trying to shoot down a fighter jet that can pull, yeah, quite a lot of G's. Seems like you need a lot more than the fighter to have any chance of hitting it.
Okay.
Anti-missile missiles are in the hundreds. Jeez. Well, I'm pretty sure, and again, fact check me on this. Don't acrobatic pilots pull 10 Gs for like very brief periods of time?
We're going wackier occlusion now.
I'm pretty sure acrobatic pilots can pull 10 Gs, more than 10 Gs for very brief periods of time.
Oh, then how much what is this one? This had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, because the slower 16, you're going, it takes a lot less time to actually complete a maneuver. Yeah, I'm sure the Red Bull race pilots have pulled more than 10 Gs because they, I mean, you were talking about fractions of a second too.
All right, Brad. I think we're cooking something up here.
I really hate the way these wings look.
They are
like not the way you're putting them together. You're putting them together fine. It's just this wing part just doesn't look.
No,
right.
I agree completely. It's gross.
And you know what else I don't like about it? The one thing it would be really good for is just like a single part solution to an airliner wing, and I feel like it's too small. It should be bigger, actually.
Huh. I feel like, no, 0.1 on the last stage is too little. That's not enough thrust to weight ratio.
It's hard to imagine an airliner pulling 4 Gs. That can't be right. No, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But it's hard to imagine wings that large surviving 4 Gs.
Ah, what am I thinking? We could like change each stage of SRB. So we have one SRB, like here, we can have more thrust at the beginning by like doing it like this, right? So we have the first SRB has like a higher thrust limiter. And then the SRBs down the line have lower and lower thrust limiters.
That's a good point. We can just put the thrust limiter wherever it needs to be. That'd be ideal.
We've got this. I think this is an idea.
Yeah, no, this works. Actually, you know what? We've solved it. This actually gives us the ability to design the curve basically however we like. I mean, these engines have plenty of thrust, so that's not a problem.
Yeah, no, we'll be fine. We just fire them all at once, but we have different thrust limiters. Oh, is it gonna not? It's not gonna tell me. Kerbal Engineer's not gonna tell me what each stage is gonna have, though. I'm upset. This is gonna make it harder. Oh. No, it's.
Oh, that's right. Can we not radially attach it?
No, wait a minute. No.
No, you can. You can edit them.
No, I see what you like.
You just have to separate them out. You can edit them separately.
But it's like, no. The problem is like Kerbal Engineer's not going to tell me what the thrust to weight ratio. Like this one's going to burn out first since its thrust limiter is higher. Yeah. But it's not telling me like after it burns out what the thrust to weight ratio of the smaller ones are going to be.
Just
Should we just like
spitball it and we'll see how it goes.
spitball it? All right, spitball it.
Fine.
Well, I'll just make like a tree of it. We'll start with like, I don't know, 10, and then I'll just like next one will be 9. I'll just go down there. No, actually, that's gonna be too much. Yeah, we'll see. Next one's gonna be like this.
Hold on, I will be back in 1 minute. Carry on.
All right, Brad has abandoned us. This is dumb. I don't know about this. Hold on. This is going to increase over time for sure. But I don't know what the other stages are going to look like. No. Hold on. I think it's better to do it like one at a time. We'll have 7 on here. Yeah, it's time to party. Brad is gone. Now we want this to be better. Here, we'll put it like there. Here. Here we go. Now there is a method to this madness. I swear. All right, so we got a bunch of SRBs clipped in here now. Yes, we do have yes many wings. We're gonna painfully like move things over until this has enough thrust to weight ratio in the first stage.
Oof.
What? What's up?
No, I'm just saying oof.
Yeah, it is an oof.
Big oof. I can't. It's hard to read the text here. I'm not on full res. I'm not on full res.
It should be 1080p.
Yeah, it is, but I wasn't set to 1080.
That's an oof right there.
I suddenly realized, like, wait, my eyesight's fine. I can read this. That should be enough.
So now we have okay, I think this is good. We have 0.14 thrust to weight ratio for each stage. This is going to give us 40 minutes of burn time. I think that's good.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, we're still not at the point where we're going to do the whole run. But this will get a lot further.
This should get us further. Now, since everything's occluded away, we're not going to have any body drag from the SRBs. Which is going to help a lot, I think. Yeah, where did that just go? Oh, it's over here. Sweet. I feel like it's lying to me again. Although it might not be. You know what? It feels weird though. I have to offset the wings this quick, this far away. You know, actually no, this is fine. We've left the realms of reasonable design with this at this point. Look at this. Look at this disaster. What?
I was just entertained.
What are you entertained by?
What a country.
What did you do this time?
Nah, I'm just looking at this thing. Behold, in all its magnificence.
Yeah. Well, I had to offset the wings really far forward. This is bound to work.
It'll work.
I hope this doesn't cause like issues in here. You need to miss.
Well, you're gonna have to. The wider the wings are, the more the narrower the canyon is. I mean, it's not a serious thing. It's wide enough that it's not going to make that much of a difference.
Oh, you're right. Maybe I should reduce this.
Nah, it's that's really not worth worrying about.
We're gonna hit the wingtips.
The canyon is wider than you think, and if you doubt that, try swimming across it. You'll be there a while.
I'm not swimming.
Don't try to swim across it. You'll be there a while.
All right. What do we think about this design? I think this design's great. I think we're converging on a better solution. So we're starting to like 0.12, 0.14 thrust weight ratio. The Z fighter. Oh my gosh. And I don't think we need to do like the wing incidence this time because since we have the fairing to include all the body drag, so we shouldn't have to worry about that.
I think we'll be good.
All right, fam.
The fairing, I think, will improve performance quite dramatically, and it should improve it even more in the corners.
Yeah, no kidding. I agree with that. So let's put our pilot in there, and then let's go. Oh, there's already
oh god, a command pod? Oh no.
No. Oh, you want me to use a chair?
No, you don't have to use a chair.
This thing weighs too much anyways.
It's not like we could use IVA mode anyway.
Yeah.
Plus, the chair is somewhat of a tradition.
You know what? We can use IVA.
Yeah, we could, but you don't have to.
I think that'd be kind of neat. Well, look at this.
All right, someone make a mod so I can IVA from a command chair. Make it happen. Unless you can already. And
look, Brad. Look, do you see what I'm doing? Look, now we have a nice cockpit.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, I do like the IVA from this, too. You actually can see things.
There we go.
Although, the MK1 cockpit has the most easily readable instrumentation on the inside. I do like that. At least I think. It's hard to find anything in MK3 cockpit, and the inline MK1 cockpit is kind of hard to see sometimes. A little bit harder to see.
All right, I say we should give this a shot. We might get further than before. Potentially. Maybe. It's always a maybe. Okay, no, never mind. We're gonna have SRB related Kraken attacks. Wait, hold on. What happened there? Was it the wings? Let's see what figured. Let's see. Hold on. Let me reload it and see what happened. Was it the wings? What are you doing? It's fine. Oh, it's the wings. Okay. As long as we don't touch the ground, though, we should be all right. Yeah. No, it like rolled over. It rolled over. It is auto-strutted. Let's set this up. Let's get this bread. What are you backwards for? What? What do you mean you're backwards? Oh, no, wait, it's not backwards. Never mind, I'm just dumb.
That's fine. It's good. This is actually, everything's under control. Also, we'll have locked camera this time.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I just realized you put the cockpit far enough back, the IVA view is going to be...
Oh, never mind. It's just going to blow up. Oh, it's these wings! You told me about these wings, and now I understand. It just deleted itself.
Yeah, you can't pull too many G's with these. They just don't like it. Doesn't matter how much auto start you use. They just don't like it.
All right, hold on. Let's get real wings. I think we're gonna have a lot of problems with this design.
Oh, it's gonna grow up. We're growing up. We got real wings on it.
How much wing area do we need then?
I know it's easier to rotate them if you have them all attached together,
Yeah,
but the
yeah.
performance is better if they're all attached to the main body.
Oh my
It'd be a lot
gosh.
less flex and
But then
problems.
like I did it so that
I get it. I know exactly why you're doing
you
it
know
this
what?
way.
Hold on. We'll add 2 more SRBs. And we'll attach them in mirror symmetry, and then we'll offset them not quite all the way in.
Okay.
Some more performance. And I'm pretty sure the game will shield them. Hold on, which stages need a little bit more boost? Definitely not this.
Or just make another stage. Oh no, but then it would throw everything off. Yeah, you should add them.
Thrust limiter. Actually, no, it's not screwing up too much. Why don't we just put these on really low throttle throughout the whole mission? There we go. They're gonna last the whole time. Perfect. Oh, where's the other one? What's up here?
The manned V1 program. Actually, that's a kind of a good example because the V1 used the like kind of predetermined flight inputs, kind of like what you'd be doing if you tried to use like a KOS script that had like predetermined steering inputs to do a run. But then again, they didn't really care that much where it hit. It just had to be close, and we have to stay in a canyon, so there's probably a lot less room for error.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, we need wings. I don't know how many wings actually we need. I wasn't paying attention. Uh-oh. We need a lot of wings, though. It was like 16... It was like 32 of these, I think. So 32 times 1.7 divided by 5. Math. Let's do this. We need 22 wings on each side. 22 wings on each side. That's not a problem.
That's plenty.
The problem is I can't see it. You know what? I think we can
now
get away
we
with
have
the
to
other
carefully
ones.
rotate each of them, or we can.
No, we're not. Like what I'm saying earlier, I don't think we need wing incidents since we just have the fairing.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
It's...
I was kind of kidding because that sounded like really not a lot of fun.
I'll just put 16 on either side. I'm gonna make sure they're all destroyed. They look so ugly, but they're the lazy solution that works. So, lazy solution that works is what I'm doing.
Lazy is good. Lazy is good engineering.
Yeah, it looks like a. This looks great. I don't know what y'all are talking about. $10, $11, $12, $13. I think we need more wings. Let's just bunch them closer together then. We just need so many wings. I really hope it doesn't break.
This reminds me of the piece of toast I eat at 4 a.m. It's starting to look a little bit like Venetian blinds in the closed position.
This is just part of the plan.
You know those blinds that are always a little bit messed up if they're anything but brand new?
Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about.
Because when you're a kid, you like to throw things around the house and upset your parents.
I think this is enough wings, actually. Well, we'll see what this does for us.
This seems like more than enough, unless you're counting. How many is that?
There's 1,300 tons in that bearing, by the way.
How many wings is that? Maybe it's less than I think.
This is, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 36 wings?
Okay, all right. It's less than I thought.
That's reasonable.
For some reason, looked like a lot more than that to me.
Yeah, that's actually pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
We're throwing aesthetics out the window now. I don't care anymore. It's got to work. I'll make it look good for a video though, if it gets to that stage. At what point do we cave and add another stage to this? I don't think we cave. This is gonna work.
This will work. We'll be fine. More wings.
More boosts.
Here's a prediction. This will either work really well or be catastrophic.
Oh. Perfect. I have canards in the front. Those are always good. Perfect. No, I think this is going to be great. I can't possibly see anything wrong with this.
Nope. There's absolutely nothing that can go wrong now. And look at that. The weight of this is crept up faster than one would think. Well, I guess these are each SRB is pretty heavy.
It's 70 tons per SRB, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fast.
Let's do this.
Oh, we should do this with the arrow.
Yeah,
arrow
no, we
menu.
should. No, that's 36 times. Oh yeah, no, it was 36 wings.
It'll be interesting to really take a look at the launch to drag throughout the corner.
I forgot my coordinates. Squad, please, you're killing me with this. All right, I remember them though. Why can't it just remember it?
You know, I think Strats might be one of the first people to know the coordinates because I don't have them memorized.
Oh, this is too. Where is this? This is not right. Oh, it's just. I think it should be 174. What?
Oh, that's good. It's right there.
No, that's too far away.
Well, I mean, it's close.
Oh, I think no. The latitude's wrong. The latitude's wrong. It's 33. It wasn't 32. There we go. That was wrong with it. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. This is a fat one. Got control authority though. Here we go.
Can't be 640.
Oh, come on!
I believe 640 AM.
It pulled too many G's and exploded. Hold on. This is gonna work. If I just don't pull up so hard.
Yeah, it'll be fun. What is the G limit of those wings? I'm not quite
We're
sure.
gonna find out. No, I don't want that altitude. Get out of here. I want 7 kilometers. Shut. Because it's not. I'm not gonna be putting too much stress on it when I actually get it to the canyon. Come on, plane. Don't betray me.
All right, we got this.
Oh, it could only take 0.3 Gs? Shut up.
There's no way.
It took 0.3 Gs and exploded. This thing's not even gonna fly.
The wings are all attached to.
They're all attached to the SRB.
Are they auto strutted?
Yeah. It's just so heavy in the middle. It's just... I'm gonna have to use the other wings. It is these airliner wings. You are just absolutely spot on with how dumb these things are.
They are, in fact, really dumb.
Because...
Well, that's frustrating. Well,
I'm upset.
Better time to get wing attaching.
So how many of these do I need then? Oh,
well,
God.
we had 36 on each side of those, right? So
yeah. So it's like
Yeah,
this.
multiply by
Multiply.
about
We need
1.5.
25 of them, so that's great. 25 per side. Ah, can I
Wait,
please?
how many per side did you have before?
I had like 18.
Okay, yeah.
So I need 25.
Yep.
I can't attach them radial. That doesn't work. Are you kidding me? You know what? I'm working dumb. How many? No. Let's actually be smarter about this. We're gonna take out the SRBs. We're gonna put the wings on the SRBs and then offset them in.
Yeah, that makes sense. Then we have a lot less internal stress if they're all like attached per field tank.
No, this is smarter. So it's like, how many wings do I need per SRB then? Well,
I'm getting flashbacks to having to reattach wings like 10 times in the process of building something to go to Eve.
I think, yeah, the thing you did. I think 2 wings per booster is enough. This is enough, I think. We actually might have more than enough with this, but we'll see. Okay, actually, I really want this to be easy, so we're going to offset this like this, and offset this like this. It's going to look disgusting, but I don't care. Bradley, you said you had the brown switches?
I have the red switches.
Oh, I see.
Where'd my chat go? My chat just disappeared. Oh, let's pop it out again.
You can't ignore chat. Chat is precious.
The triangle wings do work well.
They are the best, yeah.
They are the best. Although they are technically if you're actually using liquid fuel, the wing strakes are
Z Fighter. I like that name. Oh, I didn't set the thrust limiter on any of them. God dang it. Oh, come on.
Wait, hold on. Can we just oh no, we have to set the thrust limiter. You can't have one on
it was 14.
You can't have multiple on that.
Oh man, I'm getting more upset by the second.
Wait, could undo. Control Z.
What do you mean?
Just undo.
Why? No, I just
have to reattach everything.
Yeah, no, like because the thrust limiter was wrong.
Oh no, you're attaching as you went though. Never mind.
Yeah. No, this is fine though. This is still fine.
This is fine.
We're probably gonna have too much wing area, but we could just delete wings one at a time until it's fine.
This is okay. Oh, by the way, the thumbnail for this stream, on point.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I actually hadn't even noticed that this whole time.
I like making thumbnails for these streams. It's too much fun for me. Ah, the Z Fighter. You know what? Actually, we can cancel the Z fighting by doing this. There we go. No Z fighting. Look,
I think you mean Zed fighting.
Oh, you fucking what, mate?
You know, I had a run-in with an angry British person today. And it was kind of alarming, especially in the era of COVID. You don't really want people following you around.
Man, what happened?
I don't know. They're just really mad and kind of, you know, as a British, they're using like British person insults and whatnot. It's just weird.
Oh, wow.
Like, you're not going to believe this, but they called me a wanker. I'm like, wow, that's odd. I don't know if I've ever been called that in the United States before.
That's actually amazing. Was it Matt?
It was not Matt.
Oh, sad.
Matt's too non-threatening of an individual for that to really be alarming. He's also many lines of longitude away, which means that the threat of him in terms of being a disease vector is not.
That's true.
Not as threatening.
All right.
You know, someone sounds awfully Australian. I was just thinking the last time I heard that as an insult used in person was when I was in Australia.
Huh.
But not a lot of mad people in Australia. Maybe I was there in the wrong season. Maybe they get mad some other time of year.
Okay, it still blows up if the wings touch the ground, but I'll accept that. We're gonna try this again.
You know what I did notice about Australia? Like Australian cops really enforce traffic laws. I almost got a ticket because of that. I feel like they let me go when they found I had a passport. They're probably like another dumb American, whatever. Cut them loose.
Oh, please don't blow up. 0.1, 0.2. No! Blows up. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have to deal with this crap.
What happened?
It keeps blowing up.
What on earth?
I don't understand.
Hold on. There's something. Hold on. Is there a? We don't have like long. Sometimes we have long auto start links that cause a problem, but they're not that long here.
I know what it is. It's radially attached to SRBs. I learned this during my Lightspeed mass driver.
Oh yeah.
You have to attach them all like in series with each other, else they just freak out. I wanted to avoid
even
doing that.
though they're in the bearing, we're still gonna have to inline attach them.
Yes. Anyways. Just get the fuck
and
out
I,
of here.
I want to make it clear, chat, that was not the only insult Angry Brit used. But it is one of the few that I can like really share in such lovely company.
Okay. Oh, I'm getting more upset by the second. This is genuinely maddening.
Is it possibly the cockpit poking through? No, we pretty much know what the problem is. It's just
no, it's just the way these things are attached. Like I have to do it. I have to put in the time to like offset the boosters. Like I have to do this. Like I have to do this, right?
Yeah, Australia did declare war on emus, and they didn't really win the war either. I don't know if you could really say they lost the war, but they definitely didn't win.
KSP, I'm this close to just deleting you right now. Squad! Please!
Squad, please.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me with this.
Hey, Strats, you gonna play KSP too?
No, what? Really? What's that? I've never heard of it.
Could be something.
I've personally never heard of it.
Yeah, me either.
I don't think I can't play something I don't know anything about, so I'll pass.
Hey, do you know what the national bird? Not national bird. Do you know what the state bird of Wisconsin is?
Cheese?
No, it's the mosquito.
What?
It's a joke. That is not actually the state bird, but maybe it should be.
You never know. All right, now look at this. So this is the mass of what we're putting inside this one bearing.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
We're just gonna like drive the train into the station. Here we go.
Right now it looks like a North Korean military parade.
All right, why is there Z fighting on these? Oh wait, that's because they're clipped together.
That'd be fine. Let it happen.
I was just wondering. I thought, but I did offset them together, so.
Let it happen. Let it happen. It'll be fine.
It's only 10:52.
Oh wait! Do the thrust limiters.
I did.
Oh.
I did. I remembered it this time. But thank you for your concern.
Praise the sun.
Look, no Z fighting. Or whatever. I don't care.
All right. Someone mentioned Alabama. I've got a question about Alabama. How significant is the cockroach problem there? Because the other day I was inside and I looked out the front window and there was a cockroach in the street and I could see it from inside the house across the lawn. Like this thing was literally the size of like a mouse. I take it back. It was the size of a Pekingese. Like this thing was large and in charge.
Large and in charge. I love that. Look at this. We get 0.13 for each stage. Genius.
You do have cockroaches in Pennsylvania. They're just not as many of them, and the winters are too cold for them to survive, so they just don't get that big. But yeah, there's definitely cockroaches in Pennsylvania.
Oh no, I forgot to
They
use
live in a lot of
auto-strike
places.
on
Yeah,
all
I'm not
things.
surprised.
That might be fun though.
I occasionally saw them in New York. Usually when I was in high school, our high school had cockroaches in the basement floor in one of the buildings. Every once in a while, you'd see one, and people would freak out. Yeah, those marmorated stink bugs are the absolute most awful.
It didn't blow up. It didn't blow up when it rolled over. So this is a good sign. I think I fixed it.
No, we're on Discord. SoCal ants, yeah. There's a lot of cockroaches in SoCal too. I remember when I was in Los Angeles, like every time I went out for a run at night, they're just everywhere.
What do you think our G-force is going to be? 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8?
You're good. I'll just test it real quick. Pull up hard.
I am pulling up as hard as I can. This thing is flying like a brick. I think I might need more wings.
You know what the worst ones are? Those palmetto bugs in Florida. They give them this beautiful name. You're expecting some like brightly colored thing, maybe like tropical vibes, and it's like just flying cockroach. It's just awful.
Am I gonna survive this? No, I don't think so.
You'll be fine. You got this.
No, it's actually crashing. No.
I'm behind you, but yeah, you're right. It's not good. Pull up. Pull up.
What? I thought I added way more wings than I actually needed. Oh, I might not have. I think I goofed up the calculation, actually.
Yeah, because the airplane wings are 7.8, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I goofed
it. Yeah, I think you did. So you need 56% more wing.
Well, okay, fine. I have to reattach it all.
56% more wings.
So literally add one more wing to it, each one.
Hello from Russia. Nostrovia.
Hello.
Need for control surfaces. I think we got enough control surfaces. Just need more wing. We're getting yeah, I think we're actually fine on control surfaces. Though more might not hurt.
Yeah, but we'll put some more on, I think. Like, it's definitely, if you saw my angle of attack last time, it was really high. But it was still not enough.
I don't have a bad cockroach story. I do have a bad stink bug story. It's not that complicated. Just one morning when I was back in New York, one like somehow got in my cereal.
What?
Ate a stink bug and it was awful.
Ew.
It was just as bad as you'd think it would be.
Gross, dude.
Well, I didn't like fully eat. I spit it out as soon as I had that awful taste, but it was pretty bad.
That's nasty, dude.
However, we did used to eat crickets sometimes on camping trips, because those are actually pretty delicious if you cook them up.
I'm not opposed to eating bugs. I've not had any bugs.
Now, cricket is actually pretty good. You've yeah, we got it.
Okay, I had the throw slimmer. I was about to freak out.
Actually, there's some good arguments that people in general should eat more bug in terms of sustainability and nutrition. It's actually a pretty solid idea.
Yeah, no, that's like why it's attractive.
There's a museum in Toronto that has like a whole tasting menu of bugs. I don't remember which one it is, but I know it exists and I've heard good things.
Go eat some bugs, guys.
So if you're in Toronto and COVID has chilled out a bit, go check it out and let me know. No, cricket is actually pretty all right.
I feel like something's wrong. Why is the thrust weight ratio of this stage so high compared to the other one?
Yeah, that's true, John. And generally speaking, the carbon footprint of meat is generally more than vegetable. Red meat in particular has the greatest carbon footprint per calorie, if we're going to get all mathy about it. But, it depends on the production process to some degree.
Speaking of production process, I think this is wrapped up. I think we're ready to actually launch this again.
Yeah.
It's got the goods. Let's do this. I think it's got 50% more wing.
Well, technically mortal chicken, it's more about cow burps than farts if we're talking about overall volume, but you're basically right. Yeah, you're right, Alejandro. It's to maybe close out this tangent. A huge percentage of the overall carbon footprint of that industry is from beef in particular. But yeah, generally speaking, every time you go through the carbon cycle, there's a lot of inefficiency there. Hi from non-angry British man. Yeah, that's fair. Most British people aren't angry. In fact, most of them seem pretty chill.
Yeah, no, I've met lots of chill British. Some of them build roller coasters.
Yeah. Oh, you mean a lot of chill Brits who build roller coasters and Matt Lown?
Yeah. Some of them have KSP channels. Can you like pull up harder? This is ridiculous.
Pull up.
What? Why is it like have negative control authority? It's like a dart. Look at this.
Collect the methane and use it for rocket fuel. Turn up the authority limiter.
I need more control surfaces. I actually do think I need more.
Turn up the authority limiter. Why not?
Well, this makes it less efficient. Actually, you're right. I mean, that's probably fine.
You can always hit caps lock, put on fine control.
I'll just add more.
Easy touch on the joystick.
There we go. There's more.
All right, there you go.
You should do an SSCO to.
Now here's the question: do you generally find it easier controllable with elevators in the back, or the canard elevators, or a combination of both? It's not that late.
Me, I do.
Better not be that late. No, it's not that late.
Yeah, it's not. It's only 11 here. That's like I'm quite
10
surprised.
here. I'm actually getting kind of tired though.
Yeah.
So
we've been streaming for I don't know how long. 2 hours? 3 hours now? I can go all night though.
It's been a while, yeah. Well, I actually kind of recommend you don't. Hey guys, do you guys have tomorrow off? It's I think it's a holiday for some people, right?
What's tomorrow? Oh man, did I seriously like miscalculate the wings this hard? It feels like I'm way too sluggish. Do you see the angle of attack?
No, we're at it. It was all right.
Oh come on! No, it blew up.
If I look at the G's you're pulling, it's all right. Wait, did it really? No, I think the G's you're pulling are fine.
I think I don't have enough wing area. You see the angle of attack I have. It's just way too high. I feel like it's way too high. Let me just add, like, more wings. Let me reattach.
Oh, yeah. That's right. It's an Indigenous Peoples Day tomorrow. Here's a good idea for Indigenous Peoples Day. Find out something about the Indigenous people in your area if you're American. Or, you know, anywhere, I guess, really.
Let's do 5 wings. Because I think we need, like, more wings.
I don't know. I think we might have enough.
No, you saw that. It was having so much trouble.
Yeah, fine.
No, like, do you see the angle of attack I was pulling? It was way too high. Like, at sea level, and I couldn't... The angle of attack was ridiculously high. Maybe it was... Do you think the body lift from this was significant from the SRB? No, there's no way.
Nah.
No, you're right.
I mean, it was all in the fairing, right?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, no, you mean... Okay, I see. Nah, can't be. Although, they do actually generate a lot of body lift, but I think still not very significant. You have mock SAT tomorrow? What is the difference between mock SAT and PSAT, or does that just mean that it's not officially...
So is it the practice SAT?
That just means like you're not paying College Board, right? Is that the difference?
It's a PSAT for the PSAT. It's a PPSAT.
No, my guess is that's just avoiding... Are they just the same test and it doesn't count towards things? Because the PSAT does count towards things like NMSQT and whatnot.
These fucking numbers. Letters.
Oh, gotcha.
A PPSAT. And then I have that triple PSAT.
Just out of curiosity, we're doing a lot of tangents here. I hope it's all right. That's okay. We're finding entertaining. Where are you? If for people who are in high school, do you guys pay to take the SAT there, or does the school pay? I'm kind of curious. or does the school pay the first time and maybe you pay for retests if you want to do it? You guys pay?
I had to pay when I took it.
Does anyone have a school that pays for it? All right, one person says they have a school that pays for it. I know the school I work at pays for it. Or at least one try. You get one go on your school's dime.
No, I forgot about the thrust limiter.
By the way, so the SAT is a standardized test that is used for college entrance and a few other things, but mostly for college admissions. And frankly, I think the fact that you're allowed to retake it and keep paying to retake it is pretty. It's borderline corruption. I mean, if you think about it, it's basically giving people an advantage based off of how much they want to pay College Board. I mean, I'm not totally against the idea of retakes, but offering people unlimited retakes based off of how much they want to pay College Board is an absolute racket, and there's no way around it. I mean, I get that school, there's inequities in education overall, but this one seems like a pretty easily solvable one. Like they really ought to do something about that, or make College Board do something about it. Yeah, College Board is an absolute racket. That's pretty well known. I don't know if it's improved or all, but I remember seeing a documentary on how they score the writing part, and it's horrific.
Really?
At least when I looked it up, someone did some undercover work and figured out how long the people who are grading these actually had to review an essay and get a grade. I forget how long it was, but it was like nothing. Basically, they only had time to look at how long it was and some basic grammar stuff.
Like 20 minutes?
Yeah.
5 minutes?
Yeah, the TI thing is a bit weird too. I mean, the reason that's done is it is really helpful when you're designing a test to know exactly what functions are provided by a calculator. But I suspect there's probably also some the fact that it's still so expensive to get those calculators is definitely a bit odd.
Yeah, what the heck? I just noticed that like KSP is using like 90, like almost 100% of my graphics card right now.
All right, I use so much Desmos; it's great.
Desmos is amazing.
And from the teacher point of view, the ability in Desmos to look at content that other teachers have created and share that and use it is great. Open future. I love it.
Now we get more wings.
Now I will say this: while I just shredded the SAT, I liked taking the SAT. At least compared to a lot of tests, I like that one. So, what are you gonna do? Yeah, someone said it's just how a kid performs under time stressful conditions. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you got to think about what the SATs are actually testing. I mean, how well is it actually testing what it's supposed to test? Probably not very well. But it's kind of a limitation of most testing.
Okay, we finally got this thing set up again.
I mean, in theory, an aptitude test would be something that you couldn't study for. If it's really measuring aptitude, studying for the test wouldn't help you do better on it. So the fact that you can study and do better on it, which you obviously can, is literally evidence that it doesn't truly measure aptitude.
I swear to God, this game.
I haven't seen the problem yet. Did it blow up?
Yes.
Why is it doing that? Now it's making less sense to me.
I can't explain why. This is dumb. You know what? I might just turn on cheats and just like say fuck this. You know what? We'll do that. This is taking up too much time. I'll figure out the joint problem later, but let's
that joint problem can be fixed if it's a question of using different wings or anything.
Yeah, I'll fix that later. We just need to make sure this works. Who cares? I bet it's still gonna blow up anyways. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can have cheats on it. It still blows up.
Yeah, actually, that's not surprising.
It doesn't even matter. The cheats do nothing. The cheats
Wait,
do
hold on.
nothing.
What broke first? I teach math.
Hold on. Let's try this again. There's got to be.
Oh man. I studied math in university. Full maximum nerd mode math.
I'm not using the struts.
Yeah, I'm here. Strats is like struggling right now, and
this is just so dumb. This is the dumbest thing possible.
Strats, how would you describe what you do day to day? That's a good question.
What do I do day to day?
I kind of know, but I don't know if I could describe it. What do you do?
What do I do? I'm currently unemployed, so I do YouTube right now.
Word. No, I studied pure math as a full nerd mode.
But I did do my undergraduate in mechanical engineering.
Oh yeah, but someone asked about like getting like ill like right before the SAT is a pretty significant disadvantage. I fractured my wrist the week that I took the SAT and did it lefty, which I feel like really increased the time crunch.
Are you serious?
Especially, I didn't bother the writing part. I like actually had them wipe that because there's no way. So I just didn't do it.
It flies.
Am I a fun teacher? I mean, probably. It's never gonna Algebra 2 is never gonna be as fun as Kerbal Space Program, to be real. I try to make it that way.
Okay.
Oh yeah, some of my students know about it. I don't tell them about it. They usually find out about it at some point. I'm always surprised by how long it takes them to find it. I mean, you guys know what high school is like. They spend all the time on the phone. Pretty much every minute they're not in class is on the phone, and probably some of the minutes when they are in class.
All right, it's pitching up too much, but I think I got the cheats to work. It's just like too much left at the front.
What is my preferred field of math? I'm going to go with functional analysis. So that's studying the properties of functions and trying to prove things, trying to disprove things. Well, yeah, I don't think many schools allow you to use phones during class. Actually, I mean, the rule of my class is you can't use a phone unless I tell you to. I mean, there's some things that phones are useful for.
Okay.
Try to incorporate as many apps as possible. Yeah. So one of my favorite lesson sequences is the one on conic sections in Algebra 2, because I remember when I was in high school, conic sections were one of those subjects, one of those topics that I never really understood it. I mean, I learned how to do it, but I never really understood it. So I felt like, yeah, I'm going to do a better go at that and really try to explain how it works. And so I have a hands-on lesson with that. You make shapes, cut them, see the cross sections.
Do you use Kerbal Space Program?
Yeah, I have used Kerbal Space Program.
Oh,
and actually, it's a pretty good examples of conic sections too. Actually,
I swear to God, if you don't pull up. It's actually gonna make it. Okay.
It's working. It's hatching. Has a student ever asked you for help for KSP? Not a high school student.
Oh my God. That
I
was
used to direct a STEM program at a summer camp. And when I did that, we did a lot of KSP because the whole idea of that program was hands-on STEM stuff. And I'm like, well, of course we're going to do KSP. I mean, why would we not do KSP?
All right, this is retaining a lot more velocity now since we've clipped everything away in the fairing.
That was always really popular. I still don't know who's talking, guys. How similar do you think we are on a scale of pi to pi squared?
We're actually gaining velocity this time.
There we are. Remember, aim to the left.
You got it, Cap. All right, let me get my camera set up. I don't have to fight this thing so hard. Come on. You know what? I think I have too much thrust. I can get away with the lower thrust weight ratio.
I think this is a little faster than we need.
Yeah, definitely.
Should we turn down the thrust now?
Let's do that.
Maybe move one engine up. No, but then all the ratios are off.
So what was this? This is 0.13. It was too high. It was actually a lot. It was actually quite a bit higher than it should have been. We can probably bump that down to 0.10 actually, because we don't have body drag. We don't have like the skin drag anymore. That helps a lot, I bet.
But here's the thing, Bleedo. Let's think outside the box. I mean, if you're in a museum right now and you're still trying to reach people, a program that you could do virtually would be pretty great, and KSP would be a great thing to do virtually.
Just delete everything.
Well, Harry, think about it this way. Imagine a game with extremely unrealistic physics, like with a much greater difference from real physics than KSP has. You can still use the scientific method within the context of that game to study how things work in that game.
Wait, what am I doing?
It's kind of similar to how, like, if you imagine yourself in an unfamiliar universe where the constants of physics are just different, it's not like the scientific method would stop working. It would still work just as well. You'd be investigating a different set of laws, which is what you're doing when you do Kerbal science, when you're trying to study how things work in Kerbal. But probably the shorter answer is to say that it's beloved by NASA and SpaceX, and it's a great way to learn. I mean, I've learned a ton from Kerbal Space Program. Haven't stopped. What do you think of Base 12? I can't say off the top of my head that I'm aware of any particular applications of Base 12, but I'm sure they exist.
This is okay. Now we've gotten extra like stage out of this. Now this can burn for like 50 minutes. You can adjust it from here. You can't. Get out of here. Lies. Oh, you can. What the heck? You can adjust. That's actually good to know.
Oh, Base 12 for timing and geography. Well, I mean, once you get to degrees and minutes, you're looking at 60.
All right.
Which is, I mean, 360 and 60 are great because they're divisible by a lot. Although it's not technically a highly divisible, at least a maximally divisible number, though. Well, one of the nice things about 360 degrees in a circle is it's divisible by a lot of different numbers. So, you know, you can divide it in thirds. You got 120, fourths, 90, and being able to divide it by a lot of things is just convenient.
We got another round.
You know, base 10 isn't as ridiculous as it sounds. It does have some advantages. I mean, for one, literally digits. we got 10 fingers, which is why we have base 10 to begin with. And there's a lot of research in education and pedagogy, which says that while it seems silly to think about numbers in terms of your fingers, it's our brain is good at thinking in base 10. And we suspect it had something to do with the fact we got 10 digits. Counting on your numbers is not as dumb as it sounds. It literally has been shown to like increase how well you're understanding a number.
All right.
I bought a slide rule recently, and not so much anymore. But when I was teaching in person, I like to pull it out every once in a while, just randomly to calculate a number, as like a complete troll / conversation starter. Student asks you to calculate some number for him. You pull out a slide rule.
All right, let's try this.
Slide rules are actually pretty good if you're really good with a slide rule, which I am not. In many cases, a slide rule is quicker than a calculator. I mean, you're getting approximate answers, so there's some limitations there. But I've seen some old timers that are really fast with it, and it's impressive. All right. We've been way off on tangents. Poor Strats is toiling away here. I'm just off on a tangent.
You've been on a tangent for a while. That's all right though. This is interesting. It's interesting to hear your perspective on things.
You know what's great? I don't know if this is common, but in the inline MK1 cockpit, which we're using, if you go in there, it actually displays pi on the heading readout.
I'm definitely taking this too.
If you're at 180. Now this is all right. I mean, you're not gonna hit the inside, but it's still all right. Although probably should have gone. I mean, a little bit tighter would have been ideal.
The drag is much better on this. Like those SRBs have so much skin drag now that I realize it.
Yeah, we're way too close to the left side. It's going to make this tighter than it has to be. But this corner isn't as bad as the next one, so we should still be all right. Yeah, you'll be fine. This corner isn't so bad. There's the
G-force meter up there is actually really useful.
Degrees are more useful. Well, radians are pretty inconvenient unless it's some fraction or some good fraction of pi. I mean, if you try to express a radian not in terms of a ratio of pi, it's pretty horrifically useless. Other than it's technically correct. So, as I mentioned before, 360 degrees in a circle is divisible by so many things that it is really useful day to day. 30, 60, 90, 45. That's most of what you ever need. Or, by 15 degrees too.
I need to pull up harder.
Pull up.
Yep. This is a nerd's paradise, I agree.
Yeah, radians per second is pretty convenient because how else are you going to make sure that you know the maximum angular velocity in Unity?
Yes.
Which is irritating because it's 50, not some ratio of pi. It's just straight up.
It's just like it's exactly 50.
Yeah, it's exactly 50.
Which is great, right? Makes a lot of sense. Hold on, I should really just put a trim on this because it's like wanting to pitch down. To make my life easier if I just trim this.
Yeah. Yeah, KSP has a maximal angular velocity, and it's based off of Unity. Like if you're playing like Besiege or something, you're gonna face the same limit. You can't rotate things more than 50 radians per second.
Bradley, this is the crazy corner, right?
Yes, the crazy corner. You want to aim for that thing to the left, if you can. Yeah, it's equivalent to about 460 RPMs. So 460 RPMs is 50 radians per second, just about.
My rudder's
I mean,
not going to
obviously
do
not
anything for
exactly,
this.
but I wish they put N-body sim in KSP2. You know, when I was the first course I took in programming, my final project was a very simple N-body simulation in Fortran, and it's pretty ugly. It wasn't. It was basically a simulation of a particular very specific thing in N-body simulation,
Shit,
and the
I
math is
overshot
really ugly.
400.
Oof. I know. Wait, this is fine. This is good because you want to apex late because
Like
that
this?
keeps you closer to the right wall. So this looks good. I mean, we're a little bit above the course ceiling, but whatever.
Whatever, this is a test. I'm cheating anyways, so
It is fine.
I'm cheating pretty hard right here. I've got all the invincible joints on.
Again, you're going. I think you're going straight a little bit early. I think I'm going to keep turning, but it's really fun.
I see.
Yeah.
Maybe I should pull up harder than this.
And
I want to line it up right with the canyon.
you can overfly a little bit on the right, but be careful with that because it's really easy to hit that.
Woo! There we go.
I know I'm a little bit afraid of you, so I assume that means that you've missed, but it really looks bad right now. Oh, look at that.
We're good.
Okay, great. All right, so now you can chill out on the control for a bit.
Yeah, look at that.
Hey, if anyone knows the actual hard reason why Unity has that angular velocity limitation, let me know. Like I know that it does. I don't know why. I mean, I could guess why they might have that. Is coding training a specific channel? Because I don't know of a channel called specifically that. Coding train. No, I'm not familiar with that one. All right. How do you think we're doing? I think this is doing really well.
This is doing, I think it's doing, like we're flying with a lower thrust to weight ratio than last time.
I mean, we should get the same performance off of each stage. No, better, right?
Yeah, each stage should get a little bit better, I think.
Well, arguably not, because remember, while we're decreasing the mass, we're not decreasing the wing area, which you actually would want to.
No, but like it's
right?
Yeah, but the lift to drag is gonna keep getting better over time.
I'm not actually sure that's true.
Maybe.
Because
maybe I still have too much wing area.
It's essentially, it's also going to be changing our angle of attack, which could be good or bad.
I don't have the
Oh, so you can change the maximum angular velocity. So we just need someone at squad to just go in and change one value somewhere. Is that what you're telling me?
You're telling me all this pain was caused by a lazy
I feel like there's more problems than that, but how funny would that be if they just needed to change some constant somewhere? I feel like there'd be problems if you eliminate that.
I think at least that for each stage we're at least going to go as far as the previous one because they each burn for the same amount of time, and they're all about equal in thrust to weight ratio.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to do really well. I still don't think it's not going to finish the whole course, but I think it'll get a lot closer.
Yeah,
I was believing before, and. Well, we'll see what this does. We'll see what this does.
I think we could do this in 2 stages for sure because we got around halfway. Like
now, we're 2 stages is too easy. I think.
Yeah.
I'm sure it can go in 2 stages.
And I'm getting a little bit better at flying. Like again, I'm flying at 300 meters to just like try and maximize the ISP of these engines and the air resistance.
Right.
And again, I'm taking the really shallow turns now, like this. Like this is what you want, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The G-force meter is actually really nice because that's actually giving me an indication about how well
Yeah, I
I'm doing
know.
on the turns.
And it's also just really cool. And if
Yeah.
we're recording video, it's a really cool thing to have in the video.
I am recording this, so this isn't going to go in the video though because I'm cheating. But it's a test.
And the fact that they included the GeForce Maximum with a little reset button, I mean, someone took some time with that.
Yeah, that's actually really cool.
Yeah.
I'm having a good time here, actually. This is fun.
It's got plenty of control surface, I think. Stream is a how to black out in 10 seconds. Actually, we're not pulling that many Gs.
So, do you think it's better to coast and then ignite it, or ignite it right away?
You know, I was just thinking about that. Do we want to coast? I don't think so.
I think I should coast like
I think
maybe
lose
below
a little bit of speed because we're actually going kind of fast.
Bleed a little bit.
Let
of
it
speed.
drop to 200 and then hit it.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I think these islands are kind of a cool section.
This is really cool. I
think someone's going to do something interesting with those.
I love this. I love this challenge. This is a real journey. This is an adventure.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The two courses have like so much of a different character.
Geez, like I'm not losing barely any speed at all. This is kind of amazing. Like, look at that. I still think I have too much thrust to weight ratio. Because I'm already off the bat accelerating.
But we're too far into this one.
We'll keep. I think I could squeeze another stage out of this. Like we have 5 right now. I think I could squeeze 6 out of it.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Wait, we've got 5 stages. We still got 3 more stages. Like same burn time, same thrust weight ratio.
Is more, even more stages. Yeah, we could do that.
Like more burn time, right? That's the important thing. We're just trying to maintain like this, because that's what we really want to do. Like ideally, we want to maintain like 200 meters per second, right? 250, and then the only purpose of the booster is to like get rid of the drag. Like, and to do that, we want to have like a low thrust to weight ratio that burns for a really long time, and that's
right. And
then preserve as much speed as possible through all the turns and everything.
What other levers can we pull that we're not thinking about here?
Yeah, I don't know. So we have the fairing, right? That's obviously a big boon. Right. And I've exceeded the course ceiling again.
That's all right. That's it. We need a better pilot.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, send in your applications to replace Strats and Blitz. Situation, flying low. Good to know. Hey, you want to IVA this?
No, not really. I like this view. This is gonna look really cool in a video where I like speed this up because like the low gentle turns.
Are the SRBs necessary? The SRBs are why this is so hard. We've set ourselves a limitation of only using SRBs, specifically because they make this difficult.
Yeah, no. Separatrons are bad for this idea's been suggested a few times. It's not a good idea to use Separatrons because we have to carry the mass of that all the way. And anyways, the wings provide, like the wings are much better in terms of and lift. We get to use because we're already carrying the wings, so we might as well use them for the turns.
I mean, you could certainly go try to do this with a single stage of liquid fuel with oxidizer with rockets. But I think based on what we've seen so far, that's obviously possible.
I think it'd be too easy, actually.
Yeah, I think it might actually. Well, it wouldn't be trivial, but I don't think it'd be that hard.
Yeah, but you could control the throttle a lot better, and you could use something like, I don't know, would an Aerospike be good? I think the Aerospike would actually be a decent engine for this, since you don't really care about the thrust to weight ratio.
The thrust to mass ratio wouldn't be that critical. It'd really all be about ISP.
Just to pick the highest ISP possible.
Yeah. So I guess maybe the Vector.
No, the Aerospike. Aerospike has more, I'm sure.
Vector's so light, though.
No, what are you...
Vector's so light.
Is this a joke? Are you joshing
No, the
me?
vector's crazy light. What are you talking about?
Oh, no, it's light, but the aerospike would be better since you don't need the thrust.
Yeah, true.
You also don't need the gimbal.
But still, the mass does matter a bit. Thrust to weight ratio does matter, but not that much. So it might, in fact, be the case that the
I
aerospike would
think the
actually
higher
be able to
ISP
go
would
there.
be better.
All right, make sure you're staying to the left here. We've got a bit of an S turn.
Oh, this isn't the hard? We already passed the hard one though.
It's not that tight. It's not that tight, but
Stay to the left. You got it.
still want to do it right.
Do it properly. Yeah. Yeah, the thrust to weight ratio is too high. Like I'm gaining too much speed, and this is only halfway through. I could definitely squeeze 6 stages out of this, maybe 7.
So the length of this river about 800 kilometers. I'm thinking. So it's pretty long.
I'll stay to the left.
The whole thing is bigger than it looks like. From looking at this thing, it looks like it's a couple hundred meters across, and it's not. It's a lot. Like, you can see like we're 300 meters off of it here, and it's obviously a lot wider than that. Yeah, you could we could probably scrape at a bit more performance by like reducing the rudder area, but that's the point where you're really making it fly a lot worse for pretty small gain.
Yeah, the rudder's like completely insignificant at this point, I'd say. I mean, there's not just 5 big S wings there. There's a lot more than that. Like, if you think about it, the rudder area is actually quite minuscule compared to the
Yeah, this is
rest
pretty
of it.
reasonable.
Like, I probably can't control this at all with the rudder. I'm not even bothering with yaw.
Yeah, yaw's useless.
Yeah.
I mean, unless someone suggested at one point that with the if you're flying it fast enough, you basically spend the whole time on the side just pitching up and down because the gravity is just insignificant compared to the lateral G-force. And someone pointed out, hey, just build the whole thing on its side with the wings up and down, and then just use the rudder to steer, which I guess you could, but it's just it's the same thing to fly it on its side.
Is this turn coming up spooky? Should I be concerned about this?
This isn't as spooky as it looks. It's tight-ish, but it's nothing like the ones before.
Okay, I'll just go on the right, and then I'll just do that.
It doesn't keep turning that much. It's not that bad.
Jesus. I got too much thrust.
Yeah, we're actually going a bit too fast.
And we still got like a good amount of...
That's actually good news, though. Like, that's actually good news. I mean,
yeah, so that means
it means that we didn't do it optimally, but that means that there's more room.
Yeah, no, it's low. It starts off with 0.09.
Like, look at it this way. We have a lot more burn time now, and we're going faster. How much burn time did you say there was?
There's like 50 minutes of burn time on this whole thing. Yeah, there's like 50 minutes. It's a lot.
50 minutes?
Yeah. 5 stages burning 10 minutes each. Yeah.
Guys, we might make it.
Yeah, considering the last time, like I spent a lot of time, like it really. Ooh, come on, let's.
Guys, 50 minutes is 3,000 seconds. You multiply 3,000 seconds by 250 meters per second. That actually might do it. That'll be close. I think it'll just miss, and with a little bit of coasting, it's actually possible we do it.
Oh my god! And this is still room for optimization. Still,
I thought it was closer to 40, but yeah, whatever. Let's get a little excited, guys. It's actually possible this might work. I give this a 10% chance of actually making it to the end. That's my guess. I'll give you guys 10 to 1.
It's gonna keep getting better though. Like that's the one thing to count. Like I don't need a higher thrust to weight ratio for the later stages because
except we have to fly through the pits 10 times because of our course penalties.
Yeah. Yo, I didn't think about this, but as we get lighter and lighter, we need a lower and lower thrust to weight ratio since our lift to drag is gonna keep getting better. I didn't think about that. I put like 0.9 or like 0.09 and 0.08 for all of them.
Actually, I should have thought of that. It's chat. I'll blame it on chat. They distracted me by being too interesting.
It's getting too fast. This is totally gonna work. Single stage SRB, this whole thing. I think it's possible.
You know what other community is pretty great? BMX. I don't know if BM does BMX, but I'm a fan. Yeah, so one thing that's interesting here is we could either move engines from stage to stage or change the amount of thrust that they're on. Although in theory, you have a smoother curve if you leave the engines close to full thrust and then have less per stage. Did that make sense? I think that made sense.
I don't know. I don't get it.
Right. So if you're using more of the overall thrust of the SRB,
Yeah.
that means that you can have more stages.
Yeah, you could, but I think that's going to be obnoxious.
And that gives you a smoother curve, which does give you a real performance advantage. So if we're at the point where this is close, we want to do that.
Yeah, actually, no, you're right. I was thinking, oh, you're going to get ridiculous acceleration, but no, you're not. Because if it's one SRB pushing,
yeah, because you're counteracting it by putting less engines on each stage. So
yeah. Just like the amount of times you're gonna have to stage.
Again, these corners, there's a lot of like sequences in here, but none of them are really tight. So
I don't even know
we're gonna need. I'm gonna be your full like rally driver co-pilot after we hit wrong way fork though, because the turn after that is actually pretty wild.
Okay. Hopefully we don't crash. We have a lot of wing area, so I'm gonna wait to slow down a bit. This thing can just coast for days. Look at this. It can just coast forever.
Oh, this is great.
I have so much more hope now.
Oh, man.
Like, just some aero optimizations, and this thing's looking so much better.
Oh, course violation through the pits.
Ah, crap. I wasn't paying attention. I was coasting, I was gaining altitude. I didn't even notice. Sorry, come back. I don't think it matters that I went over in terms of like the efficiency of it. You think me like exceeding 400 meters over a couple times is going to matter that much?
Why are there more boosters in the last stage than in the second to last stage? Well, there's actually two in both of those because two of them are paired. In stage 2 they're paired. Stage
Yo,
1
I should get some extra boost time by like
coasting between each one. Yeah.
I'm probably gonna need it.
Oh man, you're missing this apex like crazy.
Oh yeah.
Samir, you are not listening.
Also, I'm gaining too much altitude again. Like, what the hell? This thing flies.
So guys, the reason that he's gaining too much altitude is that he's not rolling enough for how much he's pulling up.
Yeah, no. Laugh it up.
Yeah.
Oh, this was terrible. This is the worst turn I've ever done.
So what I noticed is after you've flown a bunch, you kind of get just an intuitive feel such that you're giving it enough pitch up compared to what you need. The part that you need to think about is how much you roll. And if you're thinking about how much you should roll, you kind of just automatically pitch up as much as you need to.
Yeah, I guess so.
Does that check out?
I think that checks out. That makes sense.
I think that checks out. Yeah.
We've got a couple more stages now.
But we didn't even do any of the
Yo, this is where the first one ended. Like, do you see this? This canyon is where the first one ended. We still got 3 full stages left.
Guys, we didn't even do any of the that clipped jet on this stream.
What?
We'll have to do that next time. The clipped jet.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure they'd get a kick out of seeing that.
Yeah. The hope is rising.
This is a joystick. You can do this with a keyboard. I didn't think it was possible to do it really well, but on the last challenge, Squiddy did it with a keyboard. He was using the trim to allow him to get analog control using a keyboard. Now, that seems really hard to me, but he did it really well, so I know it's possible. The joystick is like literally a different hardware device. Like instead of using a mouse and keyboard, you're using the flight controller.
Yeah, I've got like a actual. This thing's amazing. I love it. It's been Thrustmaster 16,000M, right?
Yep, Thrustmaster. Neither of us is paid by Thrustmaster. It's just decent.
I wish they'd pay me though. That'd be nice.
They should pay me because I would happily hawk their product because it's a good product and it's not too expensive.
really good product.
There's really not a lot of options in the joystick space. I don't know if you looked around, but there's just really not a ton of choices.
No, you're right. You're right. There's like
it's
two
Logitech,
options.
it's Thrustmaster. I think there's one other, but I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, the Thrustmaster is really good.
Wait, there's a Thrustmaster with Erebus colors. Pretty cool.
I can't keep watching. This is probably not an exciting stream because of how much flying I have to do.
I'm not doing my job here. I need to.
What do you mean not doing your job?
All right, two clicks left.
This is I'm telling you, this is actually so much fun. I love this. It seems really boring, but like it's relaxing. It's actually really relaxing.
No, that's why I mentioned it. This run is more like the flight simulator experience because it gives you time to really get into it, and it also adds a lot of challenge in that you can't. I mean, you can take some risks, but you really have to be able to reliably fly.
Is it left or right? Oh, it's right.
It's right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if there's any forks in the river, except for the wrong way fork that I talked about a lot in the video, generally you always know which way to turn by just don't turn more than 90 degrees to take a fork. Like you see, you have to turn like 120 degrees if you wanted to get to the left there. So you know that's the wrong way. I'm pretty sure someone has driven around Kerbin with a rover because I know there's a whole forum thread about that.
Wookie did that.
All right, good night, Harry. Peace.
Yeah, good
Fly
night.
safe. All right, guys, what do you think? Do you think we're going to make it?
We're about halfway through our
Isn't
fuel.
it Canadian Thanksgiving or something?
We're actually halfway through our fuel.
It was from Canada.
And I think we're about halfway through. Like, think about this.
I think we're pretty close to halfway.
Yeah, and we're...
yes, it is Canadian Thanksgiving. So now I don't want to make this too political, but does Canadian Thanksgiving have the same problematic connection to the First Nation people that American Thanksgiving has to Native Americans? And we'll leave it at that if so.
Don't you put politics in my stream.
All right, my bad. I do love Thanksgiving though. Nothing better than a holiday of just chilling with family and eating a lot of food.
All right, Bradley, which way is it, left or right here?
We're going left here.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I think.
I'm on the right. Approach for left then.
You know, I haven't eaten the pie in this stream yet. I have one. I have a lemon pie. Is there enough time left in the stream for me to eat an entire pie?
You've got like 20 minutes, I think.
I can do it. All right, I'm going in. Oh, no, wait. I can't eat this pie. I already had dinner. Imagine not eating a pie. I'll eat some of the pie and we'll see how I'm doing.
Remember, this isn't quite legit though. If we make it, it still doesn't quite count.
Now, if we make it, we still have to go back and do it properly. Also, if we have margin, I would like to do it under the low altitude course ceiling.
I don't want to do that.
I'll fly it.
I'll give the plane to you, seriously.
Although I gotta get some practice flying this, if so.
Dude, listen. I've got to engineer it.
We can always crowdsource it.
Listen, I'll figure out Bradley. I'll figure out all the stupid joint connections with these freaking SRBs, and then I'll give it to you.
I did once crowdsource the solution to a time-consuming challenge. On one of my videos, when I was doing a lot of ejection burns, I had a friend of mine do some of them. Save time.
I didn't see. False fork ahead.
I can't see it. It's not showing up on stream.
I see it in the distance. We're about halfway through our fuel right now.
You know, back in the day, 5 years ago in 2015, I got a pie at Sam's Club that had an expiration date of March 14th, 2015.
Which one is it, Bradley? Do I have to go further?
This is wrong way fork.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice. I like that corner cut. So like that corner cut he did there is like right.
Brad, shut up and tell me which way to go.
No, we're going to the right here. This is wrong way fork.
The right one. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, right side. you're still turning left, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's still
But the one
river's
that's
still
on the
turning
right.
left, even though we're staying on the right fork. I will know. I know it looks easy to see when you're going slow. If you're flying this fast, this is so easy to miss. Like you have to get an idea of what it looks like. Otherwise, you will fly right past it.
We have blown right past the previous attempt, by the way. Like this is
Hey, by
kind
the
of
way,
insane.
I'm pretty sure Strats and I are the two, at least we're the two people I know of to have done an Eve SRB.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God.
Rally driver
Did you
me.
miss it? Did you hit that wall?
No.
All right. Whew.
Rally driver me.
All right. Okay. We need a rally driver here. So you need to get to the left side of this.
Okay, I'm on the
Here,
left
'cause
side.
We want to be real wide on this.
Okay, real wide.
And you're gonna want to wait
Take a late
longer than you
apex?
think to start turning, and then turn hard once you do start turning,
Okay.
because it's a decreasing radius corner, if you know what I mean.
Oh boy. Here we go. I think this thing can pull a lot of G's at this point, though.
Right. So, and once you do start turning, you want to be turning hard the whole time. Otherwise, you're gonna have to make up for it later in the corner. It's also an S corner too. This won't fly on Duna. There's no way it has enough lift. All right, you actually still hit the apex too soon, but that's all right.
And I also
'Cause it
see
gets-
the ceiling.
this was fine, but actually, this is better than I thought it was. That was good, nice. I mean, it wasn't 100% ideal. That's pretty good.
We're pulling
Nicely
like 3
done.
G's through this, though.
I mean, this wasn't ideal, but this wasn't bad.
Oh, I
I'm impressed.
thought the last corner was going to be tighter than that, but so I think
No.
I
It's
overcompensated.
the right turn. It's really tight. Yeah,
Okay.
this isn't so bad.
Yeah,
I will say on the low altitude course, it's really that part on the bottom.
I'm
is
not
even
doing the
harder.
low altitude course, dude. Have fun with that. This takes like an hour to do each time. The actively engaged. This is gonna be insane. All right, which way, Bradley? Left or right? This is all new to me.
Darn, I think this is right. Yeah, I should. Why don't I have a map of this course up? I'm gonna bring up the map.
I have to. Cut
I mean,
the trim.
what kind of rally navigator doesn't have a map of the course up?
I'm kind of scared actually.
Yeah, this is a hard right turn. Okay, I've got a map of the course up now, so I can give you actual rally notes.
Okay.
Oh, this isn't as bad as it looks, but it's still pretty bad, and it gets narrow on either side. And
Should I light the next stage? I think I'll coast a
so,
bit more.
yeah, this isn't that bad of a turn. And then we got like a longer sweeping left. This left is not as bad as it looks,
Okay. Cool.
but it's kind of a long corner, so it's going to go for a while. But it's not that tight.
I can. Cut
I
the
don't know
canyon,
rally
right?
lingo, and I don't think Strats would know rally lingo either. So I think that would be useless for both of us.
I'll cut the corner here. This is a fine corner to cut, right?
Right? Yeah, this is fine.
Because we're well within the canyon.
Then I'm trying to, and then it's right again.
So I'm gonna refrain from firing the SRBs until I'm out of
And
this.
this right turn is actually pretty rough. Yeah, this is a tight corner too.
I definitely did not do this efficiently.
Yeah, I'm giving shitty rally notes. Sorry.
Whatever. I don't think my bad flying is gonna ruin.
Oh, this wasn't as tight as I thought it was. It looked tighter in the map. Remember?
All right, next stage.
All right, and it is pretty straight for a while here.
You got it.
Narrow, but straight-ish.
We're down to 2 stages.
Yep, we're doing good.
I violated the course regulations like several times throughout this. Like,
Yeah, don't worry. We'll fly through the pits a bunch of times. We got it. We're not law breakers here.
also, I'm not gonna be able to land this afterwards. It's got no landing gear.
How many stages were there? It's a good question. How
5.
many
There
were
were 5 stages. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well, we
it's
got that last stage where we detached the
I
bearing.
think I'm actually
That'll
gonna
really give us some delta V.
Yeah, I'm gonna split the last stage into 2 boosters. I'm gonna see if I can fly on just one SRB for the last 2. I'll see if I can split that up, because if I can split that up, that would be even better.
I bet we can.
I bet we can. Like, I think the lift to drag ratio is good enough.
Now here's an issue.
Yeah.
Right near the end, there's a land bridge, and the final finish is actually over land, like by a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So if we run out of room to glide in, can we slide the last couple meters? Imagine it was that close.
Maybe.
Oh, by the way, oh no, we're doing fine. Never mind. We're good. We're good. All right, so the next major corner is a left. It's not tight at all.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if it's going to look tight, but it's a long sweeping corner.
Is it a left?
So it's a left. You don't even need to worry about going wide. But at least from what it looks like on the map here, it's pretty gentle.
Dude, how can you tell where I am? You're just that familiar with it?
I'm looking at the map. No, I'm not that familiar. I've only flown this once.
But how do you know
just
where
looking
I am?
at the map.
You just, I guess you context.
I brought the map up. I'm rally navigating this. I'm a trained professional now. Actually, I'm kidding. By the way, guys, if you check out rally driving, like the in-cockpit view, they do have like a whole code system for how the navigator is looking at the map, communicates to the driver what's coming coming up the road, and it's really impressive. Unless the driver is Samir and he's braking the car, then you have a problem. You need to watch that later. It's pretty great.
Oh, I'm not going to be too... This is sweeping, right? So I'll be...
Yeah, it's fun.
I don't know. I'm absolutely tickled with this challenge.
Distance, turn direction, intensity, direction. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, that's right. They don't even really have a map. Map wouldn't really be that useful. It's essentially pace notes. I guess technically it is a map of a kind. Triple caution! Triple caution! He's like in the scrub already. But you know, the bravest people in rally driving are the Finnish people spectators standing.
Yeah, I've thought about that.
While the rally car's doing like a jump drift off the top of some snowy course. Just crazy.
Oh, this is gorgeous. I love this.
Yeah. All right, guys, do you have a new opinion? Do you think we're making it to the end?
Oh shit, I exceeded the course ceiling again.
Oh, I told the end of the pie from Sam's story. I think people just missed the significance. It had an expiration date of March 14th, 2015.
But when did you buy it?
Well, I don't know when I bought it. That doesn't matter because it's the expiration date that's printed on it. And when you print March 14th, 2015, how do you print it in the US?
Oh, pie.
I mean, I guess this joke won't work in Europe because they reverse it, but in the US.
Bradley, which way? I see like two possible ways. Is it left?
Okay,
this looks scary.
It's a right turn and then a left turn immediately after that. So you're actually going left there.
Left, okay. Let me align myself with the wall.
Is that true? Is it? No, it's left. Right then left.
Left.
And then it's like back and forth a bunch of times here. So
gross.
Right, left, right, left, right, left, right. This is a really long sequence. Nothing's in it. None of these are outrageously tight. Some of them are sort of tight, but it's a lot of back and forth here. I will try to count how many we've been through to make sure we get it. All right, so you did the right and then the left, which is not as tight as it looks.
I did the left, not the right.
No, you did do the right. It's really small. Yeah, I guess because of the size of the can, you kind of evened it out.
I just like went over it.
Yeah.
Should I go? I should do this wide, right?
Well, it's straight for a little bit here.
Okay. Should I be on the left side or the right side of the canyon?
Stay on the left side.
Okay.
I should say, while it's zigging back and forth here, once we get into the corner, most of the turn is going to be right. We're making an overall right turn. In fact, if I remember this stretch properly, the width of the canyon and the fact it's like zigging and zagging along means you can kind of just fly straight down the middle if you get it right.
Okay, cool.
So just stay left here. Left to the left side, I think will be good.
You got it, Cap.
All right, all right.
We're gonna have another. I think we're gonna have another stream where I fly this thing in full. I need you, Bradley.
Oh yeah, we'll get this.
No. When I fix everything and like get it working.
No, I know. What I'm saying is just.
And then you're gonna yell at me. Like, we'll
guys,
restart.
I'm a huge. Group B was crazy. I'm trying to remember what it is. There's a great documentary on Group B. With Lancias with 1,000 horsepower and dirt roads, crazy era. All right,
I see mountains.
The rally paces.
I saw mountains poke over. What is that a sign of? Is that a good sign or a bad sign? I like the sign of mountains. That must be getting close.
Well, those mountains are actually not the mountains we're ending.
I know,
at.
but the fact that we're so far inland that I'm seeing mountains.
They're actually really far from the mountains we're ending at.
Right.
I mean, I know we've gone most of the way, but there's still a long way to go, actually.
Yeah, no, I can't count my chickens yet, but we still have a lot of fuel left.
All right, this is a pretty hard right turn here.
Okay.
And then immediately left afterwards. So we want to have room. Take it pretty tight because we want to stay on the right side.
Okay, cool.
You can kind of cut off the corner here a bit. Just don't
yeah,
crash.
Actually, I see a straighter path through here.
Yeah.
And then it's the left, right?
It's right and left a bunch of times coming up, but you can kind of fly right down the center. Actually, this is fine. The canyon's wide enough that it kind of evens it out here. Actually, maybe I should put a feature on this section. This section's pretty cool.
This is really cool. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah.
I can't believe 300 of you are still here watching this. This is amazing.
Yeah. So again, if you're doing this challenge, and check out the description, video and description if you want to take part in this. Like what he's doing here, where he's kind of cutting the corners a bit, so he's technically above the ground. It is totally legal and encouraged. Because I figured it'd be fun to try to cut the corners really close. Just don't actually leave the canyon or go over 400 meters.
400 meters is a good limit, I think.
It is a good limit, yeah. Or 200 meters for the low altitude course.
God, I can't imagine doing 200 meters, actually.
200 meters was a challenge on the short course. I think it's going to be even more brutal on the long course.
If you fuck up once, it's ogre.
Was that an Irish Shrek meme?
It's ogre. It's going to be ogre.
Hey, if you want to do this with a submarine, respect.
You've seen how long it's taken this plane to get through it. It's flying at like 200 meters per second.
Maybe you have a really fast submarine. I don't know. I've lost track of how many slaloms we've gone through here.
Yeah, I've lost track. We're about to burn out the next stage. But do you think I can run the next stage on just one of the SRBs? We could
Guys, do you think we're making it? Do you think we're making it to the end?
I don't know. I have no idea how far we are, though. We're gonna have this stage burnout. Okay.
I have an opinion on whether or not we're gonna make it, but I want to see if people think we're making it yet. Yeah.
We're gonna light one. We're just gonna light one, and if it's not enough, we'll light another one.
To set expectations, and maybe everyone will be happy if they prove me wrong. I'm gonna go with no. I think we're gonna just miss it.
We'll see.
And I'm not trying to be a downer. That's what I think is gonna happen. But it's close enough that it's at the point where, at this point, I'm sure that it can be done.
Yeah, maybe with better flying, more optimizations.
Yeah, there's a lot more things we can do to optimize, and we're no longer in the point where we need to like totally shift some paradigm about what we're doing.
Look, Brad, though, does this change the equation? I think I'm gonna fly this on one SRB, and then I'll have another stage. So that's 20 more minutes of flight right there.
Yeah.
And it's gonna
might have to fire it up before this one runs out, though.
We'll see.
This is gonna get close
I'm mostly wing at this point, right?
I already know this is close enough that this approach will work. We just gotta optimize it. There's really no more tricks.
This is amazing.
And to share, like when was it yesterday we were kicking this around?
No, I think it was Saturday. That was yesterday, wasn't it?
Or it was yesterday. We were kicking this around. My first thought, 'cause I think it was Strats who suggested like trying to do this on a single SRB stage. My first thought was like, you know how long this is, right? Because I didn't think it could be done with 3,500 meters per second delta V. But for some reason, I didn't think of having multiple engines and firing them separately, despite the fact that I literally did that in an SRB single stage challenge. So I really should have.
Really just like coasting this. Like, how much energy can I reserve through this?
Yeah, ground effect is in KSP. You just have to actually be touching the ground.
Ah, crap! I exceeded the ceiling again.
Uh-oh. Through the pits.
Okay, so we've slowed down like quite a bit, but I don't think it's like it's not half the speed of what we were going last time.
Yeah.
So the lower thrust to weight ratio is definitely going to help us go further, especially now since like again like my angle of attack's really low right now. Like I can probably fly a lot slower and still make it.
Yeah. I will point out why we have to do this again and fly it under 400, which is totally reasonable. That can be done. Reliable.
And let's not forget that I've cheated the joints. I still have to fix that. This is absolutely not legitimate.
That can be fixed.
Yeah, I'll fix that. I'll find a way. I think there's a way to fix it. I think.
And he's not like flying out of the course or doing something that would actually improve our performance here. So if this works, it's proof of concept for sure. Frankly, it's already really a proof of concept.
I have no idea where we are.
So here that we're cutting the corner again, but we're below the ceiling and we're in the canyon. So that's fine.
What do we got up ahead, Brad?
I'm kind of having a hard time keeping track of where we are from the map because it looks different than it looks on the map.
Yeah, this
right,
is weird.
Which is making this harder.
I'm probably gonna stay to the right and do this wide.
But I think it goes left up here.
Yeah,
I hope it goes left up here. If it doesn't, I'm wrong. All right, so there's a little part. Yeah, I can't see that on the map. There's a pretty distinctive part where the river opens up in a wet ways, which I'll know for sure. Oh, it gets narrower there. Does that help me out? Yeah, I think I know where we're at. So this is does litho staging count as a single stage? No, it doesn't really matter how you detach it. If you're detaching something other than fuel, it's still technically staging.
Shit,
Litho staging is you stage something by having the ground knock it off. Like, hey, I don't want this wing anymore. I'll just fly really close to the ground and knock the wings off.
Brad, I don't know. I thought this turn was actually pretty good.
No, this was pretty good. Beautiful. Yeah, it's kind of like the whole litho breaking thing was kind of a joke name because it's like a really fancy name for crashing.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a right turn up here. It's kind of steep, but because it's just a right turn and then it's straight, I think this is a pretty easy one.
All right, I'll take it wide then.
Yeah. But it's like straight after it, so you can. I would say 75 degrees, maybe less. 70.
Oh, is it really that tight? Oh wait, no, that's not tight. That's less than 90.
Yeah.
Could you call Spirit an opportunity?
Yeah, you could. Sure.
Why not? We're losing speed slowly, but I think this does fly on one SRB at this point.
Yeah, this does.
So it's like, does Delta V...
Yo, you're 49 minutes in. Good for you.
Yeah.
Because you're coasting a lot between them, so that's added some minutes.
We've added some time there.
I think the coasting really helps. Coasting's good.
I thought this turn was also pretty good.
This was less than 70 degrees, I think.
I think I did a good job with this turn.
Although maybe it is. I mean, once you got the whole thing. It's just that there's a long relatively straight-ish part here gives us time. I know it looks like there's another corner up there, and there is. It's just you got some time.
Oh, is this the distinctive part where it opens
up? This corner's really mild. This one's really mild, so just take it easy and try to maintain speed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it coming up here, it's gonna get wider, and it's gonna get really wide.
Whoa! Look at this.
It almost opens up into like a lake here. It is like a lake. We'll call it a lake.
It's all still at sea level. It's a very confused fjord. Fjord? Fjord? How the fuck
Fjord.
Fjord. So Brad, what side should I be on? I'll go down the center.
Yeah, just go right down the center. It's because it's all pretty gentle in here, and it's larger than it looks because it really opens up.
What do you say, Brad? Are you still thinking we're not going to make it?
Oh man, it's gonna be close. I'm legitimately not trying to drive up interest here. It's legitimately close to the point that looking at the map, I still don't know if we're gonna make it or not.
That's a good sign. I maxed at 3.7 Gs at like the start of it when I pulled up out of that dive.
Yeah, we should have reset it so we could have had it on max. Yeah.
Oh, look at this. This is gorgeous. I like this.
By the way, guys, if you want, bring up the video in the description. Go into the description document, and yeah, you can look at the map for this. The document for the River Kyle course has a nice little map for the start and end, and there's a pretty distinctive part up here where there's like a lake in the river near the end, nearish the end, and you can track along on the map and kind of get a progress bar of what's going on. Can I do links in chat? Will that work, or is it gonna?
It might slam you. You could try it. It might slam you. I might have to make you a moderator so you can post stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm not, because I know most chats will automatically remove it.
It's probably gonna remove it. I would post it myself
up here. By the way, you're still fine. Just keep going.
I would post it myself, but I don't want to take my hands off this.
Yeah, that's fine.
I've come too far.
It got so far. Really? Oh man, I thought we had some. I thought we were gonna bring this back to our middle school experience and do some Linkin Park memes.
Oh no, I'm not gonna go.
Tried so hard, got so far, but in the end,
didn't even matter.
There we go. Chat comes through.
I think that there's like a 10-second delay.
All right, I'm gonna go with a really esoteric reference here. I don't know if you guys played Warcraft 3, but there was a custom map for it called Kodo Tag, and the soundtrack for one of the versions was In the End, but sped up 2 times with no pitch correction.
Final stage.
Oh man.
Final stage.
All right, I'm back to thinking we're not going to make it, but it's like close.
I'm just this has gone so much further than the other attempt. Right. It's kind of ridiculous.
All right, so we're coming up on a little more corners, but none of them are tight. So out of this,
I exceeded the ceiling.
It kind of has a slight angle right, but the turn's actually left there. The significant turn.
Gotcha. I gotta descend. I don't want to descend too fast. It's a right,
and it's actually a left. You see it.
Oh, I see.
It cuts a little bit right, but like to the point where you could actually just go straight, and then it turns left.
Mm-hmm.
And the left turn is like, I think it's actually like 90 degrees, so it's probably gonna feel like less because it's not that tight.
Right.
There's a lot of room. Yeah, guys, I'm back to thinking we're not going to make it, but man, is it close. It could still do it. Especially with some extra coasting at the end. We got a little bit of extra room because this is going to coast quite well at the end. It's going to coast really well at the end. Yeah, keep this at the course ceiling, but keep it under 400. But keep it at the course ceiling because then we'll have a little more gliding range.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to hit like 200 meters per second at the end because as the fuel drains, we're going to...
Watch this ends with Strats walking to the finish line.
Would you count that?
No. That's staging.
Oh, I should be going wide here. This isn't tight though, right?
It's not that tight. It's not that tight.
Okay, I'll cut this corner.
It's a significant corner though, so going wide would have been good. But it's not like you're gonna like crash into this thing or anything. It'll be fine.
I'll cut it. You can yell at me if you think this cut is too much.
No. See, you see the top of the canyon. As long as you're within the canyon and below the course ceiling, you're fine. So
this is fine. This is kind of
this is not just fine. This is encouraged. I want people to fly close to the wall because it's fun, and we're all about having fun. So the reason this is legal is that it's still in the canyon and it's still below the course ceiling.
Thing is, I have no idea like where we are relative to anything. So like I don't know if we're close or not.
I'm telling you, like my current guess. Actually, the course does get a bit straighter. So, oh man, I keep going back and forth of whether we're going to make it. It's. I'm not trying to rev you guys up. I'm still thinking we won't, but it's possible.
Listen. Oh, which way do I go, left or right?
Left here. Left.
Cool. Oh, I think I know where we are. This is going to straighten out, and this is like a straight shot to the end.
This is the other part I mentioned in the video where you actually can make a wrong turn. So keep left, strats.
You got it.
There's a tributary to the right there. I think you'd have to kind of try. Like if you go fast, you kind of don't even see it. It just looks like a wider part of the river. That is technically a tributary you can fly up, and if you do, it's just going to end, and you'll be sad.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if someone wants to do this whole run, also exploring all the forks, you're a bolder man than I.
Do it with SRBs only.
It could be done. There's not an outrageous number. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 forks, and that one lake that you could fly around a bit. So it could be done.
We're losing. I don't think we're not losing that much speed.
We want to be losing speed though at this point. That's actually good.
Yeah, it's going to be more efficient.
Yep. All right, guys, I'm calling it. We're not making it, but it's going to be close.
We'll see.
Oh no, man! Every time I say that, though, I look at it again and I'm like, "Well,
still got half of our fuel left." We have 260 meters per second left.
This keeps turning left for a while, but it's never gonna get tight.
I should start doing it a little bit tighter though.
Yeah, you kind of probably unnecessarily. Well, okay, so obviously it'd be better to have more speed than less. The reason losing speed is more efficient is that means that we don't have excessive thrust. And the lighter we get, the greater our wing area to mass is. So really over the course of the run, we actually want to be going slower with each successive stage.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And I think we could definitely stretch this out to another stage. Like we saw some of the earlier stages definitely had too much thrust.
Oh yeah, and I do think smoothing the stages so the stages burn shorter, but we have more of them is also going to help.
Yeah, that would be more.
Not a lot. That'll buy us like a couple % there, right?
Maybe, I think so.
Yeah, someone put it out 440, 404. Course not found.
440. Did I get down to 440?
Yeah, you did get up to 440.
Damn, I went too high.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters though in terms of what this thing's endurance is.
Well, the one thing that would be cheating is if we break the course ceiling right at the end of our thrust, like before the gliding phase.
Yeah, I'll make sure that doesn't happen.
But do keep. I want to see it 399.
Yeah, I'll see. I'll do 399. Yeah.
Okay. More rally notes here. What's going on? Oh, this is a really gentle turn, like super gentle. Like don't even worry about it.
399 right there. I gotta trim this right because it's.
This is the most gentle turn. Actually, let's look at the altitude. 399.7. Guys, Stretch just got to 399.7 and didn't exceed the course ceiling. How good is that? Look at that. Guys, let's give a big ups for Strats here. He is the what's a good analogy?
The pilot. I don't see an end to this. Maybe we're not going to make it.
I was telling you I don't think we're going to, but I'm starting to believe again. We're getting there. There's not a lot of corners left. In fact, there's really only 3 corners left. It's just that this one is really long. I'm also trying to figure out where on the course we are because I'm getting a little confused. I'm not quite sure which left turn we're on. We might have been one turn not as far as I thought. Okay, it widens out here. That's good to know. You're going right here, by the way, if it wasn't obvious.
Oh, yeah. But it's gentle, right? So I can cut this, right?
Yeah, it's gentle, right? Yeah.
Cool.
All right, we had one more corner than I thought. So there's this right turn, which is really gentle. Another very low, gentle left turn. And then it's like one left, right at the finish line, pretty much. So there's only 4 courses left. There's 2 right turns and 2 left turns left. But
we're running out of fuel. We have 81 meters per second left, apparently.
I don't think we're making it. We're not going to make it, I don't think. But I still can't call it with 100%. That's how close it is.
We got a lot of coasting power.
I don't know if anyone's pulled up the map, but it is legitimately really close.
I'm just gonna try and minimize the distance now since this is so. I'm not gonna drum up hype. No.
I'm not even drumming up hype. I legitimately still think it's up in the air a bit. But these corners are super long. So there's actually a lot of distance in here, even though there's not a lot of corners.
We can coast for... We can't coast for that far, actually.
We're not... I wish we were at 95%. If we were at 95%, I'd be pretty hyped right now. The penultimate corner is going to be fine because if we do make it there, we're going to be gliding at that point. We're going to be going really fast.
All right, so looks like we've... I'm going to exceed...
Oh, man. Die Windows is... I don't even know if I want to read this, but he says, well, now that we know we can do that, can we make one that goes the entire length of the track and back again?
No.
I'm gonna give that a hard pass.
This is kind of like sketchy.
This is a satisfying length. It's right on the boundary of like, no.
All right, we're out. I was at 388.
All right.
We're not making it.
I will also say this is probably right on the boundary of leaving the course to the right. Because you're all kind of out of the canyon there. Though not really. It was close enough. But that was a sketchy corner cut there for sure.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. That is sketchy. But we got a shit ton of wing area now, so.
All right. Guys, I want to make it clear. Like, we're going to be gliding. We're not going to make it. But there's only...
I want to see how close we got.
There's only 3 corners left.
This was the final stage.
This was the final stage.
But we could have gotten another stage out of it if I had staged the other ones better. And that would have been enough. Because honestly, I think flying at
the amount of improvement from the last one. Did we get past Wrong Way Fork in the last one?
No, we stopped at Wrong Way Fork. That was where, like, we had to get out and swim the rest of the way.
All right, you need to bring up the map when you're done with this, so we can see how much further this made it.
Is this a left or a right up here?
Like outrageously further.
Is this a left or a right, Bradley?
It's a really gentle left turn.
Oh, that's not good.
I know it doesn't look gentle, but I promise that it is. And I know that it looks like a right turn, and I promise that it isn't. Yeah, we can call it now. It's not going to make it.
The glide scope's pretty good, actually, though.
Yeah, the glide ratio is pretty good. We're actually going to be able to go ways in this.
Hold on, let me pull up the menu.
What speed do we want to maintain here?
We have a lift to drag ratio of 20 right about now, so...
Okay. Well, I guess try to keep this altitude until like the lift drag ratio is really decreasing a lot. Oh no, wait, we do want good speed. So yeah, I think try to keep it at, do you think 100 is what we want to maintain? What do you think we want to maintain?
100 seems good. Like the slower we're going, the better. Like I'm getting 20 right now.
Yeah.
I'll keep it up until I start having issues.
Yeah.
Because we want the highest lift to drag
barrel
ratio.
is a lot of stuff clipped into a fairing, which is pretty aero. KSP logic says that's pretty aero.
Yeah. So we're actually taking this corner, surprising enough. I didn't think we'd actually. I was surprised that we made it this far in the corner.
Yeah.
The glider actually I think the shit ton of wing strat does actually make sense because of the gliding at the end.
I will say the glide phase, I knew it was going to be good. This is exceeding expectations.
21 lift to drag ratio.
Now, I know we can't make it to the end. Guys, do you think we could make it through this corner?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are looking at the map. Well, this is a really long corner.
This potentially could. Like 21.
I don't think we're making it through this corner. This corner is actually outrageously long.
Multiply 250 by 21. That's how far we can
seriously, go. This corner is like 50 kilometers long.
Really?
Yeah.
What's 21
It doesn't
times?
end. It's like left turn forever, like really shallow.
Jesus.
Like you see it, it's still turning left up there.
Jesus.
Actually, it doesn't look as much like one corner in person as it does on the map. Maybe it's just easier to see the arc on the map. But you look on the map, it's just turning left the whole time. I guess because you can't really see the points. That point up ahead makes it look like it's
going down
out.
to get some speed.
All right, so in the description of this video is a link to my video, and then in the description of that video is a document with all the information. So it's this is a location in the stock game. So the only thing you need the description for is it gives you the coordinates to go to. Although actually, I guess I could just copy paste the coordinates and drop.
No, I've got to get some more. I'm watching the sync rate. I've got to get some more speed. Like that's the problem.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna drop the coordinates of the.
And then again, I will milk out the. I'll milk this horizontal speed for all that it's worth.
Yeah.
Like it will not go unmilked.
All right. One more thing to guess, chat. Try to guess to the second the mission time. So right now it's at 1 hour, 6 minutes, 55 seconds that we'll hit water at.
Yo, does it make sense to glide for longer? Like I ignited the boosters at like 200 meters per second before in the gliding phases, but should I wait for it to get slower?
I think so. I think a lot of glide would be good.
Slower is better.
Will there be a record for longest time to complete the course? Well, I am going to release a top 10 video of my 10 favorite submissions. And the last time, someone took 1 hour to do the short course in a paramotor. And I thought that was pretty dope. So, hey, if some Iron Man wants to take 10 hours to do this, I'll be impressed.
All right, let's milk this speed for all that it's worth now.
I don't think he's staying in the air for another minute. We'll see, though. Also, once you get slower, you can see the lift drag ratio is going down right now because we're basically starting to stall right now. Actually, we're really well into the stalling phase.
All right, that's as far as it'll go. Whew. What a trip, actually. How close was I?
All right,
yo, that's not even that far away.
I know.
What the hell? That's so close. Do you think like?
Look at that.
Think of it. We glided from here all the way over here
today, so we can see this properly.
Look, it's nighttime. I'll time warp today. Hopefully, it doesn't.
If only there was a way to time warp today.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at how far we went with solid
I'm telling you, I wasn't
boosters.
trying to rev up chat. I was legitimately wondering if it was actually gonna
holy shit.
Look at that. Well, keep scrolling out. That's not even the whole thing. Look at that.
Hold on, let's time warp some more. It's not even in full view. We started over here.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so that's look at that. Look how we guys, it was good. All right, Strats, get out and swim.
Oh no.
By the way, guys, that's probably nearly a day of swimming. Just to make it clear, you don't really get the feeling of scale when you're flying it, but well, maybe not a day. That's about 12 hours of swimming.
So how long did we glide? Like, someone check the. I think we stopped about here. Like, we ran out of fuel. Like when I was cutting the corner here, and it glided a good distance. That was a really long glide.
Yeah, it was a really good glide, and I am starting to think that gliding between stages is a good idea. Like a really good idea.
But I think, this is a. Oh man,
The more I'm thinking about it, we didn't leverage that as much as possible. Actually, even without redesigns, well, I guess we have to fix the.
I gotta fix the joints. Whatever, I'll fix that.
With the joint issue fixed, you could probably fly just this without any other improvements. Just glide more, and I bet it would do it.
Also, get more stages out. I think we could have gotten another stage out. Because there were a couple points where I was hitting 250 meters per second. When I definitely could have pulled out an SRB from that and put it on a final stage.
Right. Yeah. So proof of concept complete for sure.
Yeah, this is doable.
Oh, well, that's exciting.
Jeez.
Now, I almost don't want to ask this, but is there any chance that both ways is possible, or is that just getting stupid?
That's good. I think that's getting stupid.
Yeah.
Unless you use magic wings, but at that point, that's
also that is the point where it probably stopped being fun.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I feel like this is a point where it's enjoyable to do on stream when there's a lot of things going on to keep it interesting, but when you get it up to 2 hours, that's the point where.
Yeah, I don't think you could get it. I think it's just barely going to get it to across.
Yeah. We really don't have that much further to go.
No. Considering, this is... If I just got, seriously, 10 more minutes of burn time, and that would have been it.
Yep.
Split the last stage. My idea to cut the last two the last two engines into two different stages, I think extended it further. But if we add another stage on top of that, I don't think there's any question this is going to work. Because think about it. It has a lift to drag ratio of 20, right? So 20, that means what? How much power do we need to fly on that?
Hey, also, you know that electric
0.05 thrust weight ratio.
The electric powered plane where they had it accumulate altitude during day, and it would use that during night.
Yeah.
Probably makes sense to do that with the glides too. In between stages, let it kind of fall from 400 to 0.
No, dude, that's actually smart.
Right? Because essentially what you could do with that is increase the thrust of the engine without actually causing more drag.
Yeah, no, you stay
and that's a really efficient
right?
Way.
You basically
that's essentially turning thrust directly into potential energy, essentially.
Yeah.
Which is really efficient.
Yes.
Yeah, we didn't take advantage of the gliding really as nearly as much as we could have.
Yeah. So I guess do you think this? I don't think this is possible without fairing occlusion. I think fairing occlusion is definitely needed.
Yeah, the fairing occlusion made an enormous difference, which we should have expected because it's kind of been known for a long time that fairings are a pretty good part.
Yeah.
There's almost no mission that can't be improved by the addition of a fairing.
Yeah, and it's I don't think it could be done without it. It definitely needs it. What do you think? Maybe making a longer fairing and using Clydesdales would be better as well. Because I don't think these engines do have a 5-second impulse disadvantage. So the Clydesdales would be better.
I think the Clydesdale is slightly better.
And it wouldn't matter in the end really, because if you clip enough Clydesdales into the fairing, it gets to the point where the fairing's not significant anymore.
Also, this is a small effect, but improving the delta V through specific impulse rather than wet to dry ratio means that the the change in mass over the course of the run is less, so you can optimize better. That's probably the point where that's probably doesn't really matter.
It's like it's 5 seconds, but 5 seconds over this entire course? That's probably going to be significant. I think it would be.
Oh yeah, but I think the gliding is really going to bias a lot too. I mean, that's probably another 100 kilometers right there.
Yeah. And there are a couple corners in here. Like, I think the amount of wing area I have here is actually good. What do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think lower or more? Because I thought it had enough to make it through the tight corners without being.
Well, I think it had more than we needed later on, but we kind of needed it at the beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe cut a little bit, but I think not much.
Yeah, we definitely need at the start for that
first. Certainly not add more. Certainly don't.
Yeah, I don't think we're at the point. Like the lifter drag's already really good. Someone's telling us it would buy us 2.5% more delta V for the 5-second increase. Is that right?
Oh yeah, I think the Clydesdale is definitely better.
I think what you add 2.5% to this, I think it could make it.
I don't think it's. I'd be curious to know how they got the 2.5% thing, though. Because you got to remember, we are losing the.
No, that doesn't make sense. Like the difference between the Clydesdale and these isn't actually that big at sea level.
It's not that big. Yeah, they're pretty similar. Because the Clydesdale is slightly more delta V, but it's also got a slightly smaller dry to wet mass ratio. Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure the Clydesdale is still very slightly better, but that's not a big gain.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, what do you think your average speed was on that run?
That's a good question. At the beginning we were hitting like 240 actually, like 200, 240. And then nearing at the end, of course, when I split it up, we got down to like 160.
Like, what do you think the average is?
Maybe around 200.
Maybe around 200. Well, that makes sense because we took a little over an hour, which would put the course, if it was exactly an hour, that put the course at 720 kilometers. So 750, maybe 750.
750? We traveled 750, you mean?
No, I mean the course is 750.
Oh, 750.
No, we traveled 750. Right. We traveled 750, so add a little more. Yeah, 800 I think was a good guess.
800.
Yeah, 800.
Oh, there's kind of a spooky... Oh, you could cut... Oh, this is kind of spooky at the end, though. Like this sharp bend.
Yeah, but if we're gliding at that point, then it'll be a problem. If we still have feel, we'll be happy because we'll still have feel.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a tough corner right at the end.
If you take that wide and then go in, like cut the apex and then that would I don't think it's that bad actually. If you just take it wide and then like go straight
and through. The finish line is actually slightly past where the water ends there, but not by much.
Like, is it over here? I see you on stream. Like, is it this last lake over here?
It's not the very last lake. I wanted something that was really easy to notice in a video, so it's defined as where the shore biome ends. So when you go from shore to grasslands, that's where you've hit the finish line.
And where
it happens slightly after you leave the water.
Okay, so that's fine then. So like once you leave this water part,
not a lot. Like right after you leave the water.
Not so you don't have to keep going along the canyon until this like little
The nice thing about that is I don't have to like guess what the time is on a video. I can just look at this is when they entered shores, this is when they left shores. Okay. And then as long as they stayed in the course, they're good.
Yeah.
And I don't know why it's displaying differently. That I'm pretty sure that's actually a land bridge there.
Oh, this is probably because the terrain's low detail since I'm so far away from it.
Yeah, that's actually a land bridge there. The water doesn't actually connect.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
KSP graphic stuff, Yeah, I do.
Oh, those mountains in the distance, that's the finish line. Like,
yeah, and you get some pretty cool mountains at the end too.
That's amazing. Dude, this course is amazing. I'm very happy to have been through this.
Yeah.
And this is like a little estuary. This is like I didn't even notice this one.
Yeah, I guess like a lot of the forks. There's a bunch of forks you don't see actually because they have such a dramatic.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I'm doing it this way is if you do it the other way, like people are going to make so many wrong turns and they're going to hate me.
Yeah. No, honestly, I didn't feel like
it is really confusing the other way. There's 2 land bridges on the whole course, I think. There might be a third. I'm trying to remember, but I think there's only 2.
I can see like this part over here. Like, look at this. There's like 3 forks in the river.
Yeah,
It's just
and
nuts.
it's way harder to keep track when you're actually flying. Like you think you could just like write down like left right or something like that, but it I did one trial run the other way and
Hmm.
I got lost
I
like right
see.
away. Then I looked at the map and decided to do it this way.
Yeah. The only like big one was the false fork, and then this other one here, which wasn't too bad.
I don't think many people are going to take that. Well, you see it, might see it and wonder which way to go. Like it's kind of obvious which way the course is.
Yeah,
So
this is kind of like an extension. Like you
yeah,
have to actually have to take that pretty sharp.
you have to try pretty hard to do that one. But
Yeah.
false fork is tricky
Yeah, that
because it's
one's.
almost blind. It's actually hard to see the actual turn.
I wonder like how they generated this river. Like it seems like two rivers like mashed together in a way.
Yeah.
Because you're like this one. You see this one over here
Well,
is like
whoever
really
did it's
skinny.
pretty dope. You
Yeah,
know,
it
the
was.
funny thing is this was probably made extremely fairly quickly,
Yeah.
and I really doubt that they anticipated this, but it works surprisingly well.
Yeah. No,
Either
this is
that or
great.
they thought they hey, let's make a cool river. I don't know. I have no idea how this
This
happened.
is yeah. This is amazing. And this is the longest river on Kerbin, right?
Oh yeah, by a lot,
Dang. So that means this.
by a very large margin.
Huh. Oh, KSP crashed. That's great. I think
Oh,
that
that's
signals
really solid timing
yeah, perfect
because
timing.
I'm pretty tired.
Yeah,
So
no, me too. Well, I want to thank everyone for coming to the stream. This was a lot of fun. This is kind of a weird time, to be honest. But I wonder what it's broadcasting now. It shouldn't be broadcasting anything. Yeah, this is kind of a weird time though. So, what do you think about this time for streaming? Like, what did you think about this experience?
I mean, I thought it was great. I'm not sure if you're asking me or chat,
Oh,
but
I'm
I thought it
asking
was
chat.
dope.
I'm gonna
I
ask
had a great
chat.
time. And chat was great. You know what was cool? Chat kind of evolved over the course of it,
Yeah.
which is good because I was getting tired towards the end. So it was nice that there was less questions because
Yeah, that was great. I
time to get
like
to
Brad
bed.
is like who is doing answering all
Oh
this
man,
during
it
this
is
Q and
almost
A.
midnight here. It's
Dude, you were having a
almost
whole
bedtime.
Q&A while I was sitting there fuming trying to get this stupid thing
Yeah,
to like not explode.
I kept worrying like, wait, am I like abandoning strats to like solve problems while I talk to chat? But I think it worked.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Kudos. You know what? Bravo for watching this during class because it wasn't my class. As long as you're not watching this during math class.
that'd be
And
funny.
if it is math class, it depends on what math class it is. If it's geometry, you're good to go. Uh,
What if you Brad, what happens if you see one of your students watching the VOD of this?
I don't care.
No, you see them in their class on their phone watching it. What do you do?
I had one student troll me by he brought it up on the we were using the laptops in class for I don't know some project, and he put on one of my videos and blasted the volume like by surprise during the middle of
Hello
class,
everyone.
which was pretty funny. I he didn't even really get in trouble for that because I thought it was too amusing. He just didn't do it again.
Yeah, that's great. And high schoolers. Anyways,
Abstract algebra, when you want to do math with things that not only aren't numbers, but never were or will be numbers. Abstract algebra is a lot of fun. I'd recommend it if you ever get, I don't know if you got like a math elective or something in college. Yeah, so basically they to try to put abstract algebra in about a paragraph, the idea is to take the rules that we've applied to numbers and apply them to a set of things wider than just numbers. So we're looking at groups that include things beyond that.
weird.
And then we look at what properties still apply, what properties might not. Imagine taking a math selective. Strats, you take any cool math electives over the time?
Oh, I took, what was it? Differential geometry, which was a ton of fun.
Oh yeah, and
That was
that's
like one of my
pretty
favorite
engineering
classes.
relevant too, I think.
Yeah, no. We like when I did a poster presentation on
Yeah,
what was it, moduli spaces, and used it to like
yeah.
explore linkages, like the spaces which linkages live in, four bar linkages
Cool.
and stuff like that.
Although probably a bit proof based for compared to what you're used to, I'd
Yeah, it
say.
was. I had to actually learn how to do that because I had
Yeah,
never taken a proof based class before that, so I had to figure out how to do this.
yeah,
It
but
was a ton of fun though.
yeah. Well, I imagine that's pretty tough. I mean, usually,
It was really
if
tough.
you major in math, usually you have really a couple courses where the goal is mostly just how to do a proof based math course where you get into it. But
Yeah, no, it was a tough course, but I loved it.
yeah,
Like the funny thing is like the reason I took it because I needed a math elective,
yeah,
but I couldn't find anything. That was the one thing that fit in my schedule, so I took it. And the prerequisites didn't seem that bad. And like the first day, the professor comes in and it's like, and he says the prerequisites for this class are kind of insane. Like you probably should have taken like a bunch of these other classes beforehand.
yeah.
But I still made it through. I like he gave me. I mean, I asked him. Like, he gave me some resources to help me learn how to do the proof
Right.
stuff.
There's a lot of talk of organic chemistry in chat, and that reminds me that there seems to be like for each major, there's a particular course that's known across universities for being the number one reason why people don't graduate, or at least don't graduate on time. And I know organic chemistry is that course for some majors. For math majors, it's probably real analysis. What do you think it is for mechanical engineers?
Um,
What is the super scary course
the
that
super like
people have to take 3 times?
the super scary one. I think there's like a few weed out classes early on, but like if I'd say that like the manufacturing class where you have to like make stuff as a machining class. That one's pretty tough. That one does require you to learn a lot, and
Yeah,
a lot of people have to retake that.
yeah,
But
yeah.
maybe later
I've
on.
heard organic chem from a lot of different majors. Like I think
Yeah,
every major that has to take it
yeah.
said
I'm
talks
glad
about
I didn't
organic
have
chem
to
as
go
being
there.
tough.
As far as other
And
classes for mechanical engineers, I mean, I think fluid dynamics would have to be one. That one's pretty tough.
yeah. I know I did start off majoring in physics, and I knew from physics it was a. Actually, I did finish this course. It was a maybe it's different at different universities. Where I was at, it was a course called Math Methods, which essentially took all the required math sequence that physics majors had to take and came up with excuses that forced you to apply it to physics problems. And it was, in fact, really hard. It was a tough course,
Hmm.
especially because some of it was a stretch. It's like, all right, we required them to learn this. Now we have to figure out an excuse to make them use it.
Wait, Knight of St. John, you say you're a mechanical engineer, but you took OChem? That's interesting. Why? Did you take that as elective or is that a requirement?
The closest I got to OChem is I mean I took the general chemistry sequence and we did the part on organic chemistry, but I never took the organic chemistry class.
It was mandatory, really? Really,
Wow.
that's interesting. I've never heard of a mechanical engineer having to take OChem.
Someone was having a bad day and was like, yeah, make them take organic chemistry.
Oh yeah, we're done with the stream. The game crashed, so it was a perfect time for.
I would think it would be differential equations for some majors too.
Differential equations was hard, but I didn't find it. I didn't
Well, I
find it
know that's
that
the
hard.
case because I tutored differential equations when I was at university, and it was
Uh-huh.
an extremely popular class. And a lot of the people I tutored said, "Oh, I'm taking this that like third time or whatever."
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. So did you take OChem before you specialized in mechanics? I guess so. I'm not familiar with how other countries do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're majoring in math or something close enough to math that you're getting that far in it, certainly analysis is harder than differential equations. But differential equations is required by a lot of majors in engineering and kind of the other math adjacent fields. So as a result, it's a killer course because a lot of people taking it don't really want to.
Control
Uh,
systems was a pain. I will agree with that. Like control systems, good grief, that class was a nightmare.
well, actually, now that I think about it, the hardest class for me was almost without a doubt electronic measurements. And it was hard because the theory part wasn't hard, but like actually having to build the circuits and whatnot as a physics major who really didn't have that much engineering stuff was just really tough.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a lot of work too, so maybe I was just being
Gotcha.
lazy. Oh, and actually, I lied. Technically, the hardest course I took was a beginner Mandarin,
Oh,
although I
that's
took
right. I
that
told you
pass
about that.
fail. But man, that was tough.
Yeah, control systems is very important. It was a very tough class, I will say. I mean, the PID was really interesting. Like figuring out how that works. That was really interesting. But like all the other control systems they went through was just crazy. Like all this stability, you learn about all this stability stuff. I'm oh man, that was a tough class.
Here's a question: anyone studying something not in STEM?
That's an interesting question. Let's
Yeah,
poll the
pull
users.
the chat. How many people are still here?
There's like 200 people here.
No kidding.
Bode plots. It's really interesting because like the control systems involve the complex plane so much, and it's like at the end of it all, I still feel like I'm just like dipping my toes in it because it still seems so complicated to me, and I feel like I need to take like a few more classes to actually really understand it.
I feel like urban. Well, I guess everything is kind of tangential to STEM, so urban planning would definitely count. Is architecture in STEM? Well, kind of. Yeah. I would assume there's a lot of math in both urban planning and architecture too.
Oh, we're just chatting Blue Cobalt. Have a good night, Aviator James.
Any philosophy vibes out there?
Someone's studying to be a history
Anyone?
teacher. That's pretty cool.
Oh, cool. Anyone studying philosophy? Well, no one knows what philosophy is anyway, so whatever.
Mm-hmm. There's no philosophers here because philosophy doesn't exist. Yes, the game did crash. Yeah, this honestly, like, just going back to stream, I had so much fun. Like just learning how to do these turns was really cool, and learning how to do them optimally. Iterative learning control systems, I did not do that. What is that?
Yeah, the STEM is science, technology, engineering, and math. I have sometimes seen STEAM, which adds the arts, but at that point, I feel like it's you pretty much have all the subjects. And Strats and Blitz is did mechanical engineering.
Yeah.
But the reason I asked about philosophy is I think for a lot of people would be surprised by how many philosophers have STEM backgrounds and how many people study philosophy and end up going into STEM. It does depend on what branch of philosophy you're in, but certainly a lot of it is training on deductive thinking and inductive thinking skills, and there's certainly a lot of carryover from that to computer science in particular. What do you even do in philosophy? Well, just to give an example of something that's connected to what I just talked about, uh, I studied actually quite a bit of philosophy. Every chance I had to take an elective in philosophy, I did. And there's one professor in particular that I took every course possible from. So he was a philosophy professor, but his background was in artificial intelligence, where he had worked on the computer science side of things. But there's actually quite a bit of connection to studying the theory of that, and he got into philosophy of mind from that. So again, it really depends on what branch you're looking at. Like if you're looking at artificial intelligence, you can start thinking about what is intelligence actually? How comparable is what we're building in this machine to a natural intelligence? Yeah, you can ask a bunch of philosophers what it is, and they'll all give you a different answer. But I think the explanation Paul just gave is pretty good. That sounds kind of similar to what Bertrand Russell said, where he said it's kind of the study of things past what we really know.
Hmm. Yeah, that's like I've always enjoyed the philosophy classes that I've taken. Like, it's always been really interesting to see the different perspectives. Like I could really understand why someone would want to study it and teach it for a living.
I do have a good friend who studied urban planning, and now she works for Twitter. So I don't know how connected that is to urban planning, but
Planning the desks in the office.
yeah. Yeah, that is like half of all majors.
No, seriously.
Like this is gonna sound kind of cynical, but I don't know. A big part of going to college is just to at least demonstrate that you can stick to something and deal with all the nonsense for a while.
Yeah. No.
Because no matter where you go and how carefully you select what courses you take, you're eventually going to have a course that you just absolutely hate, or at the very least, just have zero legitimate interest in.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of just have to ride those out.
Yeah. Or like how to deal with people that you don't want to be around at all.
Or like find some enjoyment in it. Like I know I literally can't do things if I don't find enjoyment in it. So if I had something I didn't like, I had to at least find part of it that I enjoyed, which is always possible. Good. There's always some part of something that you can find some pleasure in, even if you kind of have to force yourself.
That's a good perspective, actually. I like that perspective. I could follow her to be somewhat productive certificate.
Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of people have a rough time with college. I wasn't ready for university coming out of high school. Speaking of which, community colleges, great call. I started at a community college, got a little more experience under my belt. Great decision. Not a great decision for everyone. It was a great decision for me. Brad at 18 was not ready. we all develop at our own rate. Yeah, and you save a bunch of money. That's not a insignificant part of it either. Especially right now with with COVID's going on, I think that tips the scale even more towards.
Oh yeah, like the colleges, like they're going online, so you're paying the tuition, you're not even getting like the quality like learning.
Yeah, they're doing an admirable job of like trying to hack it online. I respect it, but there's just no way.
Yeah, no, it sucks. Online like online teaching really sucks. I'm sure you're familiar with that, Brad, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, I teach online.
Yeah, I was a physics tutor last semester. So during I saw the transition between like pre-COVID, post-COVID, pre-COVID, get quite a few
Yeah.
people going to physics to try and learn, and you'd be pretty engaged. Like afterwards, almost no one came. Like I would sit there for my shift, and there would be days where like one person or not even one
Yeah.
person would show up.
Yeah, Knight makes a good point. Obviously, it matters what school you go to. Like if you're super ready and mature and motivated coming out of high school, get into a good college and want to go there, absolutely you can do it. But you can get a good education anywhere, and you can also get a bad education anywhere. So, and
Yeah.
there's something to be said for going to a extremely selective school that's really going to challenge you. There's also something to said to go to a school that's not that selective for you and really try to excel and be a leader and stand out. There's advantages to both of that. Podcast on higher education.
Yeah.
And also don't take college admissions too seriously too, because it's just odd.
I've heard it's
I
a busted process.
the I knew my friend of mine from high school, super like one of those guys who just is mature beyond his years, super smart. He was ended up being valedictorian. He was taking upper level university math courses in high school and everything. He applied to like all the schools. He got into every Ivy League school and Stanford and got rejected by MIT. It's like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, I know that MIT is extremely selective, but you always wondered like why. All these schools looked at him and decided, oh yeah, sure. And then MIT is like, nah.
I think there's a good amount of luck there about
Yeah,
how
well,
the
he
admission
did.
staff is
Now that
feeling
I
that day.
remember, he did mention thinking that he blew the interview. So I guess
Oh,
maybe the interview
and maybe
does
that was
matter.
it.
I think he dropped too much realness on them because he told me he said during the interview something like, college admissions is really a crapshoot, which is like totally true, but in retrospect, probably not the thing to say during the interview to the person whose job it is to interview people for admissions. I also applied at MIT. They did not want me.
Oh, really? Dang.
No, what are you gonna do?
They didn't want
I mean,
Brad.
that was kind of a shot in the dark thing.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't think I was gonna get there. Yeah, actually, my current plan is to go to grad school. I was thinking about doing that starting this next year, but with COVID going on, I'm less sure with my plans right now. But at some point, yeah.
Yeah, that was my plan as well. I was planning to go to grad school this fall, but I didn't want to do the online route again. That my last semester convinced me, and I knew they were going to go online for it. And the fact I'd have to like do a TA ship online is no.
Yeah,
Just no.
I have zero interest in starting grad school online because I'm a believer in being able to kind of become a part of an organization by being there and networking. And there's things you can do online, but it's not the same.
No, it's not.
There's so many parts of communication you lose when you're not in person. Yeah,
Yeah.
Virginia Tech's a great school. It's a great call.
Whoever rejected Brad, that's made a mistake. You should show me your KSP channel. There you go. Actually, thoughts on that, Brad? What do you think about putting your YouTube channel on a resume or application would look?
I
What do you think?
well, the place I'm working at now is on my resume.
Yeah.
But you kind of got to know where you're applying to and know what they're looking for. Like,
Uh-huh.
there's certainly some places that the interviewers go, see interviewing you for a job, like they put a YouTube channel on there. Like, who is this guy? Is he serious? Or if you're applying to some place that's looking for someone who's looking to take chances and whatnot, it could be different.
Gotcha. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I think but of course it just depends. Like, the recruiters are not going to watch your videos, so I guess if you
they're
put
not
a
going
YouTube
to
channel
watch
on
it,
there,
but it's just are you applying to a place that wants you to have kind of a greater range of skills, or is it a place that's going to look at that and like be like, wait, is this guy really an engineer if he's producing videos on YouTube? Because there are places that think like that, especially in the tech world. The tech world's got the full gamut. There's employers that want to see people who are doing everything and are just complete polyglots. And there's people where if they see like you've ever done anything outside of engineering, they're like, oh, this person isn't for us.
Right.
We want someone who's just going to come in and work 80 hours a week. And yeah, don't do that to yourself.
Yeah, no, I had enough of the 80-hour work week. I've had enough. Yeah. I can't, like, my last semester convinced me, no, that's not the kind of life I want to have.
I think, I had that one semester that I just hard worked. It was the first semester after I transferred to the school I graduated from. And I don't know, I had this like weird paranoia that I just wasn't going to measure up. And in retrospect, I had plenty of reason to think that I could succeed. But I don't know, from the other side, it just didn't seem like it was as certain as I thought it was. So the first semester I was there, I worked so hard I had made myself ill. But I did survive. So
yikes, yeah. No, I think I've gotten close to that. But I don't think I've made myself actually physically sick from it, unfortunately. There were times though where it was like, oh man, I've done like the schoolwork and my job and all this other things like all day, but I want to play some games, so I literally like stayed up all night to just get some game time in.
Food Fighters fact checked me. It is polymath. You're right. Polyglot is multilingual.
Did you say polyglot?
I did say polyglot.
Oh,
polymath.
Gotcha.
I'm not a polyglot. I have like very poor Spanish, and I can like throw out a couple survival phrases in Mandarin maybe on a good day.
Right.
Why do the streams always go on an hour after they end? Because there's interest in it.
I just like talking to you all. Yeah. Like talking to Brad, talking to the chat. It's fun. I definitely enjoy this part. Ni hao or something. Yeah, this was a good time. I'm like, I guess I still have a few more hours of productivity left. My sleep schedule's gone like off the rails. I've been trying to fix it. It's been hard.
I'm already really. Actually, this has been a long day. I got up super early too. This has been a long day.
Damn, that sucks.
Went out, got a really long bike ride in.
Got yelled distracted at by the fucking chicken.
Some British woman. What are you gonna do?
Got distracted by the chicken.
That's right. So we moved the stream back an hour. So I'm like, oh, I got plenty of time. So I went out and got a rotisserie chicken. I was trying to eat the whole chicken. I didn't succeed. The other half of it's still downstairs.
Did you really think you had another hour? Are you joking with me?
No, because I originally thought it was going to be 6. And
I see.
Like, okay, 7. So I was using that hour.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Suddenly I realized I'd used about 65 minutes.
There you go. Anyways, we should probably end this here. This was fun though.
Knight, one of the things I've realized in life is there's actually a lot of hours in a week. And when I added up all the time I was using, I didn't realize how much time I was kind of blowing on things I didn't really want to do. Sam, it's funny that you say that because I mentioned that she called me a wanker, and that was probably the nicest of the things she said. And a lot of the other things she said were how to put this heteronormative slurs, we'll say. And I'll let you guess what you think that means. All right, guys, you want a math question? I've got some really good math questions.
Or are we gonna end the stream? We could do end the stream or do math questions. What do you want?
No, yeah, she's actually she is British, so that makes sense. Okay.
We'll do one math question.
All right, I'm trying to select one from the
I think I could do
Okay,
this.
here we go. Give me a number.
3.
Not big enough.
15.
All right, we'll go with one of the internet numbers, 420. So you and 4 of your friends find a treasure chest full of 420 coins made out of they're platinum iridium alloy coins. So they look all baller and stuff. And you're going to divide these 420 coins between yourselves. But you've, for whatever reason, you and your group of friends have agreed upon a scheme on how you divide them. And the way the scheme works is you've ordered yourself in order of seniority. So the eldest of the group of friends will go first. And they will suggest a scheme for dividing it up. So maybe they'll say, all right, I'm going to keep 100. Second person gets 100. Third person gets 100. Fourth gets 100. And the last person gets 20. And after they've come up with that suggestion, all 5 of them will vote on it. So after they vote on it, if more than half of them voted yes, that's how they divide it up. If half or less voted on it, they I've mixed it up the wrong way.
Oh
if
God,
half
Brad.
or more vote yes on it, so half or more vote yes on it, it passes. If less than half vote yes on it, it fails. And if it fails, you get executed. This has gotten savage really quickly. And then there's only 4 friends left. And then the next person in line comes up with a suggestion and they vote on it. And they repeat that until either a vote is passed or there's 1 person left. And if there's 1 person left, he keeps all of it. So here's the question. You are the first person. So let's say you're the eldest person. And you're going to assume that all your friends are perfect mathematicians and have studied game theory. How do you suggest to divide up the treasure that will lead to a passing vote and will maximize the amount of coins you can keep?
You fucking lost me.
All right. So let me give you the short version of that real quick. 420 coins. There's 5 people. The first person is going to suggest how they divide it up. And if half or more of them vote yes on that, that is how it is divided up. If less than half vote yes on it, you get executed, and then there's only 4 person left, and the scheme repeats until either a vote has passed or there's 1 person left.
Weird.
And there is an answer. There's a specific answer to this. There is one stipulation, just to make sure you know how people are going to act. If you assume that everyone wants to maximize how many coins you get, and if they can get the same amount of coins but execute one of their friends, they're going to do it. I don't know, because I said so.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what's the rules for executing again?
There's one correct answer in there, but I'll let everyone work on it.
All right. I don't feel like solving this right now.
It seems hard at first, and then it doesn't seem so hard.
This is like one of those things where you have to draw this.
Draw it out.
Yeah, let the chat through this one.
420 coins to me, and everyone dies. This is why you pick the internet number.
Can't you just say, like, split the coins evenly among, like, 4 people and then give nothing to the last person and then kill the last person?
Well, that vote would pass, but you're not maximizing the amount of coins you get.
But then keep doing it, right?
We need maximum greed.
Well, if you do it again, right? Like, now there's 4 people left.
There's been, I will say that, there has been a correct answer in chat.
Has there?
There has. But if I don't want to spoil it, if anyone wants to figure it out for themselves.
80 coins for you, 85 for everyone else. Interesting. Assuming they don't have a moral compass. You want to do this in the least amount of moves possible, right? Is that the other room? The other.
What if the people have a moral compass? There can be no morality. The game theory thing only works if you have full knowledge of how people act. So we're assuming that people act with complete greed, and in fact, will as a tiebreaker will prefer to execute their friends. So they're actually even worse than greedy.
So hold on, Brad. One last. What was the rule for executing? I didn't quite understand that.
If they could get the same amount of coins, but get more of their friends executed, they're going to prefer that.
But no. Like, how do they vote for someone to be executed? Is that part of the scheme?
Oh, when they vote on the division?
Yeah.
If the division fails, the person who suggested the division.
So the person who suggests it dies. So you have to, like, suggest a good one, or then you'll live.
And as with all game theory problems, we can tell right off the bat that there is a particular answer because we have all the information about how people act. So, you should in theory have perfect prediction over what's going to happen.
Give yourself almost all the coins. Give 2 other people like 1 coin each, and then give the last person nothing. The people who get like 1 coin, right, would vote for it.
All right.
Right?
Maybe.
Like you take, it says 420 coins. You take like 418 coins or 417 coins, right? You give 3 coins to 3 other people, right? And you give the last person 0 coins.
I will say this. You keep a lot of them. All right. I'll let you guys simmer on that. Anything else we want to talk about? Or am I actually going to go to sleep now?
I think we should go to bed, but now you've nerd sniped me.
I think we should go to bed.
What if you give, like, am I on the right track with thinking this, where you give yourself most of the coins and like 1 coin to like 2 other people? And then
yeah, pretty much.
Because like the people who get nothing, right, will
So here's the real hit that'll actually help you think about this, figure it out on your own. Work backwards. So start by figuring out what happens if there's only 1 person left, and then if there's only 2 people left, and go in that direction. It's a lot easier to go that direction.
Oh, the scheme can be repeated each game, right? Am I understanding that correctly? Like you start with 5, but then you propose the scheme, right?
Right.
And then someone could no one's going to get executed on the first turn, right?
Well, they can. If the proposal fails, the first person who suggested it, you get executed.
Oh, you have to factor in how they're going to suggest it? Oh, no.
Well, it doesn't really matter. It does matter to you because what they're going to suggest affects their decision making. But, I mean, you need the first vote to pass because otherwise you're dead. So you need the first vote to pass, and you want to make sure it passes while maximizing how many coins you keep. But you actually want to think about it in the other direction. So think about it starting with only 1 person left, because that'll allow you to determine how people are going to make decisions.
Right. So you want all the coins, right? So you say like
You actually do not want to be last. This is not the best place to be.
This is weird. Like, what would the other people suggest though? Like, what's?
Well, that's why you're thinking about. Okay, what if there's only one person left?
Yeah.
He gets everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if there's only 2 people left?
Well, then they split it evenly. Like, if you don't split it evenly, then they're gonna kill you, right? They're not gonna approve. Isn't the last person gonna vote for an even split?
Well, think about it. If a tie wins, if a tie passes, and you're the second to last person, you have half the votes. So you can just keep it all.
Okay, so we say
and you
two
tell
people
the
left.
last person to get lost, right?
2 people
you have half
left.
the
You
votes.
you still have all the money, and the other person gets nothing, right? Because they don't
Right.
have a majority. All right, cool.
Okay, what happens when there's 3 people left?
3 people. All right, 3 people.
All right, so the second to last person is going to always vote no, because if the vote fails, he's getting everything. So, you can't win over person 4, the second to last person. There's no reason. There's nothing you can do that's going to motivate him.
Okay, so do you like if there's 2 people, if there were 3 people left, including you, you'd split it evenly among 2 people, right? And
Why?
then give the other person nothing.
Why though? Let's say you offer the last person 1. If the vote fails, he's getting nothing.
Okay.
Remember? Because when we said when there's 2 people left, the last person gets nothing.
Okay.
So when there's 3 people left, 1 coin is enough to improve the scenario for him.
No,
So that would be enough
I
to
see.
win a vote.
I see.
So if there's 3 people left, you give yourself 419, and you give 1 to the last person.
Yeah.
All right. What if there's 4 people left?
You're doing the same thing. You're just giving 1 coin to like every other person except the last person who's going to vote against you.
But who do you give it to?
Like some of the people. The person who's not. You give the coins to the people who aren't proposing the scheme, right? So the person proposing the scheme is going to die because everyone else is going to vote against him because they all got money, but he didn't, right?
Well, hold on. So when there was 3 people left, you're giving nothing to the second to last person. You're giving 1 to the last person.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So let's say there's 4 people left. Now what? What do you give to who?
There's 4 people left, but you're going to be proposing the scheme, right?
Right.
So you give yourself almost all of it.
You
give 1
almost
coin
all of it
to.
Well, hold on. Remember, you only need 2 votes to pass. So you need your vote and 1 other vote. So you should pick two of the people that you don't care about. Their vote. They can vote whatever they want. You just need 2 votes.
Yeah. So pick the 2 people. So you're going first, right?
Right.
So you go first. You propose this. You give 418 coins to yourself, and give 1 coin to not the next person who's in line to vote, and 1 coin to the other person next line to vote. So
hold on.
Wait, no. So you give the 2 coins to the last 2 people actually. So the next person who proposes the scheme has 0 coins,
wins.
right?
You only need 2 votes, and one of them is your own.
Yeah. So
if you give the last person to the last, if you give 1, if there's 4 people left, and you give 1 coin to the last person, that guy knows that if that vote fails, he's also going to get 1 coin with 3 people left. But it'll also get you killed, which remember he wants to do.
Mm-hmm. Oh god, this is weird. This is really weird.
There's in fact only a single correct answer.
Really?
Yeah, there's only a single correct answer.
What's wrong with the splitting it? Like with the 1 coin?
Again, I haven't scrolled up in a while, but at least 1 person offered the correct answer. So if you're pretty sure you got it, you might be right. I'm just not saying that so we don't give away the game.
I'm just thinking. Oh well, I don't know if I got that right or not. I think there might be a hole in my plan.
All right. I'll let you guys ponder it. but it also does yield a pattern.
There's 5 of you to start with, though.
Right.
So what? I'll just might as well put my answer in there.
This is why the math around elections is so tough, because elections are essentially a mathematical model of choice, and there's pretty much no way of modeling choice that doesn't have some problem with it. And one of the big problems with almost any scheme is it can be gamed. It can be gamed by people who aren't just thinking about it naively, but are thinking about the choices other people are going to make and using that to maximize their power through it. Logic is math. I mean, math is just the deductive branch of the sciences, and logic is deductive. So, well, one branch of logic is deductive. So,
yeah, I haven't thought this whole thing through, and I don't know if I have the mental power right now to do that.
Game theory. There's a fun math class to take if you ever get the chance. This is actually a very simple game theory problem, but not easy. Simple is not necessarily easy. This is one of those questions that it simplifies quite nicely. Maybe I should get a career in gerrymandering elections. I feel like a mathematical background would be pretty helpful.
Dude. But you can make some fat stacks from that.
You can make some fat stacks. And I know from talking to people in political science that a lot of them don't really understand the math of why it works. I mean, they understand what to do to make it work, but not actually why it's working. It's all about taking people who disagree with you and concentrating as many of them as possible in the same district.
Yeah. That's basically what this question is, isn't it?
So we're going to take everyone that enjoys bad vlogs on YouTube, and we're going to put them all in the same state, and we're going to try to move as many people as possible that are not part of that group out. Yeah, it is simple, but there's a little bit of complexity in siding. So, most of the districts you want to be the slightly tipped but safe districts, and then you have a kind of a balancing act between, you don't want to tip the district too much because then you're diluting the effect of your mathematical shenanigans, but you want to tip it enough that it's going to be a safe election.
Are you planning to give out the answer tonight, Brad? Or are you going to let him ponder it?
I'll let you guys ponder it.
All right, that sounds good. I think maybe next time, Brad, are you willing to be my co-pilot, say next weekend?
Yeah, sure.
For the actual run. I'll fix I'll get it fixed, and I think getting it in its best state. I actually am not going to go to bed tonight. I'm going to work on a video for the next few hours, probably. And then I'll go to bed.
Yeah. Hold on. There's a couple questions right at the end here. Grant, that's a good question. I mean, whether or not you consider math as a branch of science is just purely a matter of definition. It's certainly different. It's certainly different from the observational sciences. It's definitely not an observational science. It's using deduction rather than induction. You're not using the scientific method. So on that grounds, you could say it's not a science. but it's sometimes called a science, right? Like technically, if I look at my degree, if I look at my certificate, it reads BS in mathematical sciences. So yeah, it's what you use as a definition. And someone else asked, Peter, is that a question about the math problem we had, or about votes in general? Oh, so we know exactly how people are going to act. They want to maximize the amount of coins they get. They want to, if they're getting the same amount of coins, they will prefer to get their friends executed, which is a strange preference, but we're saying that is what their preference is. And we're assuming they're using logic perfectly. It's pretty close. It's not that far off, but not exactly. Oh, psychology is definitely a science. Yeah, the social sciences are certainly a science. Yeah, so I mean, there's definitely a distinction between the social sciences and the hard sciences, but it's definitely a science. I mean, there's some subjects that would be debatable. That one definitely is not. And by the way, I think people get a weird view of what people who study psychologists do. Um, like if you're a grad student in psychology, they study a lot of math and statistics and computer science. If you're really getting into the research side of things. Yeah, Peter, it does that stipulation that if the number of coins they get is equal, they will prefer to get a friend's executed, does change the result. Because without that stipulation, it's ambiguous. So you need to know that information, otherwise you're not sure what decisions they're going to make. Yeah, I know. If you look at a lot of universities now, especially larger universities, will offer special sections of important math courses for particular majors. At some universities, that's just an excuse to water down the subject, but a good program will try to make sure that it's a math course that's really, directly poised at what the subject is.
Knight of St. John just called you Matt. How does that make you feel, Brad?
Matt, I'm okay with that. Matt's a pretty cool dude. Oh yeah. Also, that's one that's frequently taught specific for a major, like statistics for biology. I know that was a huge course at the university I was at. It had like a billion sections. Always looking for TAs and tutors. In fact, one of my professors I knew taught a section of that, and I always wondered how they survived because this guy was a great mathematician, actually one of my favorite professors. But he had this really thick German accent, so it was kind of hard to tell what he was saying. He uh, he had awful handwriting, so it was really hard to tell what he was writing. He was really tall and had really terrible posture, so he kind of hunched over and wrote really small right in front of him. So you couldn't even see the difficult handwriting that you couldn't tell what it said until he moved to the side of the board. And he also had really bad eyesight and hearing, so he couldn't really hear your questions, and he had trouble reading the stuff you turned in. And all of this was kind of all right because he was so available during office hours, so you could eventually at some point figure it out, which was kind of fine for an upper level math course where you kind of know what to do by that point. But oh yeah, yeah, you can drop a link and people can either look at it or not look at it.
I don't know
I mean,
if
I
the
don't know
bot's
if
gonna
the chat
smash
will
you.
actually allow you to have a link.
It probably is gonna. The thing's kind of strict about links, so you're probably not gonna get that in.
Yeah, I'm
But
sure.
you can probably DM me or Brad.
Yeah. I mean, actually, if you want to like actually have like usable skills and statistics, learning R is a pretty good thing to do. That sounds pretty useful.
R was pretty cool. Yeah, that's
I mean,
what mine
if your
was.
stats class was basically a beginner's course in R, that sounds like a really smartly designed course.
Dude, that's what mine was. It was really useful.
Oh, and biostats? Yeah, absolutely. That's a good idea.
Hey, don't make fun of me.
You're getting called out.
Don't make fun of me. Anyways, we should probably end the stream. We could just talk forever.
One more higher education question. What's the most outrageous thing you've seen a professor do during class?
Oh, me? Or for the chat?
Or for chat, whoever.
Okay, huh. Let me think. Most outrageous thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think one of my professors did anything too crazy. Nothing significant comes to my mind, honestly. There might be like some little things, but nothing too outrageous.
Yeah, DiffyQ is no joke too. Called Hitler the ultimate insult. I mean, that's kind of funny. Blatantly not call on someone. Yeah, it's not a good call at all. I don't know. I mean, I never had any professors do anything like really weird, but they did do strange stuff. One of the more wholesome ones was in a physics course. We came in one day and he was bouncing a tennis ball against the wall. And he was doing that the whole time we were waiting for class to technically start, and it hit that time, and he just kept going. He's still bouncing the ball off the wall, and he did it for a really long time. It felt like 20 minutes. I'm sure it wasn't. Time feels like a long time when nothing's really changing, but it felt like forever. And eventually, someone asked him like what the hell he was doing, and that's when he explained that due to interpretations of quantum mechanics, we're looking at superpositions of state. It should, in theory, eventually just go right through the wall and not interact with any of the matter in it. Which, of course, is a outrageously, magnificently, incomprehensibly small chance, but technically not zero.
So he's just trying to get lucky?
Yeah.
That would have been really funny.
Ball did it. No, it did never go through the wall. It bounced completely normally. What did I walk in on? Quantum tunneling a tennis ball. I think that's a pretty good description.
I think we should end the stream.
All right.
We've been talking.
Remember, guys, gravity is a lie.
Yeah, gravity. Anyways, I thank you all for joining, especially for the last. It's been like, when did we stop? We stopped like an hour ago, and we've just been talking.
So much linear algebra. Yeah.
Bradley, for your sake, I think I'll have to stop you here. You should probably get some sleep. Don't you?
Probably should.
Yeah.
Hey, you're an hour ahead of me.
Oh yeah, God. But it's like 12:38. It's past your bedtime, young man.
It is. It's well past my bedtime.
Anyways, have a good night, morning, or wherever you're at, and I'll see you for the next stream. Hopefully, I'm probably gonna be doing one either Tuesday or Wednesday this week, and maybe one Friday. So, cool things. I'll see you then. Thanks for coming.